Sorry about that. I try to keep my microphone muted when I'm not online, but I think we should be better now. Sorry about that. Good to see everyone. Thanks, Jay Steele. I appreciate the warning. Thanks, Rainbow Reverend. I appreciate the warning. Sorry about that. Word of warning, listen, if you leave your microphone on all the time, even when you're not online, you always run the risk of a hot mic. I tend to keep it turned off when I'm not streaming. But welcome in. It's great to see everyone. We've got no, it's not your TikTok, Rainbow. Not your TikTok. It's me. It's great to see everybody, though. We should have a lot going on today. It's gonna be a fun stream. While we're waiting for the opposition to come in, I'll grab a couple of super chats. If you're watching on TikTok, you know how to request. Just hit the guest request in the bottom panel of the screen. If you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or YouTube, you can use the link on the screen, or you can go to the description of the video, and there's usually a clickable link in the description of the video. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to have an account for anything. You just have to click the link. But welcome in, friends. Charlie Redmond, thank you so much for the $9.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. That's generous. And our friend Minutemen is with us today as well. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat, Minutemen. Minutemen says, praise Doug. Absolutely. Hail the Rock of Ages. Never too early in the day to say, fuck the patriarchy. It never is, and it never gets old. I found out I can buy she-bear legally on Craigslist. You can buy a she-bear on Craigslist. I didn't know that. I think you need 2 of them in order to really make the curse come true. You need 2 she-bear. So that's something. Let me know how you end up with that. Lesson learned. Well, if you end up with 2 she-bear, let us know. We might want to see the she-bear. There's a couple ways this could play out. I'm actually quite interested. And Anthony, I agree with you. Rip Ozzy Osbourne. It's a sad day. It's a sad, sad day. We lost a legend. We lost Ozzy Osbourne, but he's got there are family members left. We can still cherish what's left, and we can cherish the catalog that he left for us. The Christian Atheist, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, when I met Doug, he seemed a little shy. I thought he would be a little bolder. Very good use of words. Very good use of words. I appreciate that. Thank you, Christian Atheist. Yeah, so there are some people I'm learning right now as we're streaming didn't know that Ozzy, unfortunately, is 6 feet under now, and that is the case. He was sick for a while. I think most of us knew that his days were numbered, but it's still sad. It's still sad. Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debates memberships. That's super generous, my friend. I appreciate that. And remember, if you've got a DZ Debate membership, you have access to the cheat sheet. If you want to support the channel and you don't want to join as a member on YouTube, you can join a member as a member on Patreon and get access to the cheat sheet. I've got multiple levels on the Patreon as well. Link for the Patreon is in my profile and in the description of the video. Beep Boop, my friend, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, praise Doug, and I agree. Praise Doug, may the courts be with you, Beep Boop. May the courts be with you. And Xerox says, I'm going to see Weird Al in concert this weekend. I'm excited for you. I'm hoping he pays homage to Doug with an I Love Rocky Road. I appreciate all you do, Justin. Well, thank you, Xerox. I appreciate that. And listen, I love me some Weird Al Yankovic. One of my favorite musical artists. He's a gem. He's a gem. And Dex says, finally working. In AM shift so I can catch a live. Well, Dexter, I did not know what shift you worked. I'm glad that you're able to make it here for the live stream. We should have some opposition populating in the live stream any minute now. But thank you for being here. I really do appreciate that. And then tomorrow morning, we're actually going to be doing a Q&A. Q&As are a lot of fun. Gymnasty says, has McAllister contacted you again? As far as I'm aware, no. He does tend to contact via email, and I must admit my email inbox can be a little chaotic. So if he did, it's possible that I missed it. I've got a lot of unread emails. I tried to get it to as many as possible, but I get a lot of emails. And that's fine. I love talking to people offline that are sincere, looking for knowledge and whatnot, but I get a lot of BS emails too. So sometimes, They get left in the dust. But yeah, I haven't heard from him again. I don't think he's going to come back. I don't think he had a good time, so I don't expect to see him again. And from O3 Rouge, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Justin, have you ever heard of Robert Sapolsky? What are your thoughts about his work? So he's the psychologist or the psychiatrist, or I forget what you call him, but he's the guy. I think he worked for Harvard or Princeton or something of that nature, and he was doing the work on is it consciousness? Let me look him up. I forget. Yeah, Robert Sapolsky. Neuroscience. That's the word I was looking for. He was a neuroscience. Yeah, and he went to Harvard. He was a professor. So I've watched a lot of his classes on iTunes U, which, guys, if you don't know about iTunes U yet, I don't have to tell you, you're missing out. iTunes U is great. You get to listen to lots of lectures from people like Harvard and other places. But no, have I read his work? I have not. I think he's super interesting, though. I loved listening to his lectures. It's been probably 10 years since I did, so I can't say that I remember much of them. But that being said, he's a really cool dude. I should actually get his book and read them. Haven't done it yet, but it's a great suggestion. I liked listening to his lectures enough that I would definitely read his books. And Zach, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says at least Project 2025. What? The Project 2025 guy died? I had no idea. I mean, I don't think that's going to stop Project 2025 from happening. I think that's going to happen. It's already like shit. We're already halfway there. Like if you go to the Project 2025 tracker, there is a website. Let me see if I can find it. The Project 2025. The Project 2025 tracker called Project 2025.observer, I think is the name of it. And they're just tracking the progress of all the stuff in the Project 2025 documentation and seeing the overall progress. And you can drill in on the detail and everything on where they are with everything. So listen, Project 2025 is happening, but like unless we have a gigantic, and I mean gigantic, blue wave, Project 25 is coming, even if the founder of the guy who wrote it is dead. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, praise Doug. Thanks for entertaining me while I put in a long day. Well, shit, Dr. Pizza. I'm happy to entertain you. And thank you for working hard and putting in a long day. And then also on top of it, listening to my stream. I really appreciate that. And Alex says, loving these daytime streams. I can have it on while I code at work. I love that for you, Alex. And that's when I was at work coding, that's typically what I would do. I would listen to other people's live streams. I'm listening to like Christina Carroll. I'm listening to some of the morning streamers. Zipsop, also known as Zipzop's Hair, used to stream in the mornings. I used to enjoy that. A lot of good morning streams to listen to. I think we've got a guest in the guest box now, so I'm going to grab 3 super chats and bring our guest in. Lakes, thank you for the super chat. It says, growing up as a Mormon, I used to show Christians the Book of Mormon prophecy from Ezekiel 37. Of course, it's a dual fulfillment, but every Christian always told me there's no such thing as dual fulfillment. Isn't that the craziest thing, Lakes? Is Christians, they want delay claim on the only ones that are allowed to have dual fulfillment. If anyone else reads the Bible and say this has a dual fulfillment, no, you can't do that. You have to look at the context. That's not what it means. But the minute you do it with Christianity, they lose their mind. Fierce interaction, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, you got to stop streaming the same time as Dr. Blitz. I'm conflicted every day it happens. Rock hard for Doug. I'm sorry. I won't be doing it in the future. Once September rolls around, I'll be back to like a normal streaming time where I'm streaming mostly in the evenings. So don't worry, I won't be competing with Dr. Blitz in the near future. And trust me, I'd be watching Dr. Blitz too. That motherfucker is smart. And Mega, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says, I was Hindu, got influenced and converted to Christianity. Oh, don't do that. Came back as an atheist. I still respect Hindu beliefs, though, as they don't impose their gods on me. But Christians tell me I go to hell. That's the funny thing. So Mega, that's the funny thing. People ask me, like, why do I keep talking about Christianity? Why do I keep talking about Islam, so on and so forth? It's because they want to dominate the world, and they think you're evil if you don't believe their religion, and they produce harm. Listen, I've never had a Hindu come to my door and evangelize to me. Never happened. All right, let's get our first guest in here. We've got Cujo with us. How you doing, Cujo? Cujo, this I can't hear Cujo. Can anyone hear Cujo? I can't hear him. Do you have a microphone? Does he have a default audio input device? It says it's the only one. Let me see what's going on. Not muted. Are my headphones turned on? My headphones got to be turned on. Always something. Can anyone hear him? I can't hear him. No one can hear you, guest. It's Cujo. It's on your end, buddy. I don't know what's going on with your system, but you got a problem with your system. No one can hear you. You got to get a different mic. You got to get a working mic. You got to do something. But whatever is going on with your mic, it's broken. It don't work. Or just get TikTok. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna hang that call up, and we'll get someone from our TikTok queue. How you doing, Load?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Cool. Load, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am over 18, and I don't know. It's a good question. I do question everything. I do criticize everything myself.
It's okay
But
not
I do have
to
a
know.
question. Yeah, I don't know. It's part of me that does, part of me that doesn't.
So you would say
But
that you're agnostic then?
yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So
Do you
I
believe in the
mean,
Big Bang Theory?
I do. I don't see a reason to believe in something else. Like if somebody posited a good theory that nullified the Big Bang, like it falsified the Big Bang theory and pointed to something different, I would just believe that.
Okay, so what was before the Big Bang?
There's a lot of theories about what would be before. It could be quantum foam. It could just be like some sort of quantum state. It could be an endless cycle of big bangs and big crunches. You know, for a while, people used to just generically say the singularity without defining what that is, but the singularity is still something. I don't have a good reason to believe that there was nothing before the Big Bang, even if I don't know with certainty what was before the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's probably philosophy's one of philosophy's greatest questions, right? What was before the Big Bang? And if it was nothing, then
Is that
was
a
there
philosophical
somebody?
question or is that a like a physics question?
I guess both. But
Be-
who
Because if something
started?
existed, then it does indeed exist, right?
Yeah, but to make something exist, how does that happen? If you believe in the Big Bang Theory is there was basically nothing before the
Nope,
Big Bang.
that's not it. Big Bang theory does not teach that it was nothing prior to the Big Bang.
Well, I guess there's
I'm
many different
really
theories.
Shiz. I think you're a decent guy, so I'm not trying to pick on you, but like, I'm so confused why there are so many people who believe there was entirely nothing before the Big Bang. Where do people hear this stuff from? Like, I went to a
So
Catholic school, and even they didn't teach that.
that's why I asked you, and what was before the Big Bang? You said there was maybe quantum gravity. Is that what you said?
Well, what I'm saying is, there's no reason to believe there was ever nothing at all prior to the Big Bang or prior to anything before the Big Bang. I see no evidence of the nothingness ever existing.
So you think something always existed without being created?
Yeah, same as you. The difference is the thing that I think always existed is the stuff that know for sure existed. Like we know that the universe exists, right? My theory, which lines up with science, is that it's always existed. Like, so you're positing, hey, we've got this other thing that always existed. Never mind the fact that we have to invent the idea of nothingness first, but we've got this other thing that we've never seen it come into existence that caused the stuff to come into existence that we know already exists, but we don't have any evidence of the first thing that we don't know exists, but we're going to say that it caused all the stuff. I think it's just more
Well,
parsimonious to say, listen, the stuff that we already know exists, the stuff that can't be created nor destroyed according to science, that stuff just always existed.
if it's always, I mean, in order to create something that has existed, it takes action, right? Just like here in real life, in order to create a baby, it takes action.
Yes,
In order to create,
which is a
it
huge problem
creates.
for your God, because your God is outside of time, which means it can't do actions.
Yeah, and God may be something other than existence. God may be the universe itself. God may be
Sure, you could say that.
spirit.
hmm You could say, like, you can even say that there is such a thing as a God, but the God didn't create anything. It's like a super evolved entity within the universe. And we're just going to say that that is God because it's the most powerful thing. You could say that, but then now you've got to shift your idea of like, what's God role? What's his role or her role? What's the role that they're playing in the universe? If they didn't create the whole thing, then really what we're doing is adjusting our definition of God, aren't we?
Well, who knows? He may have created everything according to
Maybe.
the Big Bang. I mean, maybe he created the Big Bang
Oh
to
no,
create what we have.
why would we posit that though? Like, what evidence would we have that the cause of the expansion of the material universe was a god when we already have workable explanations that don't include the god?
What workable explanations do we have? We don't really have anything other than theories.
Yeah, but
We don't have any type of
they're
evidence.
they're provable with evidence and math. Like, we have firm evidence for the cyclical universe. I think the evidence we have, which we'll probably be confirming again maybe next year when we get new data, is that the acceleration rate, and I'm going to, not for you, but for everyone listening right now, I have to say it 10 times every time I say it. The acceleration rate, not the acceleration. Again, Shiz, it's not about you, it's about the audience. The acceleration rate, not the acceleration, is decreasing. What that means is it's not going to continually accelerate forever. Eventually, it's probably going to stabilize and start decelerating because dark energy is getting weaker, or whatever caused it to expand is being counteracted by gravity, which is proven by the latest math on black hole bounces. So the reality is, the data we have certainly does suggest that we have a cyclical universe that ends in an infinite cycle of big bangs and big crunches.
What data is that coming from? Because I don't think we have any direct evidence that pins down one answer, even from the CERN or observations from the James Webb's telescope. I mean,
It's the
we've
DESI
never
data.
identified one certain.
The DESI data, the dark energy spectrometer instrument, or whatever they call it. What they've discovered is that the acceleration rate of the expansion is decreasing.
Really?
Yeah. Now that gives you one of two options. Either one, it's going to continue to decrease, or number two, you could say that it's not uniform. You could actually say that. You could say the acceleration rate of the expansion is not uniform, but most physicists I know of think that it's roughly uniform, which means it's just decreasing.
Decreasing in speed?
No,
As far as expanding?
decreasing in acceleration.
Yeah, decreasing. Yeah, so you think the universe is decreasing in acceleration?
Right, yeah. And if it decreases in acceleration long enough, eventually it will actually stop accelerating and it'll decelerate. And once it starts decelerating, eventually it's going to completely stop expanding altogether, and it'll contract because gravity. Now, there's an alternative theory about how the cyclical universe works that doesn't involve gravity collapse. That theory is put out by Roger Penrose, and that certainly is a great theory as well. I don't think I have enough scientific understanding to articulate that theory. I think the cyclical universe theory that I just kind of briefly explained makes the most sense to me, and I think we have evidence to demonstrate that that is plausible. Even if we say there's more evidence we need to collect, there's more data we need to collect, I'm okay with that. The reality is, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that any of this was caused by a god.
How can we determine whether the universe is slowly accelerating when we haven't seen the end of it?
Okay, so when we say universe, we say typically the observable universe. So like the furthest reach of what we're capable of observing. Now, it is possible, especially if you believe in like the multiple universe or multiverse theory, that like what we call the universe is like a smaller universe within a larger collection of universes, or that the universe is infinite. It might be that the universe is actually infinite, and what we call the universe that we can observe is just a small part of an infinite universe. And maybe the expansion that we're witnessing actually does have a limit. We don't know that.
Yeah, so it comes down to a theory. So what makes you believe in that theory rather than believing that there's a God?
Because there's evidence for this theory.
There's evidence, but like you said, there's evidence maybe for as far as we can see, which is only a fraction of the universe,
Right, yeah.
if that.
But let's say there's only a 1/2 of a piece of good evidence for scientific understanding of the universe. Let's say 99% of our understanding of the universe, let's just say it's wrong. Let's say we've got 1/2 of 1% right. That's still more evidence for God. We don't have any evidence for God. I can tell you what would be good evidence for God, right? Let's take a holy book. We'll say the Bible, right? If the Bible told you, listen, if you believe in me and all you need is the faith of a mustard seed, and you ask for anything in my name, you ask for healing, you ask for miracles, I'll do it for you. And then people did that. Someone went to the hospital and healed all the sick kids. Somebody went to St. Jude and cured all the babies with bone cancer. Somebody prevented 3 million children a year dying from starvation. Now, if that shit happened, I'd be like, I'm following that fucker over there. They're onto something. This guy said, I come from God, and if you do what I tell you, you'll see insane miracles. And then the miracles happen. I'd be like, oh yeah, sign me up for that shit. I'll take it all day long. But that doesn't happen. The reality is the Bible tells you lots of things that never come true. And then when you read it, it's full of lies. It's full of failed predictions. It's full of prophecies that aren't really even prophecies. And then you get the same stuff in the Quran. The Quran's full of nonsense. All the other holy books are full of more nonsense. If there's a God, it's not a God found in these holy books.
Yeah, I mean, I might agree with you there. The Holy Bible might be something just to keep us all sane. You know what I mean? Keep us better people.
Now, there's good wisdom in there, by the way. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't read it. I think there's some good stuff to be taken from the book. I mean, minus the slavery and the genocide and all that nonsense. But like, there's like some really good wisdom in there. And so like, I think we should be reading these books. There's always value to be found somewhere. I think the danger is when people internalize these strict religions and then demonize people who don't believe what they believe. That's where the problem comes in. And that's why we're doing these live streams. Like, if everyone just kind of believed in a generic concept of God and they just minded their own business, like atheists would just shut their face. We don't care.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, you're perfectly nice. Like, you've never gone to anyone's door and said, you have to believe in my God or you're going to burn forever, have you?
No, absolutely not.
Right, yeah, because you're a decent human being, I suspect. But there are people who come to my door and tell me that I'm going to hell and my child is going to be going to hell as well because we don't believe in the same nonsense they believe in. That's toxic. That's terrible.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, pushing your religion on one person isn't something I would do.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's fine. Like, if you have a religion, like most of my family's religious. Like, they're pretty diverse. Like, the different branches of Christianity, maybe agnostic even. But like we've never had a single argument over religion, even though we all have slightly different viewpoints. Because like, you know, we realize that it's a personal decision. It's a personal faith. But the minute your personal faith turns into an edict, we've got a lot of problems.
Right, but do you feel like you're pushing your own religion, your own style of religion by spewing what you believe in?
No, I'm in my space.
Even though you're knocking on people's doors, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so people are coming to me. This is people ask me, Justin, am I going to go on Christian live streams and debunk them? No, I'm not. I have a space, which is my space, to come and say the things that I believe in, and no one has to be here. I'm not forcing it on anyone.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, if I was going around door to door evangelizing for atheism, then yeah, I'd say I'm just as big of an asshole as the religious people.
So, what do you believe in life after being unalived, or what happens after being unalived?
I think it's just before you were born. I think you cease to exist.
Do you think we continue to exist?
And that's it. You're done. See the end of the road, bud.
We're done.
Yeah.
We got one life.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant thing to think about, but it certainly does motivate you to live your life to the fullest and actually enjoy it, and to help others so that they can enjoy theirs.
Yeah, that's one thing I've always questioned too. Is like, you know, we're stuck on this rock in space, paying bills and paying taxes when
Right.
we should be traveling, living life.
I agree. You know, we can waste a lot of time trying to collect money, trying to get rich and get big houses, but the reality is none of those things are going to make us happy. What makes us people happy is forming valuable relationships and realizing, you know, what are my preferences. You know, I've got a really good friend who his preference is to not work his life away. He only works part-time and he'll never take a full-time job. And he's okay not making the money you would get from a full-time job because shit, half the days of the week he gets to sleep in till 10 o'clock and do whatever the hell he wants to. That's a decision he made. So like once you realize what's important to you, what's valuable to you, you can say, hey, this is what I'm going to do in my life. This is the short time that I get. And I'm going to do what Solomon said. I'm going to eat, drink, and be merry because tomorrow we could die.
Yeah. Do you believe there's a higher power possibly? Maybe not a so-called God, but maybe somebody out there who actually created us in the universe that has capabilities of having higher technology than we do?
So this is a really good question. When I was agnostic, I threw around this concept a lot because it was really interesting to me. I was also studying cosmology at the same time. And here's kind of where I ended up with. If we believe, if we conclude two things, that the universe is infinite, meaning there's no limit to the universe, and that it's infinite in time, meaning past, present, and future, right? If that is the case, right? It seems to be that our little pocket where we evolved, that couldn't have been a one-time occurrence. It had to have happened many millions of times. And if that's the case, I think it's pretty damn likely that there are really, really advanced life forms out there somewhere. Like they would look at us like we're ants, right? And we would look at them like they're gods. Like they would show up here and be like, holy shit, we've never seen anything like that before. We might, just like when we came to America and some of the natives thought that, you know, the settlers who were going to murder them were godlike, right? So like, I think that is a possible thing. Now, whether or not we will come into contact with those beings ever, I don't know, because if the universe is infinite, they could be a trillion light years away and just, we never cross paths.
Have you ever studied the 12th planet? I think it's called the 12th planet.
Mm-mm.
It's a planet that shows up every like 1,000 years or something in orbit.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, that's something I question as well. Like maybe there isn't a God, but maybe there's something out there that has, you know, higher education. Right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we created AI technology, and by all accounts, AI technology is getting really good. Like there's going to be a time where our ability to do AI technology and to make robots that reproduce themselves will be so good that we'll have to like limit the technology. We'll have to dumb it down so it doesn't overtake us. But if that's the case, if we're able to create technology like that now, after only, you know, a couple thousand years of being able to write even, imagine what a species could do if they're able to live for 1 trillion years and to evolve for over 1 trillion years somewhere out in the universe. Because like we die under the age of 100, right? But like if life evolved somewhere else in the universe, it could be possible that the way they evolved, they're like sea turtles. They can live for 500 years at a pop. They can live for 1,000 years at a pop. And they could do a lot of technology if you're able to live that long.
Yeah.
Some crazy things
Hey
to
man,
think
well,
about.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you having me up, man. It's good talking.
All right. Cheers. Thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Well, that was a fun conversation. I think he was asking good questions. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. We've got some people waiting to get in, so we'll grab them in just a second. Danio says, "Will I go to hell for polytheism?" I mean, according to the Bible, yeah, yeah. It says, "I love Doug and the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Praise his rock hardness and his noodly appendage. Hail the noodly appendages." I agree. Okay, so in Dougism, no, Doug doesn't send anyone to hell. There's no such thing as hell in Dougism. That's cruel and unusual punishment. Don't worry. And the flying spaghetti monster wouldn't send you either. And Jim Nasty says, "Protect Esther." Oh, sorry. Protect. Project Esther is coming after Project 2025. Shit, I didn't even know about that. I'll have to read up on Project Esther. I assume that's where they put all the women back in the kitchens and bring in the Handmaid's Tale. If I had to guess, that seems like what that's about, just on the title. I hope not. Herbie says Robert Solopsky or Sapolsky is fantastic. He does a podcast, Father Offspring. Discussions are similar. New episodes on Thursday. He answers viewer questions. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, shit. I didn't know he was online. Okay, so Herbie, I'm gonna get hooked up with his podcast and maybe one day have a conversation with him. I'd really enjoy that. Nucleotide Wave says your biology quiz is tomorrow. Study up. Praise Doug. Well, shit. Nucleotide Wave, I'll lose. So this brings up a good point. I was on Joel's live stream last night, and this highlights the importance of having specialties. We got into a conversation last night on Joel's live stream, and I repeated a bit of science that I clearly read and misunderstood about the similarity between all the human cell types. I had read something a while back that all the human cell types are actually slightly different because they take on changes and modifications as we age. And I assumed, based on what I read, that means if you took any single cell in the human body and you checked the DNA sequence, they would all be different. The reality is, it's such a minor difference, it would be hardly noticeable. So if you took any cell in the human body and sequenced the DNA, they would be roughly nearly identical. If they were like an infant, then they probably would be identical. If they're like 100 years old, they would be nearly identical. But that's what happens, right? When someone who doesn't know biology is forced to like learn things rapidly on the fly. Sometimes you read stuff and you don't understand it correctly. That's why when apologists come up and they give like really bad biological arguments, we really need professionals to weigh in and be like, yeah, that's bullshit. They should not be going to assholes like me with a background in engineering and Bible study to talk about DNA sequences. So I'll study for the quiz, though. I'll study for the quiz, nucleotide wave. Notum says, have you considered discussing TMT? I don't know what that is. I know what DMT is. But I would love to discuss DMT sometime. There's a book on DMT I haven't read, but I've got now finally, called The Spirit Molecule. So that'd be a good discussion. Dan says, a guest says he questions everything, then rattles off Christian talking points. I have a theory that the last guest might have come from a Christian background, but it sounds like he's in the middle of deconstructing. Like he's still figuring where he's at. And that's fair. That's fair, right? Because I did the same thing. Even when I was an agnostic, I would rattle off semi-Christian talking points. Yeah, Joel says it also wouldn't matter. You're right, Joel. It wouldn't matter. Well, the other thing too is it still wouldn't matter because the argument was that the sequence of A, T, G, and C show up in a pattern in human DNA that spells out the name Yahweh, which first of all is not true, but second of all wouldn't work from human to human. So even if it worked within one human's body, it wouldn't work human to human because every human, while our DNA is very fucking close, it's still not identical. Like you wouldn't find the identical DNA sequence in every human. So the talking point still fails. Retired Bomb Tech, good to see you. Says, listening to you on my way home from a VA appointment, spoiling me with all these cooking episodes during the week. Thank you for the work you do. Well, thank you, Retired Bomb Tech, for supporting the work I do, and thank you for listening. I really do appreciate that. And friends, I'm just going to grab, I only have a couple more super chats. I'm going to read 4 more super chats, then we'll get our next guest in here. If I have a bunch left over at the end, it'll be okay. I'll read them at the end. Dustin says, one thing that always gets me is the majority of theists can't even solve the first line of the first equation of a master's level physics exam, but always claim to know the science better. Dustin, that does seem to be the case, right? I've seen a lot of philosophical talking points, and I think the reason why they're so confident is they learned them in like philosophy 101 class, and then no one's there to challenge them. They didn't take them to a physics class and test them out. They're doing it in a philosophy class, and then they get out in the real world and they repeat the talking points. And they don't find out till they get to the real world that they're bad talking points. Crispy Hair Dick, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says there's a YouTuber 5K IQ that relentlessly trashes atheists and calls us ignorant cowards and uneducated. 600 plus shorts. Feel free to stop by his channel and say hi. Tell him Crispy sent you. I'll look for him. I'm always tickled by the amount of people that think that you can have like an IQ above 200. That's a nonsensical number. It's stupid. We have no idea what it looks like to have a 200 IQ. Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says a big shout out to the mods for letting me say all kinds of stupid crap in the chat. I agree, Robin. Listen, guys, if you're a moderator, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for modding. I really appreciate that. Also, I only want people banned that are dangerous, that are going to say racist stuff or get the live taken down. If you just want to get up here and yell at me and tell me I'm an idiot, you can do that all day. I don't care. Abundance for you. Thank you for the $50 super thanks. That is an abundance of thanks. I really appreciate that support, Abundance. That's super, super generous. Big W to Abundance. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I think it's going to be Bug Loves All. If I remember correctly, I think Bug tried to get in on our last live stream, and they ran out of time, or I ran out of time, one of the two. How you doing, Bug?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Bug, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of God?
Yes, sir. I'm Orthodox Christian. Sure. I wanted to run you through my argument for God's existence.
Is it the Christian God or a generic God?
I want to start off with a generic God, that a God that a conscious, full, pure act being has to exist by necessity.
Okay, so I'll give you this. Well, first of all, it doesn't. But second of all, I'll give you the same warning I give all Phil bros, which is that if you use words that are not standard in the English dictionary, like words you would only know how you're using them if you didn't read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, then I'm going to instruct you to either provide definitions for those words or use different words.
Yeah, of course.
Just so you know, this is not a philosophy class, right? So when you say nonsense things like pure act, not a single person gives a shit what that means. We don't even know what that means.
Yeah. If you need me to define anything, just ask me, and I'd love to define it for you, brother.
Okay. So we'll start with premise number 1.
All right. Things in the universe are in motion. Premise 2 is nothing moves itself.
This is Aquinas'
Premise 3,
emotion?
It's a variant of it.
Okay.
Premise 3 is a chain of movers. There can't be an infinite regress in a per se causal chain.
Well, let me get, I'm writing these down. Premise 1 is things in the universe have motion. We agree there, right? What was premise 2?
Yes, sir. Nothing moves itself.
Okay, and premise number 3 is infinite regress.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and any others?
Conclusion, yeah, there's 8 total. Conclusion 1 is therefore there must be a first mover that isn't moved by anything else.
Okay, let's pause there and address the premises that we have before we go on to more premises and conclusions, because I suspect this is a multi-pronged argument.
Yeah, it's 8 premises, and then there's 3 conclusions.
Okay, so we agree that things in the universe have motion. I think we can just mark that one off.
Of course.
Number 2 is nothing moves by itself, or nothing moves itself. And to this, I actually don't think we know that to be the case. For my limited understanding of how quantum fields produce matter, the way that they produce matter would in fact cause motion. And it would, literally, quantum fields would produce matter out of non-matter. That's a very weird thing to think about. But if that is the case, we have no reason to believe why it wouldn't also be in motion when it got produced. So I don't know if premise number 2 works.
Yeah. Real quickly, do you affirm the law of non-contradiction?
As far as I can tell, the law of non-contradiction seems to hold true. I think the first law of logic works until you get to a quantum level. And even like things like causation. When you get to the quantum level, causation tends to fall apart because there are actually effects that precede the cause within quantum physics, and we can even like reverse effects and causes in quantum physics. So while I think that generally the laws of logic are true for the things that normal people can observe, I think quantum physics fucks everything up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I
So
would argue.
just to put a
Yeah.
cap
What were
on
you saying?
that, just to put a cap on premise number 2, I'm going to put an I for I don't know. I don't know that is the case. I mean, you can make a case, and it might be convincing to me, but I don't know if that is the case.
Yeah. I would argue that the law of non-contradiction is what we call a self-evident truth, and for it to be denied would require it to be true. So, for example, let's assume you say the law of non-contradiction is false. You would be asserting the truth of a proposition, like that it's true, you believe the law of non-contradiction is false, while denying its opposite, which is the law of non-contradiction is true, which for that statement to hold any truth and to be meaningful would require the law of non-contradiction to be valid. Otherwise, the statement that you believe the law of non-contradiction is false is also simultaneously a statement where you're saying that you believe the law of non-contradiction is true.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I didn't say that I didn't believe in the law of non-contradiction.
Okay. So with that being said, the reason motion or moves here, as I'm using in premise 2, I'm defining it as the move from a state of potential to actual. Potential, I'm defining as something having the capacity to become something else, but is not yet that thing. And actuality or actual, I'm defining as something is already that thing or state. So
Okay.
the reason something...
So if matter comes into existence via quantum fields, then we could agree. We could just say that the movement is caused by quantum fields, the initial movement.
Yeah, as long as it's not something moving itself.
Well, the quantum field would be the mover.
Sure. Yeah. And just real quickly, with those definitions being said, the reason as to why something can't move itself is it would end up being a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Sure. I can explain. So for something to be moved, something actual is actualizing something else's potential, right? So if you were to move yourself, you would have to be in a state of actuality, meaning you already are that thing or state, and then also be actualizing your potential, meaning you are not yet that thing or state. So you're both that thing and state and also not yet that thing and state at the same time and same respect, which is a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
What do you think about chemical reactions? So I think the reason why I think this is a bad argument, there's a lot of reasons. First of all, because we haven't concluded that it is the case that nothing can move by itself, but also because a lot of things we would say are stationary. But if I put a stationary two things in space, right? Like a lump of iron, 2 lumps of iron, and just set them in space. I don't push them. I don't move them. They're going to move on their own just because of how gravity works.
Okay.
So you don't need anyone to push them. Gravity alone is going to move them.
And that wouldn't be something moving itself.
Well, gravity would be moving it, but gravity is not an entity. Like you can't touch it. You can't point to it, right?
Yeah. When I'm saying like something move itself, it doesn't have to be like an entity or like a being. It can be something like gravity or something that you can't necessarily touch or something like that. It's just the concept is that for something to move itself would be a logical impossibility because it violates the law of non-contradiction.
It doesn't.
What the means at which it gets moved or actualized, as long as it's outside of itself and doesn't violate the laws of logic, is completely fine.
That's what I'm saying. Two things that are not moving, if you set them in space, will in fact move because of how gravity affects mass. So you don't need a person or a thing or something already moving to move them. You have quite literally an immaterial mover. And it's not God, it's just gravity.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not saying that everything that's moved is moved by God. Like, for example, if I wave my hand, I'm not affirming that God is controlling my hand to wave it.
No, I agree. And I'm not making that claim either. I'm just saying, I think the reason why this argument is so popular is people just assume, any motion is the same as everything in motion, right? So if we're saying there has to be a first motion, first of all, I don't think that is the case, but even if that is the case, if there has to be a first motion, there's lots of ways we can get to a first motion without a God. Like it could literally just be gravity.
Well, yeah. So I would argue that the gravity couldn't be this like the first cause or the thing that's actualizing everything else, because an aspect that's required to be this first cause is to be pure act. The reason this is
what do you think pure act
because
means?
Pure act I would define as being fully actualized and having no potentia, which would include.
So gravity would be pure act, would it not?
No, gravity wouldn't be pure act. Gravity, an aspect of pure act, for example, which means you don't have any potential in the sense that there is no improvement. You can't get any more powerful, any better. You can't increase at all. Like you're the peak, right? So, for example, if you imagine like a human, within the human mind, someone that's pure act could be omnipotent or omniscient, like they all knowing, those types of attributes, right? Gravity, we wouldn't be like, gravity could always be increased, become more powerful, be stronger, right? So that would mean it has potential. If it has if it's logically possible for it to change, then it would have potential. If it could get more powerful, it would have potential.
So what?
If it could change in any way, it would have potential.
Yeah. Why do I care? Why do I care
Well,
that gravity?
That would just mean that gravity isn't pure act.
Well, I think it's a meaningless data point. I think so. What happens is like you're using words that you think have meaning and they have no meaning in the real world. Like no one cares, right? The word pure act only matters in a philosophy classroom. In the real world, no one cares. The reality is gravity does in fact exist and it does in fact move things. Whether or not gravity could be more powerful than what it is today or even less powerful is irrelevant to the fact that we know that it does move things.
Yeah, well, as it pertains to the argument, you were positing that gravity could potentially be the first cause.
Why not?
And I was just explaining to you how it couldn't be because it's not a pure act.
Why does the first cause have to be pure act?
Yeah, of course. So do you know what PSR is?
No, I don't.
Principle of sufficient reasoning?
I don't study any of this philosophy stuff because none of it will ever prove any of the gods or any of the holy books to be true. In fact, even if you had an argument that ended in God being real, you would still completely lose on it being the Christian God. The Christian God absolutely is a violation of the laws of logic. Like you have to abandon that God at some point.
Yeah, we can get into that after we discuss this argument. Yeah, so PSR is what we call the principle of sufficient reasoning. It's the idea that everything that exists has a sufficient reason as to why it exists, and why it exists in that specific way. It affirms that there aren't things that just exist for no reason. It's something, for example, like the scientific method and science relies on, because if things could exist for brute facts within the scientific field, then there could be things that exist without any explanation or for no reason at all. For example, like let's say this chemical reaction occurs, there could be no reason at all why it happens. It just happens, and that type of thing, which kind of would defeat the purpose of the scientific method and scientific advancements in studying, etc., because things could just be chalked up to being brute facts and happening for no reason.
Yeah, but you don't
But
have sufficient reason for God existing. So like you can't posit that. And also I don't think that you have to know the sufficient reason to know that something is. Like I can know that gravity works without having sufficient understanding of how it works.
no, yeah, I'm not saying that this means that everyone will know the sufficient reasoning for everything. Obviously, there's things we don't know and that we're still studying and learning. I'm just positing that there's everything does have a sufficient reasoning, whether it's known or unknown to us at this point in time. And going back to why the first cause would have to be pure act, if the cause had potential, then it would have, then it having potential would need an explanation so that it doesn't violate the principle of sufficient reasoning. If it had potential without a reasoning, then it would be what we call a brute fact, right? Which if you believe brute facts exist, that's a different explanation. But this would mean that the first...
You believe in brute facts. Like you believe in brute facts and things that exist by necessity.
I don't affirm brute facts.
You don't think God's a brute fact?
No.
Okay, then.
I don't affirm that God exists just because. Like, for example, with this argument that I'm laying out would be actually going against the idea that I'm affirming of God's being a brute fact, because the purpose of the argument is to deductively prove that God has to exist by necessity and doesn't just exist because he exists. And there's an actual reason to.
So if your only evidence that God exists is an argument from necessity, then I could easily just give you an argument from necessity for a non-sentient first cause. Like just so we're clear, even if I accepted all three of your premises, it doesn't result in a God. The conclusion's a non sequitur if you put God in there.
Yeah. No, you couldn't argue that the first cause would be non-conscious.
I could.
Because of something called the principle or proportionate causality. The principle of proportionate causality, are you familiar with that term?
I'm not familiar with any of these terms because I studied like real things in school.
Yeah. So the principle of proportionate causality is holds that something cannot produce an effect out of nothing. If it did produce an effect, so you would affirm that things can produce effects out of nothing?
What I'm saying is that if you by nothing you mean no matter, then that would be wrong. Literally, non-matter can produce matter.
No, not like within matter. I'm affirming that, for example, in order for an effect to happen, it either has to be within the cause, formally, eminently, or virtually.
Not according to quantum physics. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you were to affirm that a cause can bring out an effect that it doesn't possess formally, eminently, or virtually, it would lead into a violation of the law of non-contradiction, because you'd be saying it both doesn't have the ability to create the effect, but at the same time it does, or it did create the effect.
Not even close to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that things that exist non-materially do in fact cause material.
Yeah, that can occur if it has the ability to bring about that. For example, when it comes to formally meaning like directly, either you're like directly material, virtually meaning it has the power to produce it, or eminently meaning it possesses it in a higher or more superior way. You could say a non-material thing can virtually possess the ability to bring about a material effect, meaning it has the power to produce it.
What does it mean to virtually possess something?
Virtually, I would, whenever I'm referring to virtually, I'm referring to it has the power to produce it.
Do you see how like none of these words work in the real world? Like virtually in the real world doesn't mean what you just explained. This is why I instructed you when you came in. You have to actually talk like a real person. Nobody took your philosophy class. I didn't take it. There are thousands of people watching right now that didn't take your philosophy class. If I walked into your live stream and started spitting electrical engineering terms, how far do you think we would get?
I think we could get somewhere as long as both parties are defining the terms that the other are confused on.
But you're not doing.
Instead of like
you're using
I've defined every term
a
you've
literal
asked me.
litany of words that you've never heard outside of your philosophy class, and you know that. Hold on. You know for a fact that the majority of these words you're hearing, you've never heard them until you took philosophy. but you're assuming that we should know what they are. And I just think that's silly, which is why I started the conversation with, if you want to have a productive conversation, just use normal people words. I can do it. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I debate these philosophy concepts all the time. Being a complete amateur, I have no idea. I didn't take any of your philosophy classes, just using logic, and I can use normal people words and not bore the entire audience to death by spending endless amounts of time explaining the definition of this specialty word that I didn't learn until I took philosophy class. Like, you could do that. You could make that decision right now.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I'm doing at all. If you go back on your stream at the start, I said, if there's any words that you want me to define or you're confused on, please ask me and I'll define it. And so
Right.
far, every word you've asked me to define,
I'm going to
I've
stop you
openly
every time you
defined
start
it.
talking then.
Well, if you don't understand something, I'd gladly
That's-
appreciate to
that's
define it
what
in
I-
order for our conversation to be fruitful.
So we'll try this again. That's why I said I don't go into Philbro spaces using electrical engineering terminology and expect you to know electrical engineering terminology. That's stupid. That's a dumb thing to do. So what you shouldn't do is going into non-philosophical classrooms and expect us to know all your philosophabble. No one cares.
I don't
Okay.
expect you. That's
So-
why I offered to define anything you're confused on.
It's not useful. It's still not useful. If I walked into your room and said, I'm going to use a bunch of electrical engineering words, just stop me if you don't know one. That's still useful or useless, because I'm going to use a shit ton of words that you've never heard before, and the entire conversation is going to be bogged down. No one's going to learn anything. You'll never reach your conclusion. You'll spend an hour and a half just defining terms. It's boring. No one cares about it. If you can't use normal people words, you're going to bore my audience, and then I have to move on to the next guest. So just use normal words. I don't want to stop you every 30 seconds and ask you for the definition of a word because it sounded great in philosophy class, but you've never heard it in the real world yet.
Yeah, of course. I understand where you're coming from, but if you are going to bring up the topic of challenging us to prove God and prove you wrong, and then limit the ways in which we can go about proving that
I'm not limiting
only
your
to
way.
your specific expertise, I would argue that's intellectually
I'm not
dishonest.
limiting the way. What
You're
I'm
limiting
saying
me by
is that
saying I'm not allowed to use
what I'm saying
philosophy
that
because you don't understand
you're
philosophy.
using specialty jargon to try to find an advantage in the conversation. That's what you're doing. But you don't have to do it. That's my point. You could use normal people words and say the exact same thing and not waste your time, and not waste my time. That's all I'm asking. Don't waste my time. Don't waste the audience time by making me force you to define all the words that aren't proper jargon in modern day non-philosophy English.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
So from where we left off, you wanted the meaning
We're
of
still on
virtual,
premise number
right?
2.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear, I'll put it back on the board. We're on premise number 2. Oops, wrong button. Premise number 2, which is nothing moves itself. That's still where we're at. I have no reason to believe that this is the case.
Did you understand how it leads into, for something to move itself, it would lead into a violation of the law of non-contradiction?
No, what I'm saying is something can be moved that is immaterial when it becomes material, and something can be moved that is material by gravity. Now, that doesn't mean it moved itself, but what it does mean is that there is an immaterial mover that's moving the thing. And we first of all, we still
agree on P2.
We still don't have any conclusive reason to believe that something couldn't move itself. We don't know that to be the case.
Yeah. Okay, I brought up the explanation that if for something to move itself, it would violate the law of non-contradiction.
How?
On that explanation, yeah, so it would, to move, like I define motion as moving from the state of potential to actual. And in order for something to move from potential to actual, something has to actualize its potential. So if something were to move
No. You've
itself-
defined that into existence. So what you've said is my claim is true because my definition includes the conclusion. That's circular. You can't include your conclusion in the premise.
Yeah, I can explain. I can explain as to why something actual would need to actualize something's potential for it to move from a state of potential to actual.
No, that's what
If
you're
you,
saying, though. Your claim is something can't move itself, and the premise to support that claim is that something can't move itself. That's essentially what you're saying.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Literally
I'm
what you
saying
said.
that I was explaining to you how some things move from potential to actual. Now, as to why something can't move itself, if potential is defined as something, something being capable of being a specific state, but you're not yet that state, and then actuality means something is already that state, then you would both be already that state and at the same time not yet that state in order to move yourself, because you're actualizing your own potential,
Yeah, but
which would
that doesn't
violate
fix
the
the
law of
problem.
non-contradiction.
It doesn't. So we'll try this again. So the law of non-contradiction has nothing to do with whether or not a thing can actualize its own movement. That's what I'm looking for. Is there a reason why a thing cannot actualize its own movement?
Do you see the P and not P?
No, you haven't given it yet.
Okay, on your notepad, put P. Something is that state.
Is what state?
It is that state. I'm not saying a specific state.
Well, I need to know what the state is.
Okay, for example, let's say like ice is moving itself. Ice is
So something is moving.
Is frozen. Is a solid.
Is a solid or is moving?
It is a solid.
Okay, ice is a solid. Yep.
Okay, and then not P is ice is not a solid. So in this scenario,
yeah, we agree that this is a contradiction. You can't have
yeah,
contradictions,
yeah,
but that doesn't
yeah.
address what we were talking about.
Yeah, so in this scenario, ice is moving itself to go from a state of not being a solid to being a solid. And as I defined, it would be actualizing its potential. So it'd have the potential of not being that thing or state, and at the same time be actual, meaning it is that thing or state, which would be a violation of the law of non-contradiction, because P, you are that thing or state, and not P, you're not that thing or state. And that's at the same time, same respect.
We're talking about things that are moving. We're not talking about states of matter.
I define motion as they move from a state of potential to actual.
I'm talking about moving like a motion, like something is moving through space. See, again, this is the problem.
That's not how I define motion. That's not
I
what
know
mean
that's the problem, Bug. Okay. Is everybody here?
Bug,
stop. Bug, stop. Everybody here, right? There are over 2,000 people watching, and every last one of them knows what it means to move. Right? Now, you've got a weird definition of move that doesn't mean actual movement, right? So now I have to stop the conversation and explain to you that the word move means to locate something in one position and then into another position. It means a translocation. Now, you've got a different definition of move that probably isn't even in the dictionary. What's your definition?
I defined it as move from state of potential to actual. And that's the definition I gave you at the very start of the conversation.
Okay, and again, that's a meaningless definition.
How is that meaningless?
Because actual means it's moving.
Actual means it's already that thing or state. For example, if we take a seed's potential is to become a tree. So for a seed to be actualized, it is a tree.
But we're talking about movement. This is the argument from motion. Premise number one, things in the universe have motion. We're not talking about its states of being. What we're talking about is whether or not something is in motion and how it might have found itself to be in a state of motion, right? And now you're talking about states of matter. This is why these arguments are silly. So I'm going to short circuit the argument and explain to you why everything in this fails. First of all, we have no evidence whatsoever that something can't produce its own motion. That's a problem. You're not going to be able to provide an argument for that. Premise number three, you have no way of demonstrating that infinite regresses are impossible. Never going to happen. I've already done this argument with 1,000 people before you. You'll never prove infinite regresses are impossible. Conclusion, not only is a non sequitur, we can also just say that it's natural. Whatever it is, it's natural by necessity. We have no reason to believe that whatever the prime mover is, that it's sentient. So the only premise you have in this whole syllogism that works is premise number one. That's it.
Yeah. So once again, you're imposing your own definition of motion when I've made it explicitly clear numerous times now what I mean by motion and what I'm defining motion as.
The definition
I feel like this is an intentional
motion,
straw man at this point.
It's not. We'll just try this again. So the definition of motion is the action or process of moving or being moved. That's what it means to be in motion.
So I define motion in this metaphysical argument as referring to the move from state of potential to actual. I'm not referring to motion in the sense that of the word that you brought up on your screen just now. That's a different kind of motion.
And again, Bug, nobody knows what the fuck that means. Nobody cares either.
Whether people care or not doesn't really matter.
We're talking about the word motion. Nobody knows what it means to be potential to actual. If that's the case, then we could just say potential to actual motion. Like, what does it mean? And potential to do what?
Okay. So potential, I'll define it again, is something has the capacity to become something else, but is not yet that thing. For example, a seed's potential is to become a tree, but it's not yet a tree. It's still a seed. And actual is something is already that thing or state. Okay. So for seed, it being actualized would mean that the seed is now a tree.
I got you. Okay. So what you mean to say is that things in the universe have a state. That's what you mean to say. You got to change premise number one. Premise number one needs to say things in the universe have a state.
No, the term here as like Aquinas and Aristotelian Thomistic metaphysics uses it.
No one cares what that means. It doesn't matter how many big words you use. Every time you use like big words, no one cares.
I've offered numerous times to define any words.
No one cares, Bugs. No one cares.
Well, that's just kind of like a dismissive ad hominem at that point.
If you understood how rhetoric works, you would not be forcing your audience to ask you for definitions. In fact, when I took my preaching classes in seminary, they flat out told us, don't use big theological jargon. Don't fucking do it. I don't care how smart you think it makes you feel. Don't do it. Your audience doesn't know what you're talking about. They have no idea what you're talking about. If you want to win over an audience, if you want to win the hearts and minds of people, you have to use the words that they know. Now, you're not in the philosophy classroom. This sounds great, I'm sure, in your philosophy classroom. It sounds stupid outside of your philosophy classroom. If you want to have a productive conversation with me or anyone here, even convince the audience, you got to start using words either in the way they show up in the dictionary or the way they're used in society. No one cares that you came with all your own new definitions. No one cares.
Yeah. So I'm using these most simplified version of these words. Obviously, if I wanted to pretend to be smart or ego people, I could use the Latin terminology and start saying qua and all these other terms. But I'm using the most simple, bare bones versions of the words, and I'm clearly define them for you every time you've asked, and numerous times outside of that. If you're going to continue to say that I can't, for example, I can't use these words because no one understands it, it would be really an appeal to incredulity.
What I'm saying is that it's bad. It's bad rhetoric.
Ad hominem fallacy.
What I'm saying, it's bad rhetoric, right? If your goal here is to convince people of your viewpoint, this is a bad method. This is called bad rhetoric. Rhetoric needs to match the audience and the interlocutor, which is why I told you I will never go into somebody else's space and use a bunch of electrical engineering words. Nobody knows what it means. Sure, there might be 5 engineers in the audience that thinks, oh, this is really cool. He's using electrical engineering words. No one gives a fuck. You're not in a philosophy classroom. If you can't use words that normal people use, you're wasting your time. So don't make me stop you every time you use a word that you only learned in philosophy class. If it's a word that you never knew what it meant until you took philosophy, we don't know what the fuck it means either. So stop using it.
Okay. So I would understand good rhetoric as like someone who's communicating clearly and truthfully and
well, we disagree.
In a logically coherent way.
We disagree.
I would argue you don't think good rhetoric would include communicating clearly and truthfully?
Good rhetoric is not limited to truthfully and clearly, and you're not communicating clearly. You cannot communicate clearly if you intentionally use words that other people don't know, which is why I don't do them. I have 2 degrees in theology and biblical studies, and I never I never use theological words. I learned all kinds of fun words in seminary. I would never use them on this live stream because nobody knows what they mean. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of the audience time. No one cares. Use words that people know, or all you're doing is wasting your time and my time. So we started with an argument for motion. As it turns out, there's a way to do the argument for motion without using a single philosophical word. In fact, I just talked to a guy with a PhD recently. We had a 2-hour conversation about philosophy. He didn't explain a single definition. Not once. A 2-hour conversation. For a full 2 hours, we talked, and he didn't have to explain one word. And the reason is because he's an educator, he's a teacher, and he knows in order to communicate your ideas, you have to communicate in the words that normal people know, not in a secret language that you only know if you took philosophy classes. So that's why it's bad rhetoric.
I don't see how I'm obfuscating and not communicating clearly when I offered to define any word that you said you didn't make sense to you clearly.
Bugs, I already told you.
That.
I already addressed
this. I've also been clearly defining words that you didn't even ask
Bugs,
for.
already addressed this. I'm not going to stop you every 30 seconds and ask you for definitions. If you can't use what's between your ears and use normal people words, you know what normal people words are. You do. You know what they are. You're choosing to not use them. And that's the annoying thing. That's why right now I'm stopping you, because you're intentionally using words that you've only learned in philosophy class. Before you took a philosophy class, before you heard a single philosophical argument, have you ever used the word pure act?
Outside, yes, it's very common. Within, like,
before
the Orthodox Church.
Before you ever learned any philosophy, you've never used the word pure act, have you?
No, sir.
Well, neither fucking have we. None of us. We don't care. Like, we're not in philosophy class. If you're using words that you only ever learned because someone taught you philosophy or you learned some doctrine, nobody cares. We didn't learn that. We don't care. We know what's in the dictionary. We went to school. We took grammar. We took English. We know what's in the dictionary. We don't know anything in your philosophy class. The same reason why you don't know anything in electrical engineering. I'm presuming. I assume you didn't take electrical engineering. Again, I can't come into your space and expect you to stop me every time I use an electrical engineering word you've never heard of. That's stupid. That's irrational. I'm not going to stop you every 5 minutes to explain words that we would only know if you took your philosophy classes. No one has time for that. Now, this argument is not a good argument. Aquinas' argument for motion, or whatever variant you have of it, doesn't work for the reasons I've already articulated. Do you want to know why this argument is useless and why I know that your God doesn't exist?
Of course, I want to know why this argument's useless.
Okay, because it doesn't matter if you have an argument that lands in some deistic asshole that created the universe. The reality is your God does not exist. Your God is full of contradictions. Your God is full of failed prophecies. Your God is full of promises that literally don't come true and never will come true. So we can literally just start by we can start like something as silly as the Trinity. Now, you're Orthodox. I know you've applied your philosophy to the Trinity, haven't you?
Yes, I just want to say, I feel like you're committing an appeal to convenience in the sense of saying just because you don't feel like asking me to define words, that therefore I'm in the wrong or I can't use them. It's like kind of anti-intellectual.
It's not convenience. What I'm telling you is I'm hosting a live stream, okay? I've got almost 1,000 people on one channel. I've got 1,000 people on another channel. I've got 500 people on TikTok watching. There are 2,500 people watching right now. And none of them, there are 5 fucking people in my audience that have a clue what you're talking about, because we didn't take philosophy and we don't care. We don't care, because you can give 1,000,000 philosophical arguments and none of them will ever land in the Christian God. That's why we don't do philosophy here, because we don't care if there's a deistic God that kicks things into motion. It's meaningless to us. Not only can you not prove it, it doesn't mean anything. The reality is the God of the Quran, the God of the Bible, the God of Judaism, the God of the Hindus, the multiple gods of the Hindus, None of those are defensible gods. That's what we're here for. That's why my claim is that your God is imaginary, not a deistic God, not a immaterial, non-thinking, first-moving agent. Your God, the Christian God, that motherfucker is imaginary.
I think what you're saying is a little contradictory. If you're saying that you do not care about God or deistic God at all or anything like that, but then you focus your time on running multiple live streams and spending thousands of hours debating on this deistic God and whether he
I did
exists or
not.
not, I feel like that's a little contradictory.
I've-
Are you
I've
not running a
never
live stream right
once-
now debating the existence of God? while
I'm
you're
debating
saying
the
that you don't
existence of
care
your
about-
God right now. I'm debating the existence of the Christian God at this moment. And if you're a Muslim, I'd be debating the existence of the Muslim God. Again, my live stream does not say the deistic God doesn't exist. It says your God doesn't exist. And the reason why I can do that is because people who believe in deistic gods don't get up on this stage. They don't give a fuck if I believe in their God. You do. That's why you're here.
Okay.
Okay, so
Ultimately,
that's why
rooting-
no one cares about these boring philosophical concepts that not only don't end in your specific God, they don't even end in a deistic God. You've got to do all this, all this work. You've got to read 5 dictionaries of philosophy just to understand the premises, and then premises don't even support the conclusion.
I would say that just saying that no one cares and therefore I shouldn't be arguing with it or using it.
I didn't say you shouldn't.
It's just kind of like an ad populum in some
I didn't
sense,
say
in
you
an
shouldn't.
informal sense.
I said I don't care.
So then why do you keep okay. So
I'm saying I don't
essentially-
care because you're on my platform.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to run my platform the way that I run my platform.
Yeah.
There's a reason
So-
why 100 people up to this point has been saying over and over again, move to the next guest, he's boring. Move to the next guest, he's boring. Move to the next guest, he's boring. Because this is boring. We've heard this argument 1,000 times. You can't believe that you're the first person up here that gave the argument for motion. Please tell me you don't think that.
I don't think that, but I think that.
So why do you think
for
this is going to work?
For you to for it to come to something where it's a topic that you don't understand as well, and you don't understand the terms, so therefore I'm not allowed to use it, or I'm wrong for using it. Or
I didn't say
you
you're
don't
wrong
feel like
for
using that.
it.
I feel that's kind of like an appeal to incredulity.
It's
where
not
you're
an appeal to
rejecting an
incredulity.
argument because
No,
you
listen to what I'm
don't
saying, Bug. You are in my space. There are rules in my space. I set the rules in my space. You don't have to follow them. You can leave if you don't want to follow my rules. The same reason why if I came into your space for the 100th fucking time, if I did nothing but use engineering jargon, you would say, Justin, stop using engineering jargon. I don't know what the fuck it means. I would say, okay, I'll use normal words. I'm in my space now. You're in my space now. We don't know your dumb jargon. We don't know it, and we don't want to stop you and make you spend an hour explaining it to us. If you can't explain it in normal words, you don't have a good argument. That's the reality of it.
What have I not explained in normal words?
Everything. Again, I told you I'm not
Can you
going
name one thing?
I'm not going to stop you every time you use a word that you only found in philosophy. I'm not going to do it. All it does is bog down the conversation. Now we can try again. We can start from premise 1. I can give you a shot to do all of your premises and your conclusion without using philosophical jargon that nobody knows. I can give you that opportunity, but I'm not stopping you every 30 seconds to define your terms. You have to put your big boy pants on and say, hey, when I'm talking, is this a word that I would only know if I took this specific philosophy class? And if the answer is yes, don't use it.
Okay, so are you saying that I'm not being clear, or that you don't feel like asking me to define words over and over again?
Both. Not only are you not clear, and also I'm not going to waste my time and the audience's time to force you to define words that you know you only learned when you started learning philosophy.
Okay, so then can you, for example, give me an example of a word that I've not been clear on with my definitions?
I told
so that
you,
I can define it
any
clearly?
word that you never learned about until you started learning philosophy, and you know what those words are. You know what those words are. I'm not in your head. When those words come to your lips, think, hey, would a normal person know what these words mean? And if the answer is no, don't use it. So stop
think
reading
that-
from your script, Bug. throw your script away.
Okay.
We don't need it. I heard you
I
turning
think that's
pages. I know
changing what
you
you're
have a
saying a little
script.
bit.
I know you have a script. I know you want to go through it. Throw your script away and just have a normal human being conversation.
I think that's changing what you said. It's moving from me not being clear to me using words that you don't feel like
It's both.
asking me to define.
Again, it's
That
both.
whether I'm
Bug,
clear or not
Bug, it's
is
both.
it's not.
Bug, it's both.
So
And
it's
I've
really
already
just an appeal to
Bug.
convenience.
Not
at
only
this
is it
point,
both,
which
I've
is
explained
fallacious.
to it. I explained to you 5 times why it's both. 5 times, and now you're crying about it. I've explained to you,
No.
if you're using words that are in a specialty field in order to communicate to people that are not in your specialty field, then that is your problem. If a nurse comes in here and wants to have a conversation with me and does nothing but use endless words that she learned from nursing school, it's a useless conversation. I don't give a shit. You're no better than an engineer forcing engineering terms on people. You're no better than a nurse forcing nursing words on people. No one studied the shit that you studied. No one is in your specialty other than the friends that you know. So stop using those words. One day you'll figure this out and you can have an effective conversation and you might even win some people over. But all you're doing is mental masturbation at this point. All you're doing is using a bunch of cool words that I learned in philosophy class, and it makes you feel good because it gets you to the end of your script, but it doesn't get the audience to the end of the script. Your goal here is to convince me and to convince the audience not to feel special that you know big words.
Once again, as I said, I'm using this simplified terms, and I've done it consistently where if there's a word that is
Bug,
that you
stop
guys
repeating
don't
yourself.
understand,
I've already addressed
I
this 5
offer to
times.
define it.
Bug.
So at this
So Bug,
at this
this
point,
so
it's
Bug, this
more
was
of like like a personal incredulity.
this is
or
what's
an
going to
appeal
happen.
convenience.
You're going to stop crying, and you can address your premises without using jargon, or we can move on. Okay? I'm giving you the opportunity. You can go through the entire argument right now, but I'm not stopping you to define all of your dumb philosophical terms. I want you to do it. Go through the premises without using special philosophy jargon. Do it. I want you to do it. Prove me wrong.
I'm confused now because it seems like one thing is that I'm intentionally being
Bug,
unclear.
I'm asking
and then the
you
next
to
thing, it's
give
actually
the
that you
argument.
just don't want
Bug,
to ask for definitions.
provide the argument.
Okay. And it once again, is it that I'm being unclear, or is it that you don't feel like
Bug,
asking for definitions?
provide
Like, are my definitions clear?
Provide the argument.
Okay, so where do you want to start? Do you want to start
Premise
from the
number
very
1
beginning?
is on the screen. Things in the universe have either a state or motion. You got to pick one. Which is it?
Things in the universe are in motion, motion being defined as the move from a state of potential to actual.
That means nothing. Try again.
How does that mean nothing?
Because we don't know what those words means. Try again.
Okay, so I'll define potential and actual. Potential means something has the capacity to become something else, but is not yet that thing. Actual means something is already that thing or state.
Okay, so what you mean to say is things in the universe are in a state of change.
Change or motion, yeah.
Is there a reason
I
why
would
you couldn't say
synonymous
that?
terms. Well, I just defined it.
Bug,
as the
is there a
same thing. If
reason why you
asked me to
couldn't say
define-
that?
Say change instead of motion?
Yes. Is there a reason why you couldn't say things in the universe are in a state of change? Is there a reason why you couldn't say that?
I can say change.
Is there a reason why you couldn't say that the first 5 times you gave the
I
premise?
couldn't say that.
Okay, so
There
you
isn't a
could have
reason I
said
couldn't
that and
say
you chose
change.
not to. That you're proving my point. You're only using words, one, because they're on your script, and it makes you feel special because you know these specialty words. No one gives a fuck. Premise number 1,
Because I use
things in the
motion?
universe are in a state of change. That's the actual premise, which means the entire time we've been walking through this argument, you and I have been talking about 2 completely different things. And the reason is because you thought using philosophy terms makes you sound cool, but it doesn't. What it means is that you're talking about something that I'm not talking about. I was talking about motion the entire time. You were talking about change the entire time. And that's why this is bad rhetoric. So premise number 2 then isn't nothing moves itself. Premise number 2 needs to be nothing changes by itself. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Once again, the disconnect, I feel like you're shifting it as my fault when I defined motion clearly
Listen,
then you
you
went
can
back and
cry
pulled
all
up
you
your
want, Bug.
own
No,
definition
no
of
one's here for
motion.
your tears. No one's here for it. What we're here for is you to make the argument work. That's what I want. I want you to make this argument work. I'm rooting for you.
Okay.
I'm on your team. I want you
Okay.
to give me the premises in a way that actually fucking work. So
Okay, so
premise
you
number
still
2,
disagree with
nothing
P2,
changes
right?
by itself. Can you support that?
Yeah. So we change, I defined it the same way as motion in this scenario, so we don't have to reread that.
Okay, what's the support though? How do you support the claim that nothing changes by itself?
Yeah. So in order for something to change itself, it would have to be actualizing its potential.
Again, nobody gives a fuck what that means. Nobody cares. I'm not going to ask you for that definition. Use different words.
There isn't a different word that I could use for act that's going to change anything. It's still going to be defined the same way. It's not going to get any clearer.
Okay, so what you mean to say is nothing can cause its own change.
Nothing changes by itself.
Yeah, that's what it means. Nothing can cause its own change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
support the
synonymous.
premise. That's what I'm looking for. How do you support the premise?
Yes. So in order for it to even potentially cause its own change or change itself, it would need to actualize its own potential. Actual, it refers to being in that something is already that thing or state, and potential refers to something having the potential to become that thing or state, but is not yet that thing. So it would end up being a violation of the law of non-contradiction, because you'd be saying P, it is that thing or state, and not P, it is not that thing or state.
And that would be wrong, because even fundamental particles in the universe can decay. That's self-change. That's self-actualization of potential. So the premise fails. It doesn't matter what philosophy jargon you tie to it, it fails because fundamental particles in the universe in fact decay.
Okay, and can you like objectively show that this is a self-motion? Like, do we know for sure?
It's not. It's not motion. It's decay. It's change. Again, stop using the word motion. It doesn't fit the argument.
Okay. Is this change? Is this something we just observe, or is this like objectively provable that is something changing itself?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, and like, what's the objective grounding that this is something like objectively changing itself?
Because unstable elementary particles, in fact, transform and decay because they're unstable. That's the nature of it. So yes, things do change on their own because they're unstable particles.
Okay. And what particle, for example, like, is decaying, is changing itself? Like, is there a specific particle that you have in mind?
There's
Or, like,
more
a
than
specific
one.
concept within it?
There's more than one. It's a well-defined concept in particle physics, though. Like, you can go to leptons, baryons, bosons, a bunch of fundamental particles decay.
And like within quantum physics, right? Is this decay? It's completely by its own, by the particle by itself, or does it happen in accordance to like certain conditions or frameworks or systems?
No, it's internally unstable.
Okay, and are there parts of this particle within itself that are internally unstable that cause the decay?
A particle is the smallest unit of thing. There's no smaller particle inside of a elementary particle. That's why it's elementary. Or fundamental. That's why it's a fundamental particle.
Yeah, and can you like, once again, can you provide like the objective grounding that it's this particle by itself?
Objective grounding.
Well, once again, like,
I love that they can't use real words.
I think we can both agree that when it comes to science, things, as we get smarter and progress, especially technologically, we learn, and some things that we expected to be a certain way previously change as we get smarter and have better tools to work with, as we see with like the shape of the Earth, the orbit of the solar system, etc. I'm asking, how do we know that's not the case with this, and that it's actually, this is fully the way, and it's not something that could change in the future?
I have literally no idea what you're asking. What we know from particle physics is that particles decay. It's just a fact of physics.
And our understanding of this cannot change or adapt at all.
Listen, if we find new information, we'll adapt our understanding. But all the data we have right now shows that that is the case.
So it's not objective. This case is not objective that it's moving itself. It's just based on what we've observed at the moment and the information we have to us.
What I'm saying is we have observed particles decay. We know that it happens.
That's what I'm saying. I would argue then that from what we understand with the law of non-contradiction, it being a self-evident truth, that it couldn't be a violation of the law of non-contradiction. It is just something that's more of a human limitation.
No one cares about the laws of non-contradiction here. We're talking about whether or not particles decay, and they do.
Yeah,
it's just a fact.
The law of non-contradiction is relevant here because it's relevant in the case. It's relevant in the case of something changing itself and why it's not possible.
Well, then the law of non-contradiction is wrong on the quantum level, which is what I said at the beginning of the conversation. The laws of logic go fuck all when you get to quantum physics. They don't work in quantum physics. They just don't. They only work in the material universe that you and I are interacting with. That was the beginning of the conversation.
So to even state that they don't apply to the quantum realm requires the law of non-contradiction to be true for that statement to make sense and be rational.
No, it literally wouldn't.
Okay. If you're saying it is true,
that's the entire point. Is the world that we live in? The law is not something to be obeyed. The law is a description of reality, and it just happens to be that it only describes reality on the non-quantum level. Particles decay. That's a fact. That's a fact of quantum physics. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what you believe about the three laws of logic. That is a fact.
Okay. So the reason it's a self-evident here is
it's not
because
self-evident.
You are saying it is true that
it's not.
You're making a
it's
true
not
statement
self-evident.
that you are making a true statement that you believe
He
it's
can't
a
help
fact
himself.
that this happens in quantum physics.
It is. It's a fact that happens.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Which means that it's false that you believe that it is not a fact. There's a distinction between true or false here.
No, what I'm saying is
the reason the law of non-contradiction.
We'll try this again, Bug. The reason why I'm saying you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this law of logic. The three laws of logic apply to the material universe that you and I are capable of observing. That's what it applies to. They aren't.
And what's your justification for that?
They aren't universal to, in fact, quantum physics, and they don't exist transcendentally. They're descriptions. They're not transcendental laws that the universe is obeying. They are descriptions of how the world around us works. We invented them. They're a language that we invented. And so when I say that this law only works in the material universe, but it doesn't work in quantum physics, I'm not contradicting anything. I'm just saying there is a space in which the laws of logic work, and there's a space in which they don't work. And they don't always work on the quantum level. They just don't. You don't have to like it, but it's true. It's already been proven. It's not even a question in quantum physics. Now, listen, Bug, we've wasted an hour, almost an hour and a half on this nonsensical argument, and you're only on premise 2. You're never going to get premise 3. I'm not going to waste another 2 hours on premise 3. I've had this same argument 1,000 times about how infinite regresses aren't possible. You'll never do it. You're not smarter than the 1,000 people who came before you. You're not smarter than the Islamic philosophers who came before you. You're not smarter than the other professional philosophers that came before you. There's no argument to solve the problem of the infinite regress. There's no reason to say that they're impossible. So first of all, you can't get premise number 2, and you'll never get premise 3. Therefore, this argument, this premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion number 1, this argument that you've laid out, I'm done with it. It's not going to work. And I'm not going to spend any more time on this discussion. I want to move on to discussions that our audience actually cares about. And they've been asking me for an hour to move on to the next guest. So I'm going to move on to the next guest. But thank you for at least being kind. I gave you a lot of shit. I even made fun of you, and you took it really well.
Of course. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for having me up.
Cheers. Keep
Have a good
searching.
day.
I will never understand why they think philosophy is going to help them. It's not going to help them. Jeff, buddy.
I just came up to tell you, didn't I tell you you're going to hate Aquinas? I told you that, right?
I hate the Aquinas arguments. They're so silly.
But you said you was going to start reading that shit, and I was like, you're going
I
to
know.
hate it.
I know. I
You're
have
gonna hate it.
I have to read it because otherwise, when these Phil bros get up here and use the Aquinas verbiage, it just ends up in me forcing them to use normal people words, and they can't use normal people words. Their brain's already been broken.
Hey, Starnabas. Is that how I pronounce that? Thank you for this. Somebody gifted me a subscription. High five to you. That means, I'm going to steal my brother's words here. You are the best cartwheeler at your school, and we all tip our hat to you. W.
Yeah.
Starnabas.
Sorry to the audience that I entertained a Phil bro for so long. I usually don't, but the reason why I did was because he was actually nice, and he was even nice after I had given him a shit. I gave him a really hard time, and he was still pretty nice. So I'll give him credit for having a great attitude the entire time, even though he couldn't actually listen. But that being said,
Saint Barnabas.
what's that? Saint Barnabas?
It's Saint Barnabas. There we go.
Oh, he's
All right.
yeah.
I misread it.
Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. I apologize. I got a bunch of them. I won't go through all of them right now, but I got to get through some of them. Dan says, what I love about Phil Bros, I can take a phone call, come back to the video, and the conversation still hasn't moved forward thanks to esoteric definition and whining about the meta. Dan, I've never seen a more truthier description of a Phil Bro argument. Every Phil Bro argument I've ever had stalls out on premise number 1 or premise number 2, and like endless circle jerking on definitions. That's every single argument is the same way. Listen, if you want to bring in your own dictionary to a debate, go somewhere else. Don't come here. Holla Furphy, great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the 666 Argentinian dollars. Huge W. Says the Phil Bro jargon made me shit my pants. Now I have to go move my underwear from a state of potential to a state of actual. In other words, I got to change. Be right back. Yeah, absolutely. The crazy thing is, like, listen, I literally went through his arguments and I literally reworded them into normal people words. He could have done that on his own. He didn't have to make me do it for him. It's crazy. All right. 9040, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, odd. With a demon, I'm still able to talk to people without reverting to the efficacious nature on the ontological dialogic of homiletic exegesis. Thank Doug for keeping my feet on solid ground. And 9040, this is exactly what we're talking about. There's so many words we had to learn in seminary, so many theological words. And if I was in my homiletics class and I used a bunch of them in a sermon, like they would give me an F. Proper communication means you use words that your audience knows. That's proper communication. And it's true of rhetoric as well. John says, Lisa, the Rainbow Draft assures the chat that there are no Phil Bros in heaven. I love Lisa, the Rainbow Draft for this. What a great deity. Surely in cahoots with Doug and Sharon Stone. And Russell, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, being fair, is it that fundamental particles change by themselves or that they change by interaction with fields such as quantum fields? That's my understanding anyways. Well, Russell, that is possible that the quantum fields cause them to decay. I haven't seen an argument for this. It might be the case. It might not be the case. That's something I'll have to do more research on it. But what we do know is that quantum fields, as far as we can tell, are not physical, right? So at that point, we still have a non-physical cause of the decay. And as far as I know, there's nothing physically causing the quantum field to do what the quantum field does, right? So I think if we use that argument, like it kind of just kicks the can down the road still. But you might be right. It might be that the reason why quantum particles or these fundamental particles decay is because of the way they interact with quantum fields. And that could be a reality that I don't know about. I'm not studied enough in this topic. Like I'm just repeating shit that I've heard people who actually are studied in this topic tell me, that's the thing that annoys me about these conversations is they force me to talk about things that I have no fucking clue on. I know about the Bible. I know that shit's not true, right? But these field bros come up here and they can't defend the Bible, so they got to give bullshit explanations that have nothing to do with the Bible. And Matt Delahoney, motherfucker, good to see you, says first time stopping by, subscribed, keep going. Well, thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. Great to see you. Matt, you are actually fundamental. Now that we're talking about quantum physics, you were fundamental in me moving from agnosticism into atheism after I left Christianity. So big W, friend. I appreciate that. And I'll tell you my favorite Matt Delahoney story. When the year that I realized that I no longer believed in God, even though I was an agnostic for a while, the reason I realized that, I was fucking pissed because I was like, shit, I would have lived my life completely differently, right? And I was just mad for a couple months. I was really mad. I couldn't get anything done. And I was like, what the fuck am I going to do with myself, right? I would have done things way differently. And I remember just being upset. And I remember watching a live stream with Matt on it. And there was a caller in the middle of the call was like slowly realizing that this is it. There's no afterlife. And he asked Matt, like, doesn't that make you mad? And Matt goes, yeah, it pisses me off. I was like, God damn right, Matt, it pisses me off. And I was just happy that somebody else was as mad as I was. That's what I needed at that moment. Now I'm past it. But I'll never not appreciate that moment, Matt. It'll live in my heart forever. Someone else says the argument of a first mover being God is self-defeating and also violates logical fallacy known as special pleading. It really does, someone else, because listen, all the stuff that we were going through in those premises, if you talk about their God, it would just be special pleading. That's it. Like you're saying, well, this can't happen in the real world, but it can happen with my God. Well, prove that your fucking God exists before you say your God did it. Tim says philosophy and metaphysics is just mental self-gratification. Give me facts, evidence, data. I agree. I want the data and the facts. If you're saying something exists only out of metaphysical necessity, I'm going to tell you, then yes, there is something that's metaphysically necessary and it's fucking natural. Well, I'm not positing a thing with a mind. We've never seen a mind outside of a brain. Viper, my friend, thank you for sending 50 DZ Debates gifted membership. That is fucking huge. Huge. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Let me grab just a couple more. I apologize. We got backed up. We'll get our next guest in here. Randy Wilson sent out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you, my friend. I super appreciate that. Memberships are the backbone of the community here. And Mary, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, my favorite contradiction is between 2 Samuel 24:1, God makes David take the census, and 1 Chronicles 21:1, where Satan makes David take the census. No room for Christians to wiggle out of it. Why don't you use this one more often? Mary, good question. And the reason why I don't use this contradiction when I bring up the biblical contradictions is because they'll say both can be true, because God could have made Satan actually do his dirty work, which he does elsewhere in the Bible. And that the verse in Samuel or Chronicles, I always get them mixed up, but one of them just didn't include the Satan bit. That piece of information was just left out. Now, I think that's a poor solution for the contradiction, but I think for the Christian, for the average Christian, it kind of pacifies the problem. All right, let me get our next guest in here. We've had Brandon waiting in the queue. I'm going to bring Brandon in. How you doing, Brandon? Of course, I can't hear Brandon. Brandon, I can't hear you, buddy. What is happening today?
I can hear him.
You can hear him?
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's weird.
How can you hear him? That's crazy.
Brandon, can you hear me?
Test it 1 second.
I got him now.
Shoot.
Okay. Maybe it was a delay on
Can
my
you hear
end.
me?
Yeah, it could have been a delay on my end. I can hear you.
Okay.
So
No
Brandon,
problem. Hey man, how
are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of God?
Yes, I'm over 18 and I'm pretty much at the very end. So it's through your help and as Matt said, hey man, I started watching those old 90s clips with him, and that's where it kind of all started years ago. And yeah, so it was Seventh-day Adventist. It was the whole, boarding school, everything. So it takes a long time to come out of it. And a couple of things happened when I went to college, so I was atheist, and then certain guys in the family or pets and stuff, and then it kind of makes you swing back into it. But but I think I'm pretty much finally out, kind of closing the door behind it.
So what part
But
are you still hanging on to?
sure. It crept back in last year. My dog passed away, and I had a super vivid dream that night. And that before that, I was stone cold, numb, I guess you could say about it, right? I just was like a zero. It's like I don't never thought about it until that happened, and then I knew, likely it's like chemical, all the, well, I forgot this part. Like during the dream, I saw certain things that were very comforting, I guess you could say. Other family members passed away and stuff. And I had such a rush of this comfort, which I'm sure because I was in such agony that, the brain responds a certain way. At least that's how I understand it after looking into it. And that kind of brought me back, not too much to a God thing, but, something beyond, I guess you could say. But
So do you believe in God?
I don't. This happened just in November, so it kind of crept back in, but it, it's, I don't know if you want to call it spiritual, but it did open the door back up, not into the Seventh-day Adventism or any of that stuff. It was more of the what if type stuff. Like, how do you explain that? And then I've been struggling with.
I'm sorry, I apologize because the audio is not great, and I couldn't figure out the answer.
Sorry.
Do you believe in God still?
I don't think so, but because of that recent loss and everything, it opened the door back up. So it's not a 1, maybe a 0.5 type of a situation.
So
and
you might believe in
yes,
God. You don't know if you believe in God.
I think I might, but to be honest, my big question for you was, this is definitely related. I'll just ask it. It's when God says, "Let there be light," or any sort of command. In my brain, I've always questioned or wondered. Like, for instance, I did light engineering and stuff. When you make a circuit, you flip on a light. Like if you went frame by frame of what's happening, but what always struggled with me as far as like like when God gives a command type of a thing, what's actually happening if you could slow it down like to a frame by frame type thing. Like for instance, when you flip on the light, you could explain and track every step of how that bulb finally turns on, right? Mm-hmm. But if God just says, let there be light, I always struggle with that. Like, what's actually happening there? Maybe it's a hard question to even ask. It is. I'm clearly having difficulty asking it, but the guts of what's happening in the universe, if he ever made a command like that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just kind of assumed, like, therefore a miracle happens. To me, that was never easy enough for me to understand. It was more like, well, I don't like it in this Harry Potter sense. Oh,
I'm trying to, Brandon, I hate to stop you, but I'm not hearing the question yet. What's the question?
The question is, what is happening if God did give a command, not to a person, but let's say, let there be light. Let's start simple. If he did that, in my mind, it's like, that's not enough. It's almost like, oh, well, I turn on the light, therefore the light comes on. But what I'm getting at is, wait, what's happening underneath you, right? In the scientific sense of that. So when God said, let there be light, you know what I'm saying? It's just skipped over in the same sense. I turn on the light, therefore the bulb energizes.
Brandon, I'm an atheist. I don't think any of it happened. In fact, the idea that God spoke is a non-starter. Speaking requires physical lips to move and for wind to come out of your mouth and move atmospheric particles. If you're in a vacuum, you can't speak. There's no speaking. So the idea that you spoke things into existence is just is absolute nonsense.
I agree there. Unfortunately, I'm with you all that way. The thing that I'm struggling with was with all the givens of, it's never explained in the same way. Like I said, like a light switch and then the bulb energizes. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, what's happening partically, which isn't going to be addressed in the Bible or something.
So Brandon,
I've always struggled with what's happening there.
I feel like this, I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel like this is a question, if you want the answer to, you need to ask a Christian. Because my answer is that it's all bullshit. I'm not a Christian.
Right. Understood.
Right? So the reason why it doesn't make sense in your head is because it's not logical. It doesn't make sense, right? So either one of two things is true. Either it doesn't make sense and you got to move on, or there is a way to make sense of it, but I'm not going to have the answer for you because I don't think it's sensible. A Christian might think it's sensible, but you got to ask the Christian.
No, that's a great point. So I'll continue there. And thanks for everything you do. You've been you and if Matt's still there, you guys have both been very instrumental from last couple decades of getting me where I'm at. So thank you.
Well, big W, Brand. Best of luck on your journey, friend.
Thanks, sir. Bye.
Cheers. Listen, it's a fun question. It's a good question, right? Like we can explain when you flip a light on exactly how light goes from point A to point B and how our eyeballs are processing it and what it means. But you can't do that with the Bible. With the Bible, you just have to say, oh, it's magic. You know what I mean? Let's get our next guest in here. It's going to be the Wizard Atreyu. Fun name. Maybe not as fun as the band Atreyu. We'll find out. I am kind of a fan of wizards, so we'll see. We'll see how this works out. I had a buddy I used to work with that would dress up as a wizard and go to all like the anime conferences and things like that. It sounds like a lot of fun. I don't have that childlike imagination though. I'm not cut out for that kind of thing. Oh, well, they dropped. Okay, we'll grab the next one. It's going to be, looks like FBI intern. Great name. Great name. While they're connecting, Dustin says Philbro is wearing himself out flipping through the script. He really was. I hope he goes to the gym regularly because he's going to be doing a lot of page turning. FBI intern, how you doing? Whoa, are you on a construction site? What's happening over there? But are you in the dentist office? What the fuck is happening? We're dropping this. Come back when you're not getting your tooth drilled on. All right, we'll try the next one.
I was going to tell him I refuse to answer any questions without a lawyer present.
Actually, I got to tell you about that later. Dribblebin, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I am 18 and I do believe in some kind of a god.
Okay, and which god do you believe in?
That is hard to say. I didn't go to church or anything as a kid, so my description of God is built from like people around me. I'd say my best idea of God is something all-knowing, all-powerful, unknowable, whatever.
Okay, so in your mind, God is omni.
Please, one moment.
Right?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to clarify your position. Your God is the omni God. He's got the omni properties.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I necessarily am stuck to that belief, but that is my current belief.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you believe. Okay, so you don't have a specific religion, but you do believe in the omni God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an argument for why you believe the omni God exists, or do you want me to give you an argument for why I think he or she doesn't exist?
I'd love to try and go ahead and give my argument for it.
Go for it.
Basing things in rationality and logic and science, if we really as people wanted to point to something that is everything, all-powerful, unknowing, you'd point to something outside the known universe. We can't see outside of it. We can't know anything directly about it, so we have to infer about it. But I would say the Big Bang, right? Because that is a single, all-knowing, infinite thing. Now, hold on, I see you.
This is not going to end well, bud.
No, I know. This is science that isn't proven, right? The idea of the Big Bang is still a theory. But we can also look at other things in our reality. We have black holes. We know that around black holes, our space-time does not continue linearly, right? It doesn't. You're experiencing time at a slower rate than people outside the black hole.
Well, I do.
Black holes are theoretical.
Yeah, I do agree that it seems like time is not entirely linear. I don't know. I'm not a physicist, and my guess is you're not either, right?
I'm not, no, and I have no degrees. I don't claim to be knowing anything. I'm explaining my argument here, and I am fully open to being proven wrong.
Okay. Well,
so using that idea of how time and space continue to separate at an exponential rate, we get into these concepts of something called Planck time. Time and space are going to differentiate, right?
What does that mean?
So, God, I'm not smart enough to explain that.
Because I was taught that space-time is a web.
Yeah, that's how I'm picturing it as well.
Can you have space
Right.
without time or time without space? I don't think that's the case, is it? I feel like they're a continuum.
Well, that's the problem with black holes. So at the center of a black hole should theoretically be something where there is all matter, no time, which separates from our understanding of space and time. That's the problem with black holes.
I don't know if we know what's in a
But
black hole, though.
we don't. And I'm not trying to make my argument based on what is in the middle of a black hole.
Although
I'm making my argument based on our understanding of what happens as you go towards that center. And you separate into things called Planck time.
So
Planck time is
what I'm
this
seeing
idea
from,
that
like,
you separate a single point into halves, and you continue having that. It's your exponential process. Extrapolate that into the Big Bang, same physics apply there. You end up with this point outside of time.
cool. Okay, so what
Again,
I'm seeing
I'm not an expert, I'm just
from
explaining my
Harvard
logic.
is that there is time in a black hole.
It's a time with a value of 0, effectively.
I haven't seen that. In fact, I know Stephen Hawking's, before he died, I said his name wrong. Peace be upon him. Before he died, he even admitted that time could be an infinite regress. Like I don't see a reason to ever see time as 0. Like 0 time would be the non-existence of time. Now, it depends on what you think about time. If time is a emergent property of the material universe, which it certainly, I don't know, seems to be, and if that's the case, then we would just say that inside of a black hole there can't be any material. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that there's 0 material on the inside of a black hole. And I've got a science guy in my chat right now saying that yes, there's very much time in a black hole. So, like, I'm not sure where you heard these talking points from. We could both be wrong. All I'm saying is that I've never heard these talking points, and they seem to contradict the sources that I have available to me.
Yeah, no, I totally hear that. Again, I'm no expert. So I'm explaining right now my grasp of God based on my current understanding.
Sure, but right now, like, I think we understand what your God is. I'm trying to figure out why there's an argument why your God needs to exist. What's the argument for your God existing, or even why your God needs to exist?
I wouldn't say there is a need for a God to exist.
Why would you include one then?
Well, we talk about it.
Yeah, but
if we talk about it, then it must exist in some capacity, right?
Oh, I don't think so. We talk about the tooth fairy. There's no tooth fairy. Although I am wrong, actually. We do have the tooth fairy and Lisa the rainbow giraffe, and also Roland the closet goblin, and obviously Doug and Sharon Stone. But
sure, I keep them all in my closet.
Absolutely. Well, don't put baby in a corner. Doug doesn't want to be in the corner. That being said, when we look at the universe, like if we have a working model of the universe that doesn't include God, I guess I don't see a reason to plug God into that equation.
Well, in my idea here, God is outside of that universe. So if God is the Big Bang, then, well, everything after that is scatterings. God is therefore in the past, this previous concept. So in my current understanding of God, God is everywhere, but also that doesn't matter.
No. You keep just defining what you think God is. I want to know the argument for why your God is, right? Because you can define them any way you want to. I want to know why you think that is the case.
Again, I'm just pointing to something that is everything, is unknowable. The Big Bang it's the outward expansion of the universe.
Right. These are
everything.
These are definitions, right? I don't want the definition. I want to know the argument that gets you to the definition. How did you determine that definition is true?
Goodness, what the word would be discernment, I suppose, but that's through my own flawed human perception of things.
Come on, Drivel. You can't just discern something to be true. I could just say I discern that God doesn't exist. You've got to do better than that.
It's true. No, you're right and you're wrong. You can discern things. It doesn't mean your discernments are necessarily true.
How do you know that yours are true and mine aren't?
Based on my perspective and understanding. Now, you can't necessarily expand all my knowledge in one sitting, but you can try to expand my perspective to help me learn more knowledge. Right.
But what I'm saying is if you have the conclusion God is real, and I have the conclusion that God's not real, and you say, I discern that he's real, and I say, I discern that he's not, where's the symmetry breaker? How do we get past that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Right. If your conclusion is God is real because you've discerned it, and my conclusion is that God is not real because I've discerned it, then we've got to find something else. Those actually don't work. We need a symmetry breaker.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem with debate. That's the problem with conversation. We will always have two different understandings, two different definitions of something, and then we can never truly reconcile those things unless we come and sit down and spend hours talking about it like you tried to do with the last guy, and he couldn't explain anything.
No, he just wanted to sound smart with Filbro words. So, to be sure, then, the only argument you do have is that God is real because you discern God is real.
No, the argument
Okay.
is that God is real to me.
Well, God is not real to me. So, where's the symmetry breaker? We need a symmetry breaker.
Well, we live in two different realities.
But are there two different realities, or is there one reality?
Goodness, there's probably an infinite number of realities, right?
Okay, so God is.
We have currently 8.3 billion humans. That's 8.3 billion
I'm not
realities.
asking you about what's subjective. I'm asking about what's objective, right? I'm asking you, is there objectively a true God out there? Not, do you believe in God? Is there, in fact, an objectively true God, and how can we know?
No, there isn't an objectively true God.
Fuck, we agree on. All right. Drivel, it's fine. Great to find someone who agrees with me. I appreciate that. And you may not know this yet. I'll be the first to welcome you. You're an atheist. Congratulations, buddy. All right. Cheers, bud.
Well, so can I ask a question before?
No, you're an atheist. Welcome to the club. All right, we're going to read a couple super chats and move on to someone who wants to debate. Retired bomb
No
tech.
vaccines.
I know, right? Retired bomb tech, welcome in. It says, spoke to my Christian neighbor. You got your Christian neighbor to admit about her all the good God killing babies and children and the incest of Noah's family and Adam and Eve's children. She hasn't spoken to me about religion since. Yeah, that's the way to do it, right? Just read the Bible to them. In fact, I had a delightful older woman watch over my son during spring break for the hours that I had to work. And when she found out I was an atheist, boy, did she try to convert me. And that conversation didn't end well. She'll never bring that up again. Jim Nasty says, Eastern Orthodox Filbro arguments have never, not even once, explained the logic behind Jesus multiplying bread and fish from thin air. It's magic, Jim. It's magic. Remember, in our world, we have to appeal to facts, logic, and reasoning. In the God world, you got magic, baby. You can do anything you want to. Josh Barber says, guess Hope's arguments has potential. Actually trash. Yeah, that was we wasted a lot of time on that trash Filbro argument. But again, he was being nice. I wanted to give him time, and I wanted him to understand how bad his argument was because he was young. You can hear it in his voice. And he thought he was onto something. He really thought he was. The problem is he came to the wrong place. Garrett, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, praise Doug for cooking, paper shuffling, rapid typing, desperate Filbros. Must be a class requirement at obscure denominational universities to call in. The harder you flame out, the higher you grade. Actually, I've seen old episodes of the Atheist Experience where like apologist teachers have their students call in. Never ends well. Mindful says, this guy is giving me 6-minute abs argument. I know, it's preposterous. 7-minute abs is where it's at. And Notum says, you suggested the worm at the core once. What? Maybe TMT and atheist ways of death denial could help people with deconstruction and give them alternatives. So I think what you're suggesting is that people can take DMT and trip out and have hope in an afterlife. I don't know if that's a great thing to do. I just, I'm not a fan of opioids. Maddie says using smaller words actually shows how much you understand the bigger words. Not being able to simplify the conversation shows you just learned them. So Not being able to break down words that people know into words that people do know demonstrates that you either don't fully understand the words, you've only memorized a script, or that you're just being obtuse. And Tom, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I have a master's degree in classical guitar music theory. I use theoretical language 0.0% of the time when teaching my students. Pros never even talk to each other in that way either. Shale Dog. Thank you so much, Tom. And listen, that's 100% true. Like even like all the words we learned in the theological classes and whatnot, all the fancy verbiage, we didn't use that shit in real life. We didn't walk around talking to each other using those words. We talked like normal people. Even in our papers, like when we turned in our papers, we didn't use those half the time. Nobad says, Philbro knew way too little about quantum field theory, quantum mechanics, and chemistry to try that argument. He has some core misunderstandings, big Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, that seems to be the way, but that being the case, listen, most people don't know quantum field theory. I don't know it. I'm only telling you what I've heard from people who do know it. I don't know it. I have to appeal to people who do know it. That's not my field. CA says, Bug's Law, when I join the stream, its potential is diminished. And when I leave, actually improves. There's a good use of potential. Source, Metaphysic Masturbation Manual. You nailed it. You nailed it, CA. Appreciate that. And I've heard this before, but you're right. I think that the Phil Bros are performing mental masturbation. Forum says 2 Kings 3 is supported by the Mesha stele. That's true. King Mesha set up the Moabite stone, as it's called, in the 8th century. Says, are there other historical events in the Old Testament that correlate with non-biblical sources? And the answer to the question is yes, they do. A lot of them. If you go through the book of Kings and Chronicles, you will find a lot of support for a lot of those wars. The idea that Pharaoh Necho went up and fought in Megiddo, that's in there. The idea that the Babylonians invaded Judea, Nebuchadnezzar, Ashurbanipal, Tiglath-Pileser, all of these people show up in the historical record. Jay says, what did the civil engineer say to the electrical engineer? You conduct yourself well, but I build bridges. Ozzy is rocking with Doug. Amen. Hey, Doug. Ozzy and Doug are rocking. And Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Roosh says, did Yahweh exist in Sumerian time or no? If no, then wouldn't Anu be the high god and not Yahweh? Maybe a dumb question. My understanding from history is that Yahweh didn't exist in the Sumerian age. Certainly seems to be like a later Semitic construct, and therefore is not like an original thing. You have at that point you have to kind of do some weird like progressive revelation to get from the earlier gods like Anu and Ki all the way down to like the Semitic deities like El, like Yahweh, like Anath, like Baal, or any of the others, Mot. So yeah, not original. Johnny Cake says Onkelos was the author of the Aramaic Torah. Yeah, he's part of the Targums. He was also curiously a Roman, a nephew of Titus Flavius, according to Jewish sources. Thoughts. So what people don't realize is like a lot of what we find in the Aramaic Targums, they do have a lot of crossover between both like Hellenistic ideas, Hellenistic characters, you might refer to them, Roman characters and Jewish characters. There's a lot of crossover between the Jewish community and the non-Jewish community in the 1st century. And I think the Targums will explain some of that. There were a lot of people that were literally fighting to preserve their heritage. And there was a lot of people fighting to change the heritage to be more modernized. Randy says, thank you for all that you do on this channel. I was able to see how flawed the word of God is through your work. Well, shit, Randy, I appreciate that. That's really the goal here, is to address the actual claims of the religion, not nonsensical, crazy claims from Phil Bros. And I'm going to grab just 2 more. Carlos sent 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, Carlos. Big W. And Ram Major says, never take Doug for granted. And we won't. Never take Doug for granted. May the courts be with you, my friend. Stay rock hard for Doug. All right, let's grab our next guest. Oh, the wizard came back. Oh, shit, I got one up. Sorry, I hit 2 buttons at once. Nightman says, my favorite woo-woo Christian claim is that you say God's name every time you breathe. I know. It's the most embarrassing one, too. says, "Ya exhale way." It's just so silly because it could be further from the truth, and actually hurts to try. Actually, if you try it, it actually just disproves the whole theory from the beginning. All right, sorry about that. Wizard, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. Wizard, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 33. I am not a believer, but I just had some questions for you, if possible.
Well, Wizard,
I know that you're looking for.
we're going to be doing a Q&A tomorrow. So you're welcome to bring
Okay.
questions tomorrow, but we've got to get debates. Everyone's here to watch debates.
Okay. When do
And
you typically do your Q's and Q&As?
typically it's just like it's either via super chat or guest up. Most people super chat. That seems to be the easiest way to do it. And the reason why I prefer super chat is because what happens is if you take guests on, they want to talk for an hour and a half rather than just ask a question. And then I have to be the rude person and kick them off. So that's why I try to limit that. Now, if you have just a really specific question that you don't want to super chat, you're always welcome to email me or send me a message on Discord and I could just give you the question offline.
Okay, that's fair. It was just in regards to a debate I had with a Christian and wanted to maybe get some clarity on where I got stuck in kind of a logical fallacy by accident.
Well,
so
I get that. Unfortunately, I don't want to waste, like, over the summer, I can't do long live streams. So I don't want to waste my time talking to people who agree with me. I've got to find opposition, you know?
Fair enough. Well,
Sorry
I'll
about
drop
that.
out. Thank you. Thank you for at least clarifying. Have a good one. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. I feel bad because I do love question and answer. I really do. But the reality is everyone's here to watch a debate. So we're going to give them a debate. All right. Let's grab Michael. Welcome in, Michael.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Yeah. Michael William?
Yeah, it's the same Michael from the other day. So you're not going to get too much arguing out of me.
Oh, wait, Michael, remind me, are you a believer or not?
I mean, I am. I don't want to be.
I mean, are you prepared to debate? Because we're here for debates, my friend.
No, I'm Hildegard from the other day. Remember?
Oh, right.
Scotch is the best.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I've got to debate people that want to debate. Okay.
Yeah. No. Take it.
Sorry about that,
do
buddy.
what you got to do, man. No, it's okay.
Got to keep the debate ball rolling.
Love you. Take it easy.
Appreciate that. Cheers, buddy. I hate that I have to do that because I'm sure I'd have really fun conversations with them. The problem is that no one is here to hear that. All right, I'm going to grab the next guest. And guys, the guest queues are starting to get thin. You can request on TikTok using the link below or the link on the screen. The link is also in the description of the video. And while you're at it, subscribe to my friend Jeff's channel, Jeff from The End of Species. He's insanely brilliant. And he actually tolerates the Phil Bros because he speaks the same language. I tried to get Chair in the guest box, but I think their connection's bad because they don't actually see them in the guest box. So let me bump Chair out of here. Chair, you got to get a better connection, find some Wi-Fi. We'll get the next guest, which looks like it's going to be James. James is a little slow to connect too. James, are you with us? Oh, James got a bad connection too. James, it shows that you're not fully connected. Got to move on to the next one. Sorry. We'll try Chair again. Chair, are you with us? I wanted to tell you, listen, Chair and James, you got like a dog shit connection. I can't help you. I got to move on. We're going to go to Texas Proud and get Texas. Oh, Texas dropped. All right. We'll get Lone Dro. Eventually we'll get a guest in here. We'll see if Lone can connect. Lone is not connecting. We'll give her a moment. We'll give it a shot. Oh, Lone did connect. Welcome in, Lone.
I'm sorry, I requested on accident.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, because it sounds like you're power washing something. All right, cheers. I thought Lone Drill was on our side. Okay. Oh, try to get the next guest. We'll get Semicolon. Welcome in, Semicolon. Semicolon. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. What is
That sounds like Skynet.
what the fuck is happening? What I've never accidentally requested in a live stream on YouTube before. I don't know what they're doing because you have to go to the comment or to the you have to go to the description of the video and click on the link. Like that's not something you do by accident. All right, we'll grab the next one. There's another Michael wanting to get in, so we'll get probably the other Michael in here. How you doing, Michael?
Hi.
Michael, are you at least 18 and are you a believer? And he's gone. Okay, Michael's got a bad connection. Oh, maybe he's coming back.
And you have to enter a display name? Yeah, they're not doing that by accident. There's no way.
It's crazy. I have no idea what's happening with these people. All right, we're going to grab someone from the TikTok queue then. We'll try to get new school. I suppose in opposition to the old school. How you doing, new school? And they're gone. What is happening right now? All right, we'll grab the next guest in here. It looks like what? Oh, it's Stickspit. Did I get that right? Is it Stickspit?
Yep, that's correct.
Welcome in, Sticks. Sticks, can you point your phone microphone closer to your mouth or bring it or talk up? We can't really hear you. I can hear it now.
Is that better?
It's working. Yeah, your connection's not great, but it's working.
Oh, it's going through my car audio. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, turn your car completely off.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, you don't even need the running car. If you're using your car Wi-Fi is probably stinky anyways. Car Wi-Fi's always suck.
Did that improve it at all?
It looks good right now.
Okay.
Okay, so Sticks, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am well over 18 and I am a believer.
Okay, fantastic. And before we get going, can everyone hear Sticks? I want to make sure they can hear him. I can hear you, but I don't know if everyone else can because it is a little bit quiet. If it's quiet, I can turn it up. I have. Okay, you guys can hear him? Okay, I can turn them up too. Well, I got some volume control. I'll turn them up a little bit. We'll see if that's okay. If he's too loud, let me know. I'll turn him back down. Okay. So Sticks, you believe in did you say the Christian God?
Yes, I believe in God from the Bible, also known as the Great I Am. And it's actually the first name that was given to him according to the Bible. And I believe in Jesus Christ. And I believe that he died, that he lived, that he was born, he lived, and he died, and he rose again from the dead.
Cool. So what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for this God being real, or even just for your particular religion being real?
So I'm going to say outside of personal experience would probably be best, because nobody can, validate my experiences as well as I can. I would say that my reason for believing is I feel like there's something more to the physical self. I think there's more than just the physical, and I think that's expressed in the spiritual. I believe that.
Okay, so you would say the beginning of your argument is that non-physical things exist?
Yes.
Okay, so we can get somewhere with that. So I'll put it on the screen so we can keep track of where we're at in the argument. So premise number one, you believe that non-physical things exist. Now, the question I would have is, what evidence do we have that non-physical things exist?
Well, I would say that there's been a lot of experiences that people have had throughout the throughout humankind, um, that can't be explained.
Well, we're losing you. Your
You
connection's
know,
going out.
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but when you talk, we get lots of like interruptions and weird noises. Maybe turn your video off and it'll just send the audio and it won't be a bandwidth issue. See if that works. Or I can just turn your video off. There we go. See if that works. So I've got your video turned off. We should just be getting your audio. So try it again. He broke it. Okay. We lost him. I think he's losing reception is what I'm thinking. I don't hear a thing. Sticks.
Are you able to hear me now? I'm sorry.
Sticks, I can barely hear you. It's really the audio is really bad. It sounds like you've got a bad connection.
Is there a way I can hang up and then get re-added, or
It's working right now, just don't move.
Okay.
Okay. So Sticks, your first
yeah.
premise is that non-physical things exist. I'm looking for
Exactly.
the support of that.
Right. So what is the evidence of the spiritual is what you're asking.
Yes.
Right. Like and you know that's difficult to, I guess, quantify, because you know we're trying to ascertain physically how spiritual things can exist, right?
Well, that's what I'm
And
asking
I don't
you.
think that
I don't think they do.
I right. So let's say like the basics of spirit. You know, like people have seen and claim to have seen ghosts,
I don't think they
right?
do.
Right, and it can be explained in a physical sense, that it's some kind of reaction in the environment, something, some type of atom, you know, or molecule or something that can be explained physically is happening, and
But
people are equating it to the
but people also
spiritual.
claim to see Bigfoot and aliens, right? People claim to see lots of stuff. That's why personal experiences of like I saw a thing aren't like really good evidence.
Right, right. And but if we look at historical evidence, you know, outside of the spiritual argument, historical evidence is usually, you know, like of a person is by writing. It's by personal accounts of seeing this person, or you know what I mean. Like we can prove that Beethoven existed, right? I don't know him personally, but I feel like I know him personally through his music. You know, like I can feel his emotion through it. You know, it's more than just uh, you know me reading about him in a book. You know, like this person, his music, it has a certain characteristic or a personality to it that is only seen in what people would write as Beethoven. You know,
Okay, so I'm gonna
giving
provide
giving.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
provide
go
two
ahead.
arguments. Tell me what the difference is. So
Uh huh.
argument number one starts with premise number one: non-physical things exist. The support is personal claims and feelings. Second argument
Right.
starts with premise number one: Bigfoot exists. Technically, these are claims, not premises, but we'll for now. Premise number one:
Uh
Bigfoot exists. The support is personal claims and feelings. What's the difference between the two arguments?
huh. I wouldn't say there's a difference when you're trying to say who exists. I think, you know, if you're gonna argue the spiritual, you can argue more than just one account of because it's a feeling, right? You know,
Well,
people have
people have feelings that Bigfoot exists.
right, but it's about it's about that one thing. It's about Bigfoot. You know,
Right, yeah.
a spiritual could be like I felt, you know, an evil presence in the room, or I felt a good presence. Bigfoot is like I felt Bigfoot. You know, it's not like oh I felt Bigfoot on a good day. You know, like I didn't, you know, I saw a Bigfoot on a good day. He's not a spiritual thing. He's not a feeling. People actually say that they have witnessed him.
Right,
If we're just talking
but what
about
I'm
feeling,
suggesting is that
yeah,
the evidence you're giving for the spirit world, I have the same
right,
evidence for Bigfoot, which means if you reject the evidence for Bigfoot, but you accept the same evidence for the spirit world, then you're not being you're not being fair with the evidence or the claims, right? You have to accept both of them or neither.
okay. So you want something more than if we were going to compare the two, you would want another thing that proves that the spiritual exists, other than personal accounts and a feeling.
That's right.
That's interesting.
Because I can feel Bigfoot in my heart right now, the same way I feel the spirit of Christmas. The snow starts falling, people start singing. I feel the spirit of Christmas, but that doesn't mean Santa Claus is real, or does it?
Can
I
can
see
he
what
hear
you're
me?
saying. Okay.
No, but
Well, in regards to, you know, your claim, your God is imaginary, right? And I'm saying, well, you know, how can an imaginary thing have something real exist like a spiritual sense? You know, um, uh, I get what you're saying. You know, like just like you said, like if I believe in my heart, you know, we're not we're going on the, you know, like in my opinion, and I'm not going to put this on you, is that we're going into faith. You
There we
know,
go.
that
Right.
it, that
Okay.
that we're having more that we're having faith that this exists. I'm not saying that you have faith. I don't want to imply anything, but that's how I would think about it. And I'm wondering whether or not faith exists for you.
No, not in the way that you're using it. But again, we would add the same argument for Bigfoot. We would say the support for Bigfoot is personal experiences, feelings, and faith. Right. So
Uh-huh.
so ask yourself this question, right?
Uh-huh.
Is there an argument for the spiritual world that cannot be used for Bigfoot? Whatever that argument is, that's the argument you want.
Okay. What would be your so I thought of something else that can support um, a spiritual sense. What about your conscience?
Right. I think consciousness is a derivative of the brain.
Okay, and what? So you feel like your brain can convict you on what's right or wrong?
So I've for the most part seemed to be under the opinion of like determinism. I don't know if our brain is
Okay.
making conscious decisions the way that we think it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. For me personally, the jury's out on that. I haven't really studied enough neuroscience to have an opinion on it, but I think whatever the brain
Hmm.
does, it's doing strictly inside of the material brain, and it's not. I have no reason to believe that it's immaterial. Just like
Okay.
what's
So
happening inside of a processor, like if you take an Intel processor, that Intel
right.
processor is theoretically making decisions, kind of. I think our brain is doing what that processor is doing. It's just receiving a series of inputs and setting out a series of outputs.
But where it differs is that it's not meaningless to us. You
No,
know, a computer doesn't really care about the input.
well,
You
not
know,
even.
to it, it's another like meaningless task because it doesn't have like It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't have a care in the world.
Well,
You know
not
what I mean? It just.
anymore. Right. So
What do you mean by that?
we are at a point to where AI technology is going to become self-aware. It's going to start to develop desires and concern for self.
Okay. Where do you think AI is right now?
About right there. We're basically at the edge
And
where it's about to be sentient.
see, I disagree. I think AI is not AI, and it's misrepresented. Misrepresented. Represented. I don't know. I'm having trouble with that word. But I think it's a learning machine. You know, I
So
think
I
it
think we are, though. That's what I'm
learns
saying. Right? Like,
from
so
us.
we're learning machines. We've been evolving, for
Uh huh.
3 billion years, and we've taken 3 billion years of learning, adapting, and growing to get to where we're at. Eventually,
Okay.
AI will be indistinguishable from what our brains are doing. AI will be able to do exactly the same thing. It's really just a matter of time. But listen, your connection's really bad, and I think you just dropped because I see you disappeared. And I appreciate you coming up, but I think that's going to be the end of it. I apologize that is the case. But we got to move on to the next guest. I'm going to grab just a couple super chats, friends, and we'll move on to our next guest. Lucas, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, "Hey Justin, I don't have a lot of money, but I strongly believe in what you do. I hope your channel explodes. More people need to hear what you say." Well, thank you, Lucas. I really appreciate that. And listen, I think humanity is better when we believe things that are true, not what is convenient. And David Ray says, "What are your thoughts, if any, on the prosperity gospel, Kenneth Copeland and Joel Osteen types?" I think it's horrific. I think it's a bastardization of the Christian doctrine. The Christian doctrine was quite literally the opposite. Sell everything you have. If you want to be perfect, sell everything you have, give it to the poor, take up your cross and follow me. That's what Jesus taught. Now, if you get rid of the New Testament and just have the Old Testament, you could make the case that gathering wealth is good, that gathering wealth is a blessing from God. But since you add the New Testament into it, you're cooked. Adam says Joel is a great singer. He is amazing, actually. But imagine how much better he'd be if only he were rock hard for Doug. I know that's Joel's only fault is that he's so damn flaccid. Love you, dude. Listening to you cook while getting cooked by the sun. Adam, I hope you enjoy getting cooked by the sun. Get some vitamin D. It's good for you. I appreciate you being here and supporting. And Flanker, good to see you, friend, says, you at all encountered, right? You at all encouraged by the mega fallout. I am, actually. I love it. What happens when a lot of people realize they were lied to? Maybe they question God beliefs as well. So I think what you're asking is whether or not the mega fallout is going to cause a deconstruction of religion. It might. It could. We'll see. Because you got to remember, a lot of these goofballs hinge on supposed prophets. You know, Trump's inner circle is full of these prophetic goofballs. Gates of Delirium says owning stuff we do or say incorrectly is what makes us actually better equipped for this than a lot of theists. Glad you recognized it. Gates of Delirium, I appreciate that. And I did. When I got off Joel's live stream last night, I talked to some people that are more in the know on genetics, and they set me straight. And so now, it's like I've said, listen, sometimes you have to be wrong to be right. I read a thing, I misinterpreted a thing, and now I think I'm better. Carlos, thank you for the 10 deconstruction gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, buddy. Great to see you. And Ram says, never take Doug for granted. And you know I won't. Oh, sorry. I read that twice, but it's a good message. Never take Doug for granted. Miko, great to see you. Says Ecclesiastes 9:10 suggests you only get one shot at life too. No knowledge or no devising in the grave / Sheol. Idea of afterlife seems a bit hazy. That right? Miko, you are correct. If you read through the book of Ecclesiastes and you came to the conclusion that the author of that book does not believe in the afterlife, you would be correct. Whoever wrote that book did not believe in the resurrection of the dead. They did not believe in the afterlife the way we think of it. They quite literally believed that when you're done, you're done. Now, that's just the author of that book. The other authors seem to disagree. Saint says, what are your thoughts on the the CSB Bible? That's the Christian Standard Bible. That's my preferred translation. It's not bad. I think sometimes they take some liberties, but I don't think it's bad. I think that's part of the Holman family. I think technically it's the Holman Christian Standard Bible, the HCSB, if I remember correctly. But I got my own, actually. I've got a leather bound one. I think it's okay. It's just not my preferred, but it's a fine translation. Jeffrey says, if the universe begins to shrink and I go backwards, does that mean that someday we will all walk backwards, but we will think we're walking forwards? So if the universe begins to shrink, I don't think time reverses, if that's what you're asking, Jeffrey. Now, Jeffrey, you know as well as everyone else, I'm not a physicist. There seems to be a case that on the quantum level, they were able to reverse time. That's a new development. Check it out. That being said, if the universe starts contracting, I don't think that means that time reverses. That's just what I understand. Bryce Aroni says, Phil Bro just said, I'm moving my hand. That defeats his second premise. Yes, actually. The argument he was trying to give was an argument from motion, not of change. He had to reverse course in the middle of the argument once he realized his argument doesn't work when you use it strictly of motion and not of change. And Jordy says, Philbros jump through so many hoops just to kiss a god's ass. They really do. The Philbro arguments aren't there to convince other people. The Philbro arguments are there to give you comfort in the thing you already believe in. I'm going to grab 4 more super chats. We'll get our next guest. Adam says, I hate the grinding Socratic questions. They need to just state their whole case, then defend it. I agree. But listen, the reason why Philbro arguments work on some people is because they're scripted, right? That's the goal. They want to not tell you the conclusion so they can coerce you into agreeing with the premises. And then once you agree with their premises, they say, well, the conclusion logically follows. That's why they generally don't give you the whole argument. Ehud, the leftist, great to see you, friend, says these unconvincing arguments are so old and literally always fail. It's bizarre that people continue to make them. I agree, Ehud. And that's why I asked him, do you really think this is going to work? I don't, I know why you would try that against somebody who's never debated. I get that. I don't know why you would go to somebody who literally has been doing this now for 2 years straight and debated thousands of people. Why in the world you would go to that person and think that this argument was going to work? That's baffling. Angry Amalekite Infant, thank you so much for the super chat, says a guest claimed that God was pure act, but he couldn't bring any brute facts. Like every Phil bro, he managed to show that reason is something he lacks. I love that sonnet. That was a beautiful, and you guys been here long enough. I don't know the difference between a poem, a sonnet, and a limerick or anything like that. I'm just going to call it whatever comes out of my mouth. But I love that, Angry Amalekite. That was amazing. I love the artistry. And last one from our friend Labry. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hello, Justin. During your live on 7/21, you said breaking concrete is man's work. Yes, you owned your words that you believe might be offensive. You're a good person, and I thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Lee. I really appreciate that. And she's right. So what happened was one of our guests said that they were spending their time breaking up concrete while I was doing my live stream, and I said, hell yeah, that's man's work. And then almost immediately as I left my lips, I said, that's some misogynistic stuff right there. I'm not supposed to say that. That's horrible. But
I don't know. I don't know nothing about man's work, but what I do know is I'm marking off Joel is so flaccid on my bingo card.
Oh,
just putting an X right over that.
Sorry, Joel. I love you, but you're flaccid, my friend.
I didn't know that I would have to mark that square. I looked at it for weeks, and now I have it. Look at that.
Yeah, but it just goes to show, even people like myself, who I like to think of myself as progressive and things like that. Sometimes I have these vestigial organs, like the vestigial thoughts in my brain. And, you have to consciously weed them out. You know what I mean? All right, let me get the next guest in here. It looks like it's going to be Alan. See if we can get Alan in the box. How you doing, Alan?
Oh, sorry.
Alan, are you driving right now?
No, not me.
Okay, just checking. Are you using a boom microphone? Alan?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can you make sure the boom is close to your mic or your mouth? It's hard to hear you.
because I'm using my AirPods, so I'm not sure if it's going to
I
work.
I
Is
can
it too hard to hear me?
I can hear you right now. There's a little bit of road
Okay.
noise, not a ton of road noise, or it sounds like your truck is idling. I can't tell.
Yeah, I'm in the car. I'm not driving, but I'm in the car.
Fair enough.
So
Okay.
probably that's
Well, I hear a
okay.
turn signal
If
right
it's too
now.
noisy, I can if it's too noisy, I can come back a little bit later.
No, it's not too noisy. Just make sure you're not driving. Okay. So are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I do. Yes, I am.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
I do believe in God. The Christian God, basically, but I have an open, let's say, a custom one.
So it's
I
Christian
do
like.
believe Christian like, yeah. Let's put it that way.
Okay. So what would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian like God being real?
Okay. I must start with. I believe that you are an atheist.
Indeed.
Complete. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Just want to understand your position because when I talk to atheists, I always try to understand if they were Christian in their past or not.
I don't think that matters.
It does for me because I need to know how I formulate my arguments. If you don't mind.
Well, fair enough. I was a Christian for about 20 years.
Okay, that's about. I followed you for a while, and I know that I see that you have a pretty solid Bible knowledge.
Yeah. So what would be the argument that you want to run?
Okay, I would go on the side of the physics. Okay.
Are you a physicist?
No, but we are going to get there through logic. Fair enough.
Okay. I mean, I think kind of the annoying thing about arguments from physics is that I'm not a physicist and neither are you. And what ends up happening really is two people who don't really know what they're talking about end up arguing about things they don't really know what they're talking about. I mean, I'm more than happy to do it.
Then you might assume that there is something you don't know, so you are not an atheist. Then you are an agnostic.
Wrong. Atheism is not a statement of certainty. Atheism is a statement of belief. I don't believe that there is a God. That makes me an atheist.
Exactly. It's not a status quo. You have to prove that.
No, I don't. Atheism is a state of mind. It's not a claim.
It's not a state of mind.
It is. Atheism
is a claim indeed.
It's a lack of belief in a God.
Okay. Let's use your definition. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
But the thing is that you are mentioning.
So what would be the argument that would end in the Christian God?
Okay. So according to the laws of physics, specifically the first law of thermodynamics, okay, the energy transforms into the matter and the matter into the energy and is not wasted, okay?
That's so the first law?
Actually, it's derived from the Einstein equation, but the first law is the one that says that.
I thought the first law is that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Exactly. It can be it can only transform. That's what I'm saying. Okay. It can transform from energy to matter and from matter to energy.
Well, I mean, I agree, which is why I don't believe it. One of the reasons why I don't believe in God, because if energy can't be created nor destroyed, then it must have existed eternally.
Okay. The thing is, we have at least two problems with that. And the first one, for the energy to be eternal, okay, in the past and in the future, we're going to the infinite or eternal paradox.
No, we're not.
And the thing is,
it's not a paradox, Alan. So first of all, there's two problems with premise number one of the argument, which is like you're relying on thermodynamics, and energy is like a property of the material universe, if you can even use the word material, right? So in order for energy to exist, you must have other stuff. Like you can't have just energy, because energy is a property of stuff. right? So if there's always been energy,
No,
then
it is the stuff. It is the stuff itself.
yeah, if there's always been energy, then there's always been stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so
and that's what I'm saying. There is a problem coming
if energy can't be created or destroyed, and energy is a property of stuff, that means stuff had to have always existed, it seems. And if that is the case, then I would just say that it existed forever, both in the past and the future. Now, what you're going to say is that it can exist eternally in the past, and I'm going to say, prove it.
No, it can. I don't say that it can't. Okay. I will take it as true.
Then we agree. Welcome to atheism. Congratulations, you did it.
My friend, that thing, it creates a fundamental problem.
Oh, okay. What's the problem?
The problem is the infinite paradox. You cannot go from minus infinite. You cannot go from minus infinite to us.
There's no such thing as minus infinite.
What is eternal in the past? How would you define it?
I think you're giving the wrong argument. I mean, you're trying to give the argument, but you don't know how it works. The argument that you're trying to say is that if the past is infinite, then you would never get to now. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Exactly.
That's a category error.
Paradox. I don't know if you knew about it till the date.
It's not a paradox. It's a category error, right? Because the reality is you can't start at infinity. Infinity doesn't have a starting point, right? So
exactly. So that's the infinity paradox.
So it's not a starting point. In fact, every point on the timeline is a finite point, and between 2 points on the timeline, there's a finite amount of time between those 2 points, right? So anytime something, any instance of something happening in time is by definition on a finite piece of the timeline, which means if anything happens at all, ever, it is now finite. It's not part of the moving infinite past.
The thing is that the piece you want to take, let's say from number 1 to number 2, okay?
Alan.
And let's say that we exist between 1 and 2.
Alan?
Yes?
I'm just going to pause for a second, okay? And the reason why I'm going to do this is because I have this conversation, this exact conversation, every single week. Every argument that's going to leave your mouth is an argument that doesn't work, that I've heard and my audience has already heard. So I'm going to give you the option now. You can waste all kinds of time on this argument, or you can move to a better argument. Listen, you're welcome to waste the next hour on this argument, but I'm going to tell you ahead of time that what'll happen is you'll never prove your case and you'll just leave frustrated.
Okay, I'm not going to leave frustrated. You know why? Because there is a fundamental problem on the plan here.
They say that every time, Jeff. Every single time someone comes in and claims that you can't have an infinite past, has it always ended the same way? How many times have you heard me have this conversation?
A quadrillion.
Yeah, and it's never ended with the Philbro winning, has it?
No.
But it is because you don't want to accept the problem.
Alan, hold on. It's not. Yeah, the only way you can make it a problem is if you can establish it by an argument. Now, do you have an argument that establishes some contradiction with an infinite past?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't.
I cannot. Can you repeat? I couldn't hear it.
The only way that you can establish for me that there's a problem is if you can give me an argument that says that there's some sort of contradiction derived from an infinite past. So that would mean an infinite past is a thing and is not a thing. So if you can do that,
agree that is a thing. We agree that is a thing, right?
Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes, I know the model. I know the law of non-contradiction.
So
yes.
that's what I'm looking for. Can you derive a contradiction from an infinite past?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
We agree that we talk about an infinite in the past, right?
Sure.
Okay. The problem with going infinitely in the past is that we cannot exist.
But we do exist.
Because
So
exactly,
you
if we do
you're not
exist,
hold
that
on.
means
You
that
can't. You're not establishing that we cannot exist. If you go, like the reason that we are establishing an infinite past is to say that the stuff that's here always existed infinitely in the past. So it does exist as part of the definition of an infinite past.
Right. I'm going to put it on the screen too, real quick. Okay. So I think the problem with these arguments is they actually start with the conclusion and they think that the conclusion is a supporting premise. So I'll put it on the screen so we can keep track. So the conclusion, right, is that with an infinite past, we cannot exist. Now, what we need are the supporting premises for that conclusion.
Mhm.
Right. So what are the supporting premises that would lead me to that conclusion?
The infinite paradox.
We just discussed the infinite paradox isn't a real paradox.
you-
It's a category error because you're saying that something happened on a non-point of time, but all things happen, as it turns out, on a point of time. So it's not a real
That's
paradox.
because-
It's just a category
That's
error.
because it's not it does happen because it basically it is not infinite in the past.
It is.
I don't know.
I got to draw
Look,
a picture for this.
I'm gonna make it simple. Have you ever heard of Zeno's paradox?
Yes, but I don't have it right now.
Okay, cool. This is perfect. I'm actually glad you said that. So here's the paradox. If you take a distance between 1 and 2,
You
cut
never
it in
reach
half,
it. Yes, you
and
never
you cut it
reach
in half, and you cut it. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
See how I just outlined the paradox? Like there's an infinite number of cutting in half. There's an infinite number of stuff between 2 points. Great.
Yeah, I agree with
What's
that.
the so now that we've outlined that, and the same is like Sordy's paradox.
Mhm.
Sordy's paradox is if you put one grain of sand and another grain of sand, when does it become a mound? Is it a certain number? Is it, at what point do you put one grain of sand and you're like, ooh, now it's a mound?
Mhm.
Can you explain the infinite past paradox the way I just did for those two?
Yeah, the thing is that you used a wrong analogy because you are using finite analogies.
That's
So
fine. That's fine. I'm just
it's not
describing
fine
a
because it's fundamental.
Listen, Zeno's paradox has to do with infinites. I no longer care about that. All I want is for you to explain that. You can't just say that infinity is a paradox. You have to outline how it is.
Not infinity is a paradox, but because you don't have a starting point, you cannot reach to the time
You can, because you're assuming that the infinity part, the part that is constantly moving, is a starting point, and it's not. All starting point. I'm going to show you why. Look at the screen, okay? There's a circle on the screen.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, can you see? I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse?
It's covered by the text, but
okay, it's
kind
fine.
of, yes.
Can you show me the starting point on the circle?
Anywhere.
Where is it?
Anywhere.
Where is it?
Everywhere.
Okay, I'll put a starting point right there. Is that starting?
If you want.
Is that starting point moving?
It could be a starting point.
It's not moving. Is it moving?
No.
Okay, so the instance where I put a moment on the timeline, we're just going to call this time. The instant where I put a moment on the timeline, this moment is not moving, is it?
No.
Okay, and that's the problem with the so-called paradox that you're referring to. Anytime you instantiate a moment on the timeline, it is a moment on the timeline. All moments are individual moments. They're not moving, they're stationary, right? So what you're saying is, well, you can't get to now because you can't go from infinity to now. We agree. No one's saying that you can go from infinity to now. What we're saying is real moments exist, and all of them are stationary on a timeline, which means from any moment to another, you in fact get to today. No one's saying that there's a moment in the infinite moving part of infinite if you would describe the infinite part as moving. That's not an instance in time. But all instances in time are stationary. So that's why it doesn't work.
Okay, we won't agree on that, I'm pretty sure, but it's okay. It's okay.
I'll give you one more. Alan, I'll give you one more. Are you good at algebra?
Kind of, yeah.
Are you good at linear graphs?
Just go for it, and I will tell you if I'm able
Consider
to
the
do it.
line x equals y,
Yeah.
right? What's the starting point of the line x equals y?
On a diagram, you mean?
If I was to graph that line, where does x equals y start?
In the bottom, in the corner.
No, it keeps going beyond the corner. But what's the starting point? What are the coordinates for the starting point of x equals y?
0.
So
It goes on.
I don't have the picture in my mind.
I've
Just,
graphed it for you if you want the answer.
yeah, thank you. Yes.
It goes on for
I want to
infinity.
get to the point. Just get to the
But
point.
Ellen, my point is, it goes on for infinity, and I can tell you that the point 1, 1 exists on that line.
It indeed exists because we exist now. But okay,
No, I'm
we
saying,
won't
like,
agree on
looking at that line goes for infinity in both directions, and the point 1, 1
The thing is
exists
that
on it.
the thing is that you apply a mathematical concept, so you take a piece of that line and you get a finite from point A to point B, and you can say between A and B we exist, and I'm absolutely okay with that. But this is just mathematical. If we go on an existential point of view, you cannot reach from infinity till the date.
But no one's saying you can't, because infinity is not a moment in time. That's what we keep saying, right? We're talking about moments in time. Infinity is not, in fact, a moment in time.
Let me go to the second one, because I'm pretty sure we won't agree on that.
Okay.
We have to just sit, because it's pretty complicated, not that easy. That is, just take us a piece of that infinity, and that's us. It's not that simple.
The problem with your paradox,
it's more on a very philosophical side.
Could be reworded. Okay. So essentially, what you're saying is, where's the starting point on the thing with no starting point? It's not a paradox. It's just illogical. You're asking an illogical question.
Can you repeat, please?
So the reason why it's not a paradox is because you're just asking an illogical question. You're saying, where's the starting point on the thing with no starting point? That's the equivalent of what you're asking. And we're saying there's no starting point on a thing with no starting point.
But you indeed use a starting point.
No, we didn't use a starting point. There's no starting point.
Our existence.
All right. Try your next argument. Go ahead.
Let's go. I told you in the beginning. Okay, I told you. No. I have two problems with from a physics point of view, and the second one is that the universe is expanding. Right? We agree on that.
We do agree on that, as far as we can tell.
Correct? Yeah. We do agree on that. Okay. Perfect. The thing is that when it expands infinitely, the entropy is going to raise, so it will be a disorganized system.
Well, first of all, I don't know that to be the
Do we
case,
agree on
and I
that?
don't think that's what science teaches. The principle you're referring to is not that entropy always increases; it's that entropy cannot decrease, and that is true, especially in a closed system. We don't know that the universe is a closed system. We don't know that.
Okay. I will drop now, and I will continue in another moment. Is that okay for you?
Fair enough. All right, drive safe.
Okay. Have a good one.
Cheers. Jeff, I'll never understand why they think that the infinite past has a contradiction. It'll never make sense to me.
Well, it's because they think it. Like, they wouldn't accept it for anything else. Like, if I was to say, having a guitar case is a contradiction, it just doesn't make sense. And they go, can you derive the contradiction? Like, you don't see it? having a guitar case, it's a contradiction. They wouldn't accept that, but
And
they just want
the funny
like
thing
some
is,
conceptual thing to be a contradiction.
yes. And the funny thing is, they think that their God existed in an infinite past. Or they think that somehow he existed without time. But I mean, realistically, we could make the same thing about the universe. We could just say that the universe existed at some point without time. Like every argument for God we can just make for the universe. We never get to a point where we have to land on a God. All right, guys, I'm going to read a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Matt says hot Philbro sandwiches being served up today. I know they all run in packs, friends. Says love that sweet aroma. Stay hard, family. We are going to Monty or Montse. And G says Philbro misses a third MU state. Philbro misses a third MU state. This potential actual dichotomy is way in our taillights in 2025. G, I love you. I have no idea what you just said right now. I think you might have typoed and copied and pasted twice. But thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. And Kenneth says the Philbro use of jargon is what Jordan Peterson uses to never question directly and try to sound smart. Ben Shapiro speaks fast. Say simple words, bro. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Kenneth. Great to see you today. Thank you for the 1799 AED. And you're right. Like, if you don't have a good argument, you have to rely on jargon that nobody understands, so you sound smart, or you have to rely on obfuscating the point that you're making, or just don't answer the question directly. That's Jesus's tactic. Never answer a question directly. Gene says metaphysics is the cognitive equivalent of alternative medicine. Oh, I've never heard anyone say that, but now that I just heard it, I agree wholeheartedly. Internally consistent, but ultimately imaginary with no real basis in reality. Yeah. Listen, Gene, I've never heard that, but I think that's genius, and I am inclined to believe you. Jim Massey says the guest's powder nose Philbro argument will never explain how an unwashed hand, dirty sandal, floating in the sky zombie ever existed. Yeah, it's never going to fix the problems of the Bible, and this is why I get these Philbros like the Orthodox, and I tried to get them to like, hey, let's read the book. Let's look at what your religion teaches, because the Philbro arguments, none of them result in the Christian God being real. None of them. Glow for show. Thank you for the super chat. Says, oh my God, I groaned out loud when Bug started the Philbro arguments. It's so boring. It's the most boring thing ever. Glow. It's such a fucking waste of time every time. John, right? Riken, thank you for the 1999 super chat. I appreciate this. Says beautiful work, Justin, on swatting the philosophy bug that entered the room. That was wild jargon salad. Thank you, and rock hard for Doug. Well, John, thank you for appreciating my work. I really appreciate that you appreciate me. And I get it. I know there are some Philbros in the argument or in the audience that are like, yeah, I understand everything he said. Justin just can't track. No. You understand because you took some dumb philosophy class and you know his dictionary. We don't. It's unrealistic to walk into somebody else's space and expect them to use your dictionary when you both have the English language and you can grab onto words that everybody already knows what they mean. Kenneth says, for the love of Doug, remove this guy. Kenneth, we did. Sorry it took so long, though. I apologize. Mario, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I know all his words, never been in philosophy. Imaginary is a theology term. Engineering has nothing to do with God. Also, he's saying everyone in the audience is stupid, can't understand big words. Mario, I just told you there's some Philbros in the art. So Mario, nothing you said is true. The reality is, I know my audience quite well. And the reality is my audience don't give a damn about philosophy, word salad. Nobody cares. Nobody hears for that. If you walk into philosophy live streams, no one's there. No one cares. Real people don't give a shit that you learned fancy words. No one cares. Miko says, I love that he paid me money for that. Miko says, Justin's, I cannot say that, Fokinakinification of Philbros, special word cheers my heart. I appreciate that, Miko. Thank you for supporting. And Carrie says the only thing Bug proved is that philosophy is useless. I agree, Carrie. Philosophy will never get you to Jesus. It won't. It can't. And Gemini, thank you for the super chat, says in plain English, Philbro logic fails. It does every time. Every time you break Philbro words into plain English, the argument always fails. So they obfuscate and blame the listener for not understanding big words to dress up turds. Gemini, I could never have said it as well as you. That's exactly what they're doing. They don't want to say things normally and in understandably normal ways. So they have to obfuscate the argument by using words that normal people aren't clear on. That's it. That's all they have. Marduk says, I always wonder if the Philbros ever watch other debates and see these Philbro arguments have never proved to God. Marduk, what they do is they practice these arguments on each other. They learn the script and they think, the script works. I put my faith in the script. John says, Philbro Presup is so annoying and boring. Well, thank you, John, for supporting. And you're right. The Philbro Presup is annoying. And I'm actually a little bit glad that he didn't get around to presupping. I think at least he knew Presup was cooked. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to grab 4 more super chats and we'll be on our way. Beethoven, thank you for the 616, Big W. And also Kyle, thank you for the support. He says, I am, from a previous live stream, I am aboutness. There once was aboutness. Do you like my aboutness? I will never get over that Philbro's use of the word aboutness. That was a crazy conversation. And Tired of Liars, I'm with you. And thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, used to think Christianity was based on 3 prior religions, but watching this, I understand it's 4, as the Rock of Ages could only be Doug, and thus it is also based on Dougism. All of them are. Dougism is the firm grounding that our feet are on. Literally, the earth is Doug. Doug's all around us, friends. And last one from our friend Doc Pleromanot. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. It says, so far, 1, nothing changes itself except particles. 2, pure act creates with 0 potential. And 3, physics is wrong because Aquinas said so. That was his argument. Physics is wrong because Aquinas said so. Next week, gravity excommunicated for heresy. I love this community. I love it. I love this community. You guys are the best. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. Okay. It looks like it's going to be, I'm going to bring in Chris from the YouTube queue. Chris looks ready. He's got his camera and I think a microphone working. So let's see what we get. How you doing, Chris? Chris, are you with us?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome in, Chris.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can everyone hear Chris? I think we can all hear you. Your microphone seems pretty clear. So if you're quiet, I can just turn your microphone up. So, Chris, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sorry. I was getting feedback because I had your stream up. Yes, I'm above 18. I am a Christian, but I'll be honest with you, I'm maybe in the early stages of deconstructing. I have found you about a week ago, and you and a lot of other creators, I find I can't argue with your arguments, but I don't want you to be right. So I don't know if that's good for the show, because I don't know how well I'm going to be able to debate you, but that's kind of where I'm at, to be transparent.
Well, let me just kind of, you're already on the moving cart. Let me just push the cart a little bit faster.
Sure. And
see where we end up.
Yeah.
So did I
can give you what I'm clinging to?
Yeah, sure.
An argument.
Go for it.
Okay. I'm going to talk out both sides of my mouth here, because to be honest with you, the more I study it, the more divine command theory and like the Euthyphro dilemma really bothers me.
It should,
I think it's kind of true in both cases, but I would say like would be the idea of objective morality, and also just the prevalence of religion itself. Ecclesiastes 3:11, if you've ever heard it, is something that's always rung true to me. He's made everything appropriate in his time. He set eternity on our heart. And so I find that the fact that like almost all cultures go to some kind of divine authority that gives access to an eternal existence, maybe that's just a fear of death cope. But to me, it's like, why is everyone just coming up with it if there wasn't something behind it, if that makes sense?
Sure. So you kind of gave 2 arguments. I caught the second one. Can you refresh me on the first one? The second one seemed to be an innate need for divine authority. What was the first one?
The first one would be I guess what you and I intuit as morality when we talk about it and converse with people is objective. I think most atheists would argue actually there's no such thing, but that doesn't seem to be the way that we live and exist in the world. Does that make sense? It's not quite like boo subjective morality, because I think it's kind of subjective either way. But the way that we seem to live is a declaration of objective morality. And like
well, let's touch on that.
Instinctual disgust we have towards things that we view as evil doesn't seem to comport with, like, I think, a logically sound argument for subjective morality. Oh, go ahead.
All right, so we'll touch on that. So I would say to the first claim that you're making, I assume that your claim is objective morals exist, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, so in order to flesh that out, my first question would be, like, what would be the supporting premises for objective morals existing?
I guess it would be that we live as though there is. I don't know how you could ground objective. That would be premise one. Premise two would be, how can, like, the only way to ground objective morality would be in a deity, I guess. And therefore there is a deity because of that. Does that make sense? Am I logically coherent here?
Yeah. Okay. So we've got some movement here. We can work with this. So let's start with premise number one, which is we live as though there is objective morality. Now, I don't accept this premise. And the reason why I would not accept this premise is because I don't think I live as though there is objective morality. I think most people live as though there is subjective morality. Now, in order to make society the way that we want it to be, let's say safe, right? Like I have a child. A lot of people I know have children. We want society to be safe for our children, right? So what we do then is we would get together and we would say, listen, there are things that make society not safe for our children. So let's limit these things. And so we would get together and say, okay, if somebody breaks these rules, we have to do something about it. So if somebody is going around and is executing infants, we're going to lock that person up because we don't want our infants to be executed. And then we're going to call that evil. We're going to call it wrong. But all of this can be done just using subjective morals. We don't need objective morals to act on our preferences.
So we build a subjective framework and then we act objectively within that. All agree suffering is bad. We all agree children should be safe. Then we can objectively evaluate, what things do or don't accomplish our subjective values.
I think that's a good way to say it. I think if there's an objective part of it, what we would say is objective is whether or not the given action meets or doesn't meet our expectation or our goals. So we could say that is objectively true. We could say it's objectively true that, unaliving infants does not meet our subjective goals, our subjective morality goals.
And then I guess this would be, what I think is a potential objection to this idea would be, why do we so viscerally react to the suffering of a child we've never met, will never meet, has no effect on myself or my family, and yet I still feel this kind of empathic disgust towards that situation? I still want to give money or fly over there and rescue the kid. Like, that doesn't... how do we explain that, I guess, apart from kind of grounded in all human beings are valuable because they're created in the image of God?
Well, I think the first thing I would point out is that not everybody has that. There's a lot of people in society, like sociopaths, who don't have that empathy. And so it seems that the ability to empathize comes as a social evolutionary advantage where to survive as a species, we take care of each other. Now, even if you don't think survival and cooperation as a species is necessary, it does at least become required for us within our own nuclear family. Because if we don't protect our young, then in fact we don't reproduce, and then our species dies off. We're done. So even on the smallest scale, I would say that we need empathy for the species to continue, and the species that didn't have empathy just died. They're gone. So by default, we're the only thing that's left.
You know, this is what I keep coming back to on so many of these different aspects of faith is, I think you're right, and I just don't like it.
You know, Chris, I was in your shoes for a while too. You know, I was taking in arguments, and like when the arguments were coming, I remember even being as like a really liberal Christian, and I used to love watching Atheist Experience because Atheist Experience, they're trying to have really good logical arguments, and so as a Christian, I was listening to the arguments because I was really curious. I too, like you, had lots of experiences where I was like, yeah, that's a sound argument. I have no reason. I can't debunk the argument. It's a good one. And then you go home and you think about it for a while, and then over enough time, like it's like I always say my deconversion was like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Over time, you look at all the individual wounds that you're carrying from all the failed arguments, and eventually you're like, shit, I'm just bleeding out. I got to do something more sensible.
Right. Yeah. No, it's just, I know this is a little bit different conversation than what I've heard from your regular content, but I think if we're being honest with ourselves, you know, all of these Christians that are coping and pretzeling themselves, they have very emotional reasons why they're doing it in the background. And the fact that you're pinning them to their logic is like super uncomfortable, and they get really erratic and very ungodly. But this is I mean, like, just to be honest with you, dude, my whole life is built on this. My wife's a Christian. I've got kids. All my friends are Christians, and they're not going to ostracize me, but it would fundamentally change every single relationship I have. And like the void of that kind of perceived loneliness, I'm sure you come out on the other end, that's fine or whatever, is really like, I think most people value their social relationships more than their intellectual honesty, if we're just being brutally honest.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. So I've got, I won't say names, but I've got a relative who I know no longer believes, but he has to pretend like he does. Because otherwise he'll lose his family. He'll lose his in-laws. I mean, it'll just be a disaster. So there's a lot of people that will stay in the closet to preserve their social structure. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I get it. I really do get it. The reason why we do these live streams is not because of that. We do these live streams because there are a lot of people who are dogmatic about it, and they want to do harm with the religion. And if your religion is going to do harm, well, I'm going to do everything I can to put an end to it. But that's one of the reasons why you don't see us up here like debating like a lot of Buddhists, because it's like they don't have a really firm deistic concept, and they're not like telling people you're going to die and go to hell if you don't believe what I believe, right? So the reality is, I think that I just want people to think logically and to understand that, listen, if in fact you do believe in something, just know that like it's got to be based on faith. It's not based on facts.
Yeah, the challenge I have as well, you mentioned the liberal Christian thing. So for background, I grew up in like a Southern Baptist kind of Reformed, some pretty fundamental background. And one thing that was drilled into me is like loyalty to the text, right? Like the Bible is everything. And the challenge I have with the liberal Christian thing is I think I can squirm out from a lot of the cognitive dissonance, but then ultimately I'm making my own religion. I'm not submitting myself to a text that I consider divine. I've become the arbiter of what is preserved versus corrupted. I'm becoming the arbiter. So it's ultimately just my morality. I'm just sticking a Christian label on it. And that's,
I agree.
Yeah. So,
I agree. If you get to the point where the Bible is no longer the authoritative piece, you need something else to be the authoritative piece. So the Catholics and the Orthodox would point to like apostolic succession and the magisterium and the teachings of the apostles, and they would say, well, that's an additional authority where the Bible fails. But they're not without faults either. If you just go through the church fathers and the magisterium teachings, they contradict each other all over the place. So what you end
Right.
up with is there's really no good authority that you can point to as a Christian and say, here is an inerrant authority. I believe it and it's always true. It doesn't really even exist. So
Sure.
as a Christian, then I think the point that you need to be at if you're going to be a Christian, especially if you're a liberal Christian, is get to a point where you just say, listen, I believe it because it makes sense to me and I'm okay with this being my personal faith. And
Right.
I'm actually okay with that as long as it's not hurting people, as long as you're not telling my gay friends that they're going to get, they need to be stoned. There's literally a guy right now, the pastor at the church that Pete Hegseth goes to, that advocates for burning gay people. And that's why we have to do these live streams. But the minute you go to the Bible and say, listen, the Bible was wrong when it said you can own slaves. The Bible was wrong when it said that you can't suffereth a witch to live, or that if a priest has a daughter who isn't the virgin, she has to be burnt in the fire. Or like you go to Numbers 31, where God allowed the little virgin children to be distributed as spoils of war. When you get to those points and you realize like how horrible they are, you have to come to the table and say, no way, this book is all true. It can't be all true.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of with, I first really started questioning this when I was studying really hard on slavery, and I just came to the conclusion of like, I think if I'm going to be a faithful Christian, I have to admit that slavery in and of itself is not wrong, that it's only a dangerous but legitimate practice. Because there's just like, even in the New Testament, people always point to there's no slave or Greek. I was like, okay, do you approve of transgenderism? Because contextually, you have to make the distinction between man and woman equally abolished.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way I can be faithful to the text and then also be able to say that owning people made in God's image is just objectively wrong because the Bible just condones it.
Right.
It's ironically one of my reasons for believing is morality, this idea of like an objective experience that we seem to have, but also why I'm kind of falling away is like, there's just no way this guy is omnibenevolent.
Yes.
Like, I just can't,
So let's address that. Let's first address your second point, which is that humans have, and then I wanted to address the omni paradox. So the second point was that humans have an innate need or sense of divine authority, right? That was now the reason why I don't think this is great, although I do generally agree that a lot of people have this feeling, is one, it certainly isn't universal. I've met tons and tons of atheists that just don't have this feeling, right? It seems to be that it's just not universal. But the other problem is there's actually been quite a few studies on this in like sociology and whatnot. And it seems to be that the reason, and I talked to a couple of people about this recently, even there seems to be like this need. Okay. So like we have a biological need the minute we're born for our parents, right?
Right.
And the reality is that biological need is so strong that without it, you'll die, right? Unless your parents are willing to, overcome that somehow. But the reality is we have a biological bend towards our children, and our children have a biological need to be with safe parents. Now, my understanding from psychology is that this doesn't just go away when you become an adult. And eventually this thing inside of the biological thing inside of us that causes us to want to appeal to something bigger, stronger, and more protective than what we have, it manifests itself in this something that becomes otherworldly. And even further, it develops once you lose your parents. Once your parents are gone from this world, the desire to apply that desire for a parent onto a God grows even more. So for me, I think it's a biological need that we have that ties the parent to the children that we've developed over, millions and millions of years of evolution. And it doesn't just go away when you become an adult.
Right. Yeah. And I certainly am aware as well that argument is for deism. It is not for Christianity. I've heard you make that very good at like, no, you're not allowed to use God arguments for your faith, and I recognize that just the explanation of, well, we all made one up, so there must be one out there, is purely deistic. There's not even theism there. It's not Christianity. That's
Right.
really, I've never heard that about the psychology piece of like needing a parental or authoritative figure, even in adulthood. That makes the passage about Jesus saying that, all who come to me like little children hits a little closer to home, because you realize there might be a nugget of truth in there.
So let's.
I heard two other things that I was kind of
Okay.
like are arguments, though I've heard you recently address them. I only found you last week. On the fine-tuning argument, is your retort to that essentially that we're making a teleological assumption about like that life is valuable and special, and that in reality we have decided that rolling heads 5 times in a row is special, but actually it's equally miraculous that we roll heads 4 times and then roll tails on the 5th. We just don't assign value to that outcome. Is that kind of what you're getting to there?
Yeah. So the only reason why the fine-tuning argument works is if you have somebody who's willing to accept that like the goal of the universe is to produce life.
Right. Okay.
So
that makes sense.
I designed this is this is a year ago now. I've got it on a thumb drive. I'll break it out again and do a video, but I designed a piece of software to do a dice roll. So it would roll 1 dice, just one, and it would roll it repeatedly like every millisecond. And then it would track how many times it had to roll the dice to get like 10 in a row, 12 in a row, 13 in a row. And what I found is if I let it go long enough, I will end up with a series of dice rolls where it will roll a 6, 12 times in a row, which is like statistically nearly impossible. But the reality is even statistical unlikelihoods become likely when you have an infinite universe. But that being said, even if you impugned some sort of goal to the universe, if the statistical ability to produce life is anything but 0, then it has to happen.
Okay. So like theists are conflating 0 and near 0 and making a huge claim based on that. And it's like, well, no, especially with your view that the universe is basically an infinite cycle. Like we just happen to be conscious in the one instance where it happened. But the reality is we could have had a literally infinite before and after cycles of universe. Maybe life has never happened except for here. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's some divine special authority that made it happen that way, is what you're saying.
Right. And here's an argument I haven't used in like 2 years, but I think it works as well. So like if you're walking down the sidewalk and there's like rain clouds gathering, but it's not raining yet, and just a single drop of rain falls and right on your head. Listen, the odds that single drop of rain fell on your head when it could have fallen anywhere else in the world, it could have been in Africa, it could have been in China, but it fell on your head. Well, that doesn't mean that something impossible just happened. It just happens to be that is the case.
Yeah. You see microcosms of this in like Christianity writ large, where they assign like deistic or theistic meaning to things that could just very reasonably be just pure chance. Like it's not that insane that you would have a dream about a friend, because you're going to dream about people right? You call said friend and it's a very open-ended question of like, oh, I just felt like I should call you and pray for you or whatever. Like there's probably something going on in their world that they could attach it to. And then it seems like a divine whatever, but statistically all that stuff is like kind of expected almost.
Right.
But most people, Christians or otherwise, just aren't remotely educated on this stuff. One other argument I was hoping to just get a point of clarity from you on was the argument of like infinite regression. I don't remember if that's ontological or from Anselm or whatever, but this idea of like, well, there had to be a first causer for all this contingent stuff on the back end to have happened, and you go from the acorn to the oak tree and blah 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 blah. And your kind of contention was you're making an assumption here. You've kind of thrown in a presupposition here that it can't regress infinitely, and then you could kind of make an argument that almost whether you're theistic or not, you end up with that conclusion anyway, because it's either God that's eternal or it's that matter, the stuff is eternal, and it's kind of a moot point. Am I like Am I missing something there, or is
No,
that a fair?
I think you nailed it. And something I don't bring up often enough, but I've known about for a long time, which is that it seems, right, that time is like an emergent property of the universe. It's not something that existed without the universe. Like there couldn't be time and no universe because time is an emergent property of the universe.
Sure.
And so if that's the case, if science is correct about that, then what that means is that the whole infinite regress thing is a silly argument to begin with, because there could in fact be stuff, I don't know what you call it, non-material stuff, right? So if time is a property of the material universe, but prior to the material universe, all there was a quantum field. Well, shit. Well, we don't need time in a quantum field. So what do we care, right? Whether there's an infinite regress or not, we still don't have to put God in there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's when you get into some of that really high level stuff. Like, people will take properties of like observable physics and apply them to more specialized fields of physics or science, and it's like, no, we're playing by different rules in this arena. The assumptions you're making don't entail, and they don't connect.
And there is a thing called quantum time, and I've heard like Dr. Blitz talk about it. I know there's like some kind of time, but every time I'm not smart enough to explain it. Every time I've heard the explanation, it's over my head. But the takeaway is, well, it's not like time as we know it. I was like, well, I don't know what that means. But like, the reality is, no matter how we conceive of it, I have no reason to believe that that there needs to be a God to instantiate all the stuff that we see here. I can't find a contradiction in that anywhere.
Right. No, that makes sense. Do you have a book or a resource on? So one thing I had not been aware of all until I found you was the whole Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecies. I had it in time when I was reading the Bible, because I used to read through it like every year, and I would read like what I recognized as kind of like an Old Testament callback from like something in Matthew or something. And I remember reading that and being like, this doesn't feel like a prophecy. But then I'm just like, oh, but I can see the parallels, and I kind of just move on, shove it in a box, you know. But I really hadn't had anyone like really come at the whole, no. Prophecy is a very specific definition. There's not that many of them, and Jesus doesn't actually fulfill it. If you're taking like the Old Testament text just with its own context, without all of this theological baggage and connections and allegorizations, is there like a book that you would recommend that can like dive into some of that stuff? Because I'm, like I said, I'm still kind of in process of like trying to figure out where the heck I am on this.
Kind of. I'm writing a book on it right now. It should be out late this year. It's gonna be huge, but I'm going in depth on all the prophecies from the gospel. But there's one book out you might want to consider while you're waiting on that, by Robert Miller. It's called Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy. And it's not huge, and there's been a couple of people that wrote on this topic, but one of the problems you have with the Jesus prophecies is not a single one of them was fulfilled in the original context. Every single prophecy that you point to in the Old Testament, you have to conclude that either one, it wasn't a real prophecy, or number two, it's some sort of a dual fulfillment or some kind of a partial fulfillment. But then the question becomes like, well, if it's a dual fulfillment or even a partial fulfillment, who gets to decide what the second fulfillment is if it's divorced from the context? And if it's a partial fulfillment, who gets to decide how much of it needs to be fulfilled before we call it a partial fulfillment? If it's a 10-point prophecy, is it partially fulfilled with 2 points, 3 points, 5 points? Who makes that decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's complete confirmation bias. And also, I've seen you press Christians on this, and they always get back to the corner of, there's always the back door of, well, this one is the second coming.
Right, yeah.
So I guess that's one of the kind of overarching issues I have, is none of this crap is falsifiable. Right. And I don't have a problem with faith per se. I think everyone has some degree of faith in a whole host of areas, but I need it to be reasonable faith. Like, I need there to be a reasonable body of evidence that says, I don't know 100%, but like I've studied like 80% of it, and it makes sense. And I got some holes, but like I'm willing to like I have a reasonable faith, but I'm
Right.
not, and it's never falsifiable. There's always there's no like situation under which I would go, oh shoot, I guess I'm not a Christian. Like they can't admit that, and that's fine, but that's like pure dogmatism. And there's no way to triage you from like an actual psychopath or a cult member or like,
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I would say the last thing on the prophecies too is if you look at the parts of the Old Testament that are clearly prophetic, and it's clearly about the Messiah. Okay. So these are prophecies that aren't in question. When it literally says, the king will be on the throne, and then such and such is going to happen. The Messiah this or the Messiah that. We do have some passages that make definitive claims about what the Messiah will do. All of those, every prophecy that is for sure about the Messiah, Jesus didn't fulfill. And so what you'll find is every time you bring up a prophecy about the Messiah, they'll say, oh, he'll do it later. He'll do it later. That's when he comes back. But when you okay, so what did he do now? When you say what did he do now, they can't point to an actual prophecy about the Messiah. They have to go to types, shadows, random words on a page that sound similar. They don't have anything.
Yeah. I saw a video recently where you were talking to a guy about the virgin birth, and I never thought about it, but you were just like, dude, Matthew's just making stuff up. If you take this in like context, and that it was just straight up fulfilled here, and also it doesn't really fit what was being talked about. But I don't know, man. There's just a lot of stuff here that's like original sin kills me. And actually, I think maybe really what started me down this path was having kids myself. And according to what I think is Christian doctrine, I know Christians would disagree with me. I think Calvinism is like a horrifying doctrine, but also super biblical.
Yeah, right there.
Like go read Romans 9 or 10. You can't get around it, right? And God's answer is literally shut up your creation.
Yes, God's answer is don't question me, you ant.
Right, exactly.
I'll step on you if I want to.
Yeah, and I like early in this, I had to, I guess, reconcile with the fact that the God that I was worshiping was a lot more fearsome and wild than like kind of what I had been raised to believe, that he's all loving and loves everyone and he's provided a way and stuff. But then there's a guy, oh shoot, he's another creator. Mindshift, I think.
Oh yeah, name. Brandon from Mindshift, he's great.
Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, he started like I had never considered like Satan didn't have to come down on earth and tempt everyone.
God could have just
original sin isn't like a necessary requirement. Kind of like what you've talked about is like, well, is he all powerful? Because if so, then he could have made it different. It didn't have to be a natural consequence of Adam sinning. Or if it is, he's like subject to these laws of logic that we're imposing on God, which that doesn't make sense either. It's kind of another version of the Euthyphro dilemma, Right. I never considered that in my entire life, that God could have just made a world where maybe Adam screwed up and he goes to hell, but like everyone else gets a blank slate. But nope, we are born with sin nature, so we're basically getting punished eternally in a conscious torment for like being leopards with spots. Like that's our fault, And like, why does God get all the credit for all of the good stuff, but he somehow gets to blame shift anytime something bad happens?
Right. And, the last thing I'll say about this, because I've got time for, I think, one more conversation here.
Sure.
But if you go to the book of Ephesians, right, everyone's read about the put on the full armor of God, right? Ephesians chapter 6, he says, put on the whole armor of God so that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. This is a crazy thing to think about. God is speaking through Paul theoretically saying, you need to put on the armor of God so that you can stand against this guy that is evil, that wants to do you harm, that I fucking created.
Yeah.
What a crazy,
interact with you.
Imagine having a child, Chris, And then introducing a rabid dog into your house and telling your child, put on your armor. You've got to do battle with this rabid dog in the house now. Who the fuck would do that? Are you insane?
Yeah. No, that's really good. Can I ask one more question? And then I've got other stuff, but I'll let you go to someone else. I'll maybe catch you another day. So obviously you are painfully more educated and studied on this than most of the folks you talk to. And I did like 2 years of seminary, but barely knew enough Greek to be dangerous, right? So what's the Steelman argument for the scholars that do have your level of study and knowledge, but ultimately come to a different conclusion? That way I'm not doing like some kind of like authority bias just based off of listening to you. Like, what's the kind of the most charitable view you can give on like why they're reading the same text, have the same amount of education, know the languages inside and out, but just ultimately don't agree?
Okay, so this is a really good question, and not enough people ask this question. My experience from going to Bible college and seminary was this. Just through a little bit of poking and prodding during classroom conversations, I'm reasonably convinced that most of the high-level academics, at least of the Old Testament, are roughly agnostic. They understand the problems, they see the problems, they're open to being wrong, they're agnostic on whether or not the Bible is even inerrant. Half of them know that it's not. For me, it's usually the New Testament professors that seem more confident in the nonsense. But really, even so I had a New Testament professor, I'm not going to out him, but I had a New Testament professor, a lovely guy, who is a real believer. He's not faking it, but he was a partial, he was one of the people that was in a collection of interviews that ended up in a book called I Still Believe. And really the book was addressing this idea of like, listen, I went through the educational process and I still believe, but here were some difficulties that I encountered. And he was honest at saying, listen, there are real difficulties out there. And I think I was doing, if I remember correctly, I asked him, I said, how do you, when you're discussing this with somebody who doesn't believe, how do you explain it to them in a way that is factual? And the answer was, at some point, you have to take this on faith. You just have to. And I had a professor in high school. I went to Catholic high school. I had a professor, lovely woman, hilarious woman. She was adorable. I would act up in class and she'd give me hilarious punishments. I had it coming. But so she said the same thing. I asked her when I must have been a junior or senior in high school. I asked her, said, there seems to be so many questions surrounding the biblical text. How do you know what's true? And she goes, you don't. You either believe it on faith or you don't. And I think most of my professors, the ones that I knew were honest, reasonable people, said the same thing. It's something you at some point you have to understand as a faith and not a fact. You can't prove it. It's only like these weird seminaries, like Trinity Evangelical Seminary, or like some of the Reformed seminaries that are like, it's a fucking fact, and you're dumb if you don't believe us. That's crazy. Most of the academics that I know that studied the Old Testament specifically, I don't know a single one of them that would get in a live stream and debate me, because a lot of the points that I have came from them. Like, I'm where I'm at because of what I learned from them. And they're not out here debating guys like me, because largely we kind of agree with each other.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, dude, I'll let the next guy go. I just wanted to say, though, as someone who's not like a rabid Christian and is really wrestling with what I want to be true, but also trying to be intellectually honest, it was super helpful to find your content. I found you on YouTube initially, and the algorithm pushes all of your spicy stuff. But I listened to a couple of lives, and like when people come in kind and respectful, you are as well. So I appreciate that, because I get disgusted by like Christian apologists who are jerks as well. I think it's gross, especially because they're supposed to be the salt and light. So I appreciate what you're doing, because to be able to actually talk to someone and bounce some of my struggles off. I know most of this is more like emotional than like textual, but I also think, frankly, if anyone's actually thinking about deconverting, that's really what's holding them. That's the stuff underneath. Like when I used to debate with Arminius about Calvinism, I recognize that really their objectives were their objections were philosophical and emotional. They were not textual, because I think it's, like I said, just I came into that way later in life just by reading my Bible. I was like, nah, this is what the Bible says. I gotta live it. But then having kids, I'm like, I don't think it's acceptable for you to made my child to burn in hell forever.
Yeah.
And blame him for it. So
agreed. I agree.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Chris, thanks for coming through and having an honest conversation. When I started the channel, I thought I'd be having more of these, and it turns out most people just want to come in and argue. But anyways, we really do appreciate it. That is the best content. If it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks,
take care. Cheers, buddy. What a fucking W. What a W for that guy, coming up and having a kind conversation. These conversations don't have to be contentious. Like the craziest thing is that there are people, the problem is there are people that they see this content and they think to themselves, that's a dumb guy. I have to go prove him wrong. And the reality is you can't prove me wrong because you don't have any facts and evidence. You can't do it. The best you can do is bad metaphysical arguments. Let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends. We got time for at least one more conversation. Dave's not here. Glad you're not, Dave, but glad you actually are in real life, because apparently you're in superposition. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, have you read Fighting Words? I actually haven't. The Origins of Religious Violence by Hector Avalos. I would love to. I met him a few times at a local atheist gatherings. He was brilliant. The End of Biblical Studies is also a great book. I'll have to check it out. The book sounds really good. I know there's been a lot of people that have tried to enumerate the amount of religiously motivated wars. I've seen those statistics, but I've collected the statistics myself. I've looked through the actual history books and the actual firsthand accounts of why war is being waged here or there, and it's a lot. If you read the war annals of ancient Babylon or the war annals of ancient Assyria, they tell you they're doing it for the god Ashur. They're doing it for the god Marduk. They're doing it for their god. Almost all wars prior to like the modern age were religious wars. Nearly damn all of them. I mean, it's crazy. All right, let me grab our next guest. Oh, they dropped. They didn't stick for very long. We'll try the next one. All right, looks like our next guest in queue is going to be Brandon. I see Brandon has got the microphone turned off. We'll pull him in and see if he can hear us. How you doing, Brandon? Can you hear? Is this Brandon from Mindshift? It's not. He's got such a great channel, though. When I first got online doing, he's gone. When I first got online doing deconstruction content, he was one of the first channels that I found, and I loved it from day one. Such good stuff. All right, we'll get James into the conversation. How you doing, James? 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 Yahweh's not sending soldiers today. James? All right, well.
Hello.
How you doing? Muted? How you doing, James?
I'm great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's a little quiet. It sounds like you're far away.
Okay, let me try and get a bit closer.
Sure.
Hello.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm here now. Let me know if I need to adjust anything.
I think you're okay. So I can hear you guys. Let me know if you guys can't hear them, but we'll keep the ball rolling. So James, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes to both.
Cool. And which kind of a God do you believe in?
Which kind of a God? The biblical God.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the biblical God being real?
You know, it's going to sound a bit wishy-washy, man, but I got two pieces that kind of dovetail together, at least for me. One is going to be fine-tuning, kind of coupled with my own personal experience.
Okay. Well, let's start with fine-tuning. We'll say conclusion of the argument is that the universe is finely, or we'll say fine-tuned. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. Now, do you have any supporting premises for this conclusion, or would you like me to just tell you why I think the conclusion fails?
Let's go ahead and let me tell you my perspective of it. And the reason that I said it's got to be dovetailed with my personal experience is because I was a really devout Christian, moved over to deism because I could not get from the big arguments, the philosophical arguments to the God of the Bible. Then I had a personal experience. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I heard the voice of who I believe was the God of the Bible. And that made me, that personal experience alone, seeing God, hearing his voice, made me re-question everything.
Okay.
So
we've kind of got two arguments. One is a fine-tuning argument, and one is your personal experience. We kind of have to do them one at a time. So which one do you want to do
that's
first?
fine. Let's go ahead and do the fine-tuning argument first.
Okay. So we know your conclusion. Your conclusion is that the universe is finely tuned. My question is, how do you support that conclusion?
The only way that I support it is this sounds crazy, but the complexity of life. And I know that there is, if any chance, that this all could have arisen organically without the intervention of a God. If there's any chance, just running the numbers, it would have happened. It would have. And I would accept that generally, except for the fact that I've had an experience where I say that there is something else out there. And because I believe there's something else out there, which I guess my belief that there's something else out there who I term God, because of that belief, I'm willing to accept the fine-tuning argument.
Right. Okay. So first understand that premise 2 is not connected to the conclusion. The conclusion does not follow from premise 2. So premise 2 might be something you believe. You might believe that your personal experience is meaningful, but your personal experience doesn't mean that the universe is finely tuned. It just means...
No, it doesn't.
Right. So I think that's why I said these are two different arguments. I think we still need a premise that gets you from life is complicated to the universe is finely tuned.
I just think that it's more likely that it was designed and created than it is that it happened all of its own accord.
Right, but that is another claim. It's not a premise. But you're saying it's more likely that it's designed, but you're not adding supporting premises. You're just adding new conclusions, right? How do you know that it's more likely that it's designed?
Unfortunately, that's as far as it gets me. Like, I don't get any further back than that. I'm especially uncomfortable saying that it has to be a God. I don't believe it has to be a God. And I know that there is no way on paper that I could say, because the universe has life, there has to be a God. I can't get there on paper. The only way I can get there is because I feel like I've met God.
Right. Okay. So the reality is the fine-tuning argument doesn't work for you because you don't have any supporting premises for it. I mean, you've got premise number 1, which is that life is complicated, but you don't have any premises that can connect that with the conclusion. So we could just bury that argument and start with your next argument, which is basically that conclusion, God is real. And you can say the support for that argument is that I had personal revelation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is where I would go. First of all, I don't know if the conclusion God is real necessarily follows from I had personal revelation, only because it could be that you're hallucinating. It could be that you heard audio from something other than God. It could be that you dreamed it and at some point thought that you actually experienced it, which happens all the time. And it could also be that you had a faulty memory, and it could also be that there are many gods, not just your God. Like, so there's a lot of ways you can say I had a personal revelation that doesn't necessarily get you to the God I believe in is real, right? Because is it plausible that other people, like I've got a friend who's Hindu, he was visited by 2 of the Hindu gods. Is it possible that those gods exist based on of his personal experience?
100%.
Right. So if that's the case, right? If I'm the outside observer and I'm looking in, I'm saying, listen, James had a personal experience with his God, therefore his God is real. I won't out my ex-coworker. He had an experience with 2 deities. That means those 2 deities are real. I've got a friend who was visited by 2 of the Egyptian deities. She's not ashamed of it. Her name's Hanji. That means the Egyptian deities must be real. At some point, in my position, if all these personal experiences point to a real deity, I just have to assume all of these deities exist, or none of them do.
That's a really great point, and I thought about that as well. And my best understanding is I don't know what's out there. I don't know if it is specifically and exclusively the God of the Bible, or if it is the 2 Egyptian gods who visited your friend, or if it is some deity who gives some glimpse behind the curtain, and he wants to see, or she wants to see, what you do with that glimpse. Maybe they reveal themselves as Jehovah to one person. Maybe they reveal themselves to Allah as another person. I can tell you, though, before I had a personal experience, nothing convinced me. And all I do is tell people about what happened to me. And if some people have a personal experience, I don't know how that can be taken away from them. But it really could be that God is just a game designer, and we're all running a version of The Sims. And maybe that's why he's okay with everybody dying, because I really struggle with that. Maybe we're nothing but video game characters to him.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Refresh my mind. Did you say you believed in the Christian God?
I do. I believe in the God of the Bible, because
Okay.
that's how it was revealed to me.
Okay, so I think that's where we get some of the problems, right? Because if you believe in the God of the Bible, like there's a lot of reasons logically not to believe in that God. Like, so I assume you believe that the God of the Bible is like omnipotent, he's all knowing, he's omnipresent. Are those things you believe about the Bible God?
I believe all 3 of those things to a certain degree. And this is how I separate it. Like, if you were a character in The Sims, you would think that the designer, the developer, who is outside of your space and outside of your time, is all of those things. I mean, he can click a mouse and make a house, or, create something from nothing. And so on our plane, I do believe that he is. Now, could he just be one game designer of the cosmos, and everyone else knows that his name's actually Jim, and he kind of sucks at Scrabble? Possibly. But from my limited perspective, he is all of those things. But I don't think he's all good. I think he just tells us that he's all good, and people go, oh, okay, yeah, he's all good. He's a good guy.
Oh, interesting. So God claims to be good, and he does. He claims that he's all good, and he claims that he is love, but he's not actually love. Well,
no, I don't think he is. And that was a point that when I was an atheist, I would say this all the time. Christians believe God is good because he said, I'm the good guy. And Christians go, oh, yeah, he's the good guy. Yeah. He doesn't actually have to be the good guy. But following that personal experience where I went, holy crap, like something's real up there. Like God's real. Right. The only way I can square it with the Bible is to say he's not, he just lied about that.
But yeah, the problem with that is if you say that God said something that's untrue, it means other parts of the Bible are a lie as well. So like Numbers 23:19, 1 Samuel 15:29 says that God can't lie, which just means the Bible is not true. And I think the problem is when you have a Bible, you're like, I believe in the God of this book, except for this part and not that part, certainly not that part or that part, right? At some point you have to ask the question, like, how much of this book is not true? Because like, if a bunch of it's not true, I don't see why I would trust it.
And I guess it would say, I guess it would be the same that you ever get instructions from like IKEA, and sometimes the instructions aren't right, but you still have to trust the parts that you can confirm or the parts that work well for you. I do feel like in the Bible, is there a whole bunch of nonsense in there that I don't believe? Yes. But I definitely believe that there are parts where that's what I need to wake up in the morning and say, hey, I've got to be a good father to my kids because, that I agree with that part in the Bible. This other part, man, I'm just
But
going to
how do
take
you
that.
know that that part is true?
I don't necessarily know that it's true outside of truth being what comports well with my reality.
So
So if
then,
it says,
so
go
then
ahead.
what that means is the Bible's no longer relevant for you.
I wouldn't say it's not relevant. I would definitely say it's relevant for me, but I would not say that it is absolutely perfect in every way. I don't believe it's a science textbook. I believe it gets historical details wrong. I don't believe I have to do everything the Bible says, but I do believe it's more like a map where are there parts of it that aren't necessarily accurate? Yes, but as a general guide, it'll help me get to a good destination of being a good person.
Right, but what I'm saying, well, first of all, I don't think we know that that is the case because the Bible tells you to do horrific stuff as well. But the point that I'm trying to get at is if the Bible's not completely true, I don't know if you have a way of determining what parts are. So, for example, like when Jesus prays in the Garden of Gethsemane, how in the world do you know what he said when he prayed there? Who was recording it? The disciples were sleeping and they didn't write it down. They couldn't even write. They were illiterate according to the book of Acts. So like if I'm just looking at the Bible and say, listen, there's a bunch of untrue stuff in here. Well, I'm inclined to look at a lot of part of the Bible and be like, well, this is nonsense. There's no way this stuff is true, right? So I'm trying to figure out like, how is the Bible relevant if you can open it and read it and not know which parts are actually true?
Um, Remind me, did you grow up in a fundamentalist background or where the Bible was like the perfect word of God? Is that what Christianity you've come from?
No, my religious background was very it was diverse and very much like you need to decide for yourself what you believe. My mother was Catholic, my father was Baptist, and neither one of them ever forced me to go to church. They didn't force me to believe. They didn't try to convince me to believe. They both believed that your religion is a personal decision. Like I can't choose it for you. And even my mother, I would grow up in Catholic school, hear stuff, and ask her questions. And it was clear even for her that there was some stuff that the Catholic Church she didn't believe either, right? So I never got forced into a dogmatic view of religion, which is one of the reasons why it's so weird for me to be online now and see so many people that are so dogmatic because the family I grew up in and even the small town that I grew up in, people were pretty normal people. I didn't run into a lot of zealots.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that for me. Let me go ahead and just try to clarify my position when it comes to the Bible. I to me, and the same way if I was reading Marcus Aurelius
We
or
kind of lost you
if
for
I
a
was
second
reading,
there,
your
James.
upcoming book.
James, we lost you for a second. Your connection dropped
Oh,
out.
I may
But
have covered it with my hand. I'm sorry about that.
we can hear you right now, though. Try again.
Okay. My relationship with the Bible it's almost similar to my relationship with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I read it. The parts that I say are good or the parts that I say are relevant, or if the Holy Spirit guides me and says, this is a part you need to be following, I take that part. When it says that, a woman who grabs the family jewels of a man her husband is fighting with,
Yeah, Exodus
you gotta cut off her
21.
hand or you gotta kill her. Uh, yeah, I look at that and I say that was just flawed people, and I'm not going to go along with that. I believe that the Spirit wants me to follow that.
James, I'm sorry to say it, but it sounds like I apologize. Your connection keeps breaking up as you're talking, and so I'm afraid we didn't get a lot of that. We got the part about Exodus 21, but I missed like everything after that.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, it does look like my connection is going. Man, I think I may just have to let you go. My phone is dying here.
Okay, no worries. I appreciate it. Well, James, thanks for coming up and having a kind conversation. Listen, I know that talking about your religion is difficult. And you're calm and kind, so we appreciate that.
Have a good one.
Cheers. Have a great one, friend. Well, W to James for having a decent conversation. He left. I can see his connection is no longer connected, but for some reason he's still on the screen. The VDO app is funny the way it deals with some of these poor connections. Like it tries so hard to maintain the connection when the connection's weak that I think it gets confused. Okay, listen, friends, it's 4:00. I'm going to read through all the super chats if we have time. After that, for another guest, we'll take another guest. I don't know if we will. We've got quite a few super chats, but you guys know I love and appreciate everyone who supports the channel and everyone who super chats. So I'm gonna read the super chats because and I know people complain that I spend so much time reading super chats. That's why I save so many for the end of the stream. But listen, I respect the people that support the stream. If you want to dialogue with me via super chat, I want to engage in that dialogue. I think the whole deconstruction process is a community process. I feel like we're doing this as a community. You know what I mean? So Sadin says, I don't see evidence that 3 magic laws caused the ancient Greeks to abandon their pantheon for Yahweh. Actually, this is Sadin Seer. This is actually a really good point because, you know, most of the like Orthodox Philbros, they believe that because you have the 3 laws of logic, somehow you have to end on the Christian God, which is crazy. Like, think of Philbros like Sage Ray on TikTok. He makes this dumb argument that somehow you need the Trinity because, you know, all these Philbro arguments. But it's crazy. The ancient Greeks who use the same laws that we're using, they had a pantheon and they were just as logical as we are. You know what I mean? And Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, my friend. Shit, it's your birthday. He says, it's my birthday. Not even the Philbros can get me down today. Praise Doug for your patience and perseverance. Keep cooking, my friend. Well, W, Unashamed Apostate, is great to see you. And happy motherfucking birthday. That is awesome. I won't ask how old you are, but I hope you have a great one. One more trip around the sun. And Janie sent 10 DZ Debates memberships out. I really appreciate that, Jeannie. That's generous. Or Janie, I really appreciate that. Hopefully Janie doesn't have a gun. Oh, now TikTok's banned. I keep forgetting I can't say words on TikTok. Mike Montgomery, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I need a good 20-year-old whiskey to gift as a gift. Any recommendations? Also, may I suggest Doug Rocks Whiskey Stones? Praise Doug. Mike, this is a really good idea to sell whiskey stones as Doug Pebbles. I approve of this. This is a good idea. I have to look into this. This is a really good marketing strategy. I like this. Let me think though for a second. A 20-year-old whiskey. It kind of depends on what type of whiskey do you like. Do you like smoked, peat, rye? Do you like a sweet whiskey or a dry whiskey? I don't know. There's a lot of them on the market. But specifically 20-year-old whiskeys. Let me see what's on the list. Who sells specifically something that's 20-year-old or more? Well, if you've got money, you can do a little bit of Pappy Van Winkle. That's expensive. I'm sure the price has gone down, hopefully by now. I did try some Pappy Van Winkle. I wouldn't pay the Pappy price. I wouldn't do it. That being said, it was good, and it was a very good aged whiskey. Let me see who else got a 20-year. Glenrothes, actually. Okay, so Glenrothes. No one talks about Glenrothes. Okay, Glenrothes. I've tried their aged whiskey. It's really good. It's really good. I certainly would approve of it. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else on this list. Obviously, there's a lot of ones you're going to notice. Like there's some scotches like Glenfiddich. I love Glenfiddich, but it's not technically the whiskey you're probably looking for. I don't know. There's a lot. But I'm not a whiskey connoisseur. I wouldn't give you probably the best recommendation because when it comes to whiskey, I like just about everything. I love Maker's Mark and Redbreast and Jack Daniels and shit, even Tin Cup. I like all of it. So I don't have a very discerning palate when it comes to whiskey. All I know is I don't like smoked whiskey. Not a fan. William Atkins says, have you ever used the Adam and Eve story in a debate? Not so much. It does come up a lot, but I'll tell you why I don't do the Adam and Eve stuff in a debate. And the reason why is in order to prove that Adam and Eve didn't exist, you really need to know a lot about genetics. And you can run the argument about like the mitochondrial Eve and the mitochondria Adam. And the reality is I don't know enough about that field of science to say it like in for people to understand what I'm talking about. So if you actually watch my live stream, almost all of the science arguments I use is because a guest pushed me into the sciences and now I have to respond. I don't like most of my starting points for my arguments aren't science. Because I was trained in the Bible and I'm an engineer. I was trained in logic. I know how to think logically. So that being said, I probably won't be using the Adam and Eve weren't the first humans talking point, but there are good talking points for it that I could use from my field of study. For example, if you look at like Stonehill, Turkey, or Göbekli Tepe, and some of the other locations in like ancient Anatolia, we've got settlements that go back to the year 10,000, the year 12,000. We've got cave paintings that are 40,000 years old, right? So if in fact we know that people lived 40,000 years ago or even 12,000 years ago, then the biblical Adam and Eve story just doesn't work. It's not a real thing. If we had people living before them. TM says the Greeks, not the Judeo-Christian tradition, created Western civilization. I agree. Religion kept us in the Dark Ages until the Enlightenment. That's my view. The Enlightenment period brought about all the stuff about modern society that we love, not Christianity. Jonathan says, what if God wanted to die because he got bored and exploded himself, thus the Big Bang? Joking. Jonathan, this is a good point. I've got a friend who once ran by me a God hypothesis that God used to exist and then he died. Something killed him. Now, we don't know what killed him. It could be the God-eating penguin. Could be that. We don't know. What we do know is that the world we live in does not agree with an omni-God. The observation of the world around us contradicts the omni-God. But you're right. There could have been a God that just fucked off or died. A patch grabber, interesting name. I hope you're not doing what Trump does. Says, my wife is giving birth to our first child in a few weeks. Well, congratulations. That is a huge monumental event. Says, any hope for a baptism by basalt from the Rock of Ages? Have a flintastic day. Well, listen, the good news is Doug doesn't require you to baptize your children via stoning. He certainly doesn't want you to waterboard your baby like the Catholics. That's nonsense. Listen, have a fantastic day to you. May the courts be with you. Keep the Rock of Ages close to you. And congratulations. Having a baby is so much fun. And I get it. I know there are some people who don't like babies. And I get it. They cry, you have to change their diapers. They spit up on you. I get it. All that being said, I fucking love babies. If you gave me a child in that baby phase, like I would just watch babies all the time in that baby phase. I love the baby phase, but I get it. It's not for everybody, but I hope you enjoy it. I really hope you enjoy it, because when it's your own kid, it doesn't get to last forever. Eventually they grow. Eventually they're no longer babies. It's hard. That's the process. It feels like you're losing your baby as they grow. It's so hard to sit and watch your babies grow up. But anyway, sorry, we'll keep reading. Reed, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, you give these guys too much credit by conceding they understand philosophy. Actually, you're not wrong. And that's why like guys like Jeff is so important, because like a lot of times these people are making bad philosophical arguments. And I know I'm not studying enough to catch all of their bad arguments. Guys like Jeff will be like, no, that's not valid. That's not a real argument. That's a problem because of this. Realistically, what I want to do when I get these dumb Phil bros is I want them to stop giving me their script. Get off your fucking script. Stop using your Philbro words. Let's have a real human discussion and see where it goes. And they can't do it. They have to stay on their script. It worked in class. It must work now. Anyways, he says they don't. They're amateurs. They abuse terminologies they don't understand for fundamentally sophistic, anti-rational purposes, not philosophy. I do agree, Reed. I think most of the philosophers that we get on the live stream, they're doing sophistry. They're not doing actual philosophy. Carnage Asada, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, do you hold Catholicism and Orthodoxy in higher or lower esteem than Protestantism? That's a tough one. It's just not very impressive to devote oneself to a God that doesn't really demand anything of you, in my opinion. So this is a fair point. So first of all, I think the Catholics do the best job of integrating Christianity, their version of Christianity, with all of the biblical texts, even the ones that are super Jewish. Whereas Protestants, they don't know fuck all about Jewish theology. They screw the pooch every time. The Catholics, when they formatted a lot of their theology, they tried to incorporate a lot of the Jewish belief into it. And they tried to figure out, well, shit, how is Jesus still important? But also, we know that literally not all Jews believe in this hell concept the way that some people believe in it, right? So they've got this whole purgatory thing. So like they're wrestling with real ideas and they're coming up with some answers and doing the best they can. The problem with Protestantism is they didn't read church history. They don't know a damn thing about Jewish theology. And then they superimposed their understanding of the New Testament on top of the Jews, thinking we know what Jews thought and we know what they taught because we have the New Testament. They don't know a damn thing about Jewish belief. And so I think Catholicism of the three does a better job of using logic and reason to rationalize all of the historical beliefs that are needing to be considered. But I think they do fail because the minute you introduce purgatory, well, Jesus is not necessary. If you don't need Jesus to die for your sins because you can go to purgatory, then who gives a shit? There's just a sky carcass out there. We don't care about this guy. So Carnage, I think that's where I think that's where Catholicism fails. But they're trying, at least. They are trying. Yoda, thank you for the $9.99 super chat, says, here's my entry fee for today's pretzel roast. Thou shalt not doubt Doug, for he is the rock, solid in form, firm in flood, granite in grace. Stonolations 420, rock hard for Doug. Pretzel shirt reminder. Listen, Yoda, an advertisement for the gift shop. I did finally add to the gift shop a shirt. I'll show it to you. It's a Doug's Pretzel Factory shirt. 1 second. I'll put it up on the screen. So I added, I think, 2 different shirts, although you can get them on a coffee mug and you can get them on a sticker, and you can get them in like on a hoodie and things like that. But let me go to the listings and I'll show you. I do like the Doug one. Oh, I also did the adorable. People have been asking for a shirt that says adorable. I did that. I finally put a product up there that says adorable. I think you'll like it. Okay, so let me open up Doug's Pretzel Factory. There we go, and I'll show it off to you. Anyways, Yoda, so we do have it. We finally got around to making it a real thing. And here's what it looks like. Doug's Pretzel Factory, that's the sticker form, but you also got it in various shirts, and you also got it in a coffee mug. You can get your very own Doug's Pretzel Factory, and you can join in the live stream with your Doug's Pretzel Factory mug as we're making pretzels. So a good reminder, Josh Barba says, the trouble starts with I feel. Yeah. The minute your argument has I feel in it, it's a bad argument. Baggy, thank you for the $9.99 Euro chat. It says, rock hard for Doug. Well, hell yeah. I've been brought up in the wishy-washy C of E. I don't know. What's C of E? Cult of Endor? Church of the Eucharist? Church, I don't know what that means. Anyways, I assume it's a Christian sect for 70 years. Or is it Church of, I don't know. Taught to believe it all, but thanks to you and Hitchens, it's now clear. Well, Baggy, listen, I'm really glad that we can help you out. Hitchens is a dynamo. He does things I probably could never hope to do. Oh, Church of England. Thank you, Susie. I appreciate that. I'm glad that we can help you find your way out. And Josh says, I know a guy that truly believes in Bigfoot. He says he has special relationship with them. I'm dead serious. Josh, I don't doubt you for even a single second. There is a group that meets on TikTok once a week. There's a Bigfoot group that meets on TikTok. They do a group session every weekend on updates from the Bigfoot world. They all believe it. Roger says, you are doing important work. Keep trying to instill critical thinking in those who can't or won't accept it. Well, thank you, Roger. I appreciate you. Appreciate the stream. And thank you for supporting the stream with the super chat. And I do think that this work is important, or I wouldn't be doing it. I wouldn't be as motivated to do this if I didn't think that it was important. Trude, thank you for the 100 NOK, says, please repeat the name of Jeff's channel. My short time memory is getting shorter and shorter. Doug, damn it. Soon I have to crawl under some rocks. Does Doug have rental space available? Well, Doug is everywhere. All you need to do is be on the earth, on the ground, and you're in Doug's space. You don't, I mean, you might have to rent it from the U.S. government or wherever you live.
For tangible.
But Jeff does have a channel, and it's Jeff from The End of Species. Is that correct, Jeff?
End of a species, yeah. So it's just saying we're toast. We're done. It's a wrap.
We are fucking cooked, buddy.
We had a good run, but you know, all good things and bad things must come to an end.
Yes, and that's we're going to be the way of the dodo eventually. Josh Boyd, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the Greek hero Achilles had a cousin who was dipped in the river Styx, being held in his no-no place. Oh, I didn't know that they grabbed them. Okay. While we all know of Achilles' heel, not everyone knows about Baphodes' nuts. You won. I think you just won the joke for the day. I appreciate that, Josh. That was amazing. Best joke of the day so far. I love it. That was amazing. Suicine, thank you for the $10 super chat, says many Christians are going to be screwed if the Bible turns out to be a test to see who is willing to turn off their empathy. This is such a good point. I think Sebastian Cole brought this up a long time ago. He was the first one to introduce this idea to me, but like, if the Bible is this book of horrors because God is testing you to see if you do have moral principles internally to know what to do with you after you die, shit, Christians are in a lot of trouble. They're just completely buying in, hook, line, and sinker to divine command theory, not using their rational capabilities at all. DM says it's easy for a university to create a math department. You just need paper, pencils, and garbage cans. A philosophy department is even easier. You can skip the cans. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. You can start a philosophy department just by putting some people in a room together and asking questions. I think that's one of the reasons why every university seems to have a field department. It's because it's so easy to do. And basically, you just need to learn definitions and have conversations. You do need to learn how to think rationally, though. Connor says, today I learned the Choctaw helped out the Irish in the famine. I didn't know that. Not God related, but I wanted to share it because it's cool. Rock hard for Doug, Sharon, Roland, Lisa, and Spanky. Hail the pantheon of Doug, Sharon, Roland, Lisa, Spanky, and obviously Pebbles have to be included. And thank you, Connor. It's great to hear from you. Design, my friend, says an infinite number line between 1 and 2. It's as simple as 1.0000000 to 1. Yeah. If you have 2 points in time, there's an infinite number of ways to divide it, but there's not an infinite amount of time between the two. Skeptics and Scoundrels says infinity is not a number, so we can't count from it. I agree, right? When that's the problem that theists get into. They want to count from the beginning of infinity, but there's no beginning to infinity. It's not a point on the timeline. You can't count from it. It's silly. Freedom from Security says, good thing gravity is just a theory. Flying around really saves me time in the morning. Could you imagine somebody challenging gravity because it's just a theory, or challenging electricity because it's just a theory, or challenging germs because it's just a theory? No. But the minute you bring up evolution, they're like, oh, it's just a theory. It's not. Holofurphy, thank you so much for gifting out 20 DZ debate memberships. That's huge, my friend. I super appreciate that. And we're on the precipice, friends, if we didn't already cross it, of crossing 2,000 subs. So thank you so much for supporting the channel, friend. The memberships are so helpful. And of course, it gets people access to the cheat sheet, which I think is a good resource. I did add a new tab to the cheat sheet yesterday or the day before. I added a tab called Love. And the reason why I did this is because I wanted to lay out one of the best contradictions in the Bible, which is that God simply is not fucking love. If you just look at the claims in 1 Corinthians 13 about what love is, you can see that God's none of these fucking things. He's not. So enjoy that one, friends. If you got access to the cheat sheet, I think you'll love that one. Zhang says, Phil Bros are the goats of master debating. Yeah, you nailed it. That's really what you're doing. What they're attempting to wordsmith their God into existence. Mediocre, great name, by the way. I love that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, counter the infinitive regress with an explanation of reactive power. It requires imaginary numbers, square roots of negative numbers, but the power grid would fail without it. Yeah, actually. When you start talking about like how electricity works, the reality is it becomes really difficult. Like there's a lot of shit going on there, right? But when it comes to the infinite regress, I know that it can seem counterintuitive, just like quantum physics often is counterintuitive. That's why my dumb brain doesn't understand all of it. But the reality is, just because it seems counterintuitive doesn't mean that it's not the case. It just means that you're lacking understanding. And Tullius, thank you for the super chat, says Christians have superpowers like never answering questions directly, contorting word meanings, and delusions of grandeur. You nailed it. Yeah, the superpower Christians have, which always impressed me, is that they're all politicians. The minute you get them into a box, they become a politician and they can't answer questions. Barbara says, I'm deconstructing, but my partner isn't. I don't want to go to church anymore, but they do. Help. Ugh. Well, okay, so here's the thing. When you're with somebody, when you're in a relationship with somebody, there has to be give and take. They're going to do things that you don't want to do. And they're going to want you to do them with them. You're going to want to do things that they don't want to do, and you're going to want them to do it with you. So in a relationship, sometimes you just have to give and take. What my very best friend growing up, his mother was very religious. In fact, she was one of the ones that kind of helped me get into religion. Father wasn't. Father's not religious at all. I don't think he even believes in God. Didn't want to go to church, wasn't a Christian, but he agreed when he had his first child. He made an agreement with his wife that while all of the children are under the age of 18, I will go to church with you every week with the family. And he did. He held his promise. He went to church for over 20 years with the family because that was his promise, because he loved his wife. He didn't have to. He chose to. And as somebody on the outside looking in, I can see how I know that he probably didn't like it. He probably didn't enjoy it. He didn't like doing it, but he loved his wife. So that's what I would say. I get it. You don't have to make those concessions. But what I am saying is that if you really do love your partner, there's going to be concessions somewhere. You have to figure out where that line is. You have to figure out where your concession line is, and it's going to be different for everybody. So that's all I'm saying is, if you have a spouse that wants you to go to church, it doesn't hurt you to go to church with them. Like if I had a spouse that really wanted me to go to church, it doesn't hurt me to go with them. It doesn't do me any harm to go with them. That being said, I'm not required to. I could say no if I wanted to. You have to figure out where your line is. I can't tell you where that line is, but I hope the best for you. Relationships where one person's really committed and one person is really not, they're very difficult relationships.
Justin,
yeah,
I got to drop, but I wanted to tell you I have a rebuttal for your God is love. Let me try it. God is love, and by love, I just define love as an asshole. And so then if you go into 1 Corinthians, patient is a jerk face. That's how I define patient, jerkface. Kind, I define kind as also jerkface. I had to think about that one. Envious is defined as the scum on the bottom of my shoe, right? Like, and we can keep going, but you can see how I have debunked your entire argument simply through Philbro definitions. I just look at that.
This is 100% analogous to what the TikTok Philbros do, right? As long as I can define the words and I can use them fast enough that I can slide the definitions by you, I can get to my conclusion.
Hey, Chad, how come you don't understand my stuff? I defined everything. Like, which word did I not define? Come on. But I had a ton of fun. You got to tell me about, I forget what it was you had to tell me later, but we'll chat. We'll chat.
All right, guys, make sure you're following Jeff. He's a good friend of mine. He's got a great channel, and he's super smart, especially if you like the philosophy stuff. Follow Jeff. This is the guy who knows what he's talking about with philosophy. I'm just a jackass on the internet with a mouth. Cheers, buddy. Great to see you. Ed, thank you for the $50 Euro chat. Big W, Ed. I super appreciate that. Ed says, after 30 years as a Christian, it was studying philosophy of science and epistemology causing me to deconstruct my silly beliefs. So philosophy can do wonders. Also, you are amazing, and I'd be honored to call you my fellow engineer and brother. Well, thank you so much, Ed. And I do find that engineers have a pretty good grasp on logic, and like you could use that logic and cross over into philosophy, but it's so fucking boring to me. I get it. It's helpful, and it can be helpful, and a lot of people find it helpful, but realistically, you don't actually have to have it to debunk these religions. You can just read the book. It's that easy. Just read the book. But I see, Ed, I do agree with you. If you do apply philosophy in a non-biased sense, you can definitely get to this God's not real. For sure, you can get there. Adele, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, just here to say happy Wednesday. Funds for the grill. Great to see you, friend. Well, thank you so much, Adele. I super appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I hope you're having a good hump day. I really do. Wednesdays are fun. We're halfway through the week, friends. Carl, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I was radicalized by Christian nationalists as a child, particularly around the book of Revelation. I'm deconstructing, but I worry Trump is the Antichrist. Those who radicalize me would disagree. Help? Okay. So here's what you need to know about the book of Revelation. Everything in Revelation are failed prophecies for the first century. In fact, the 666 in Revelation 13 is in fact Nero. When you do the Hebrew gematria on 666, it comes out to Neron Kaiser, which is what you would get if you took the Greek letters of Nero, Caesar, and put it into Hebrew gematria. Now, as it turns out, if you take the Latin spelling of Nero Caesar, which is what we use today in English, and you do Hebrew gematria, it turns out to be 616, not 666. The funny thing is, we've got a bunch of Latin manuscripts of Revelation 13 that say 616 rather than 666, because the reason this is the case is because whoever was writing knew that it was about Nero. The manuscripts directly point to Nero. And even earlier in Revelation 13, it talks about being mortally wounded and revived. That's the Nero Redivivus legend. They believe that Nero received a mortal wound and was revived and was coming back to persecute the Christians. In fact, a bunch of imposters had to be executed by the Roman government for coming back and claiming to be the resurrected Nero. And I think the same thing happened with Jesus. I think there was an imposter that convinced one or two of the disciples that he resurrected, and they ran off. Jesus even says so. In the Olivet Discourse, he says, there will be people claiming to be me. They're preparing you. The gospel message is preparing you to deal with impersonators of Jesus. It's almost like it was written at a later time period after known impersonators of Jesus were already out there trying to impersonate Jesus. It's almost like that's the case. Sharonda says, last night I told my husband that saying crucio had the same effect as saying same effect in the world as saying in Jesus' name. Well, I would add the same. Like, if you think there's power in the name of Jesus, we can just test it. Ask yourself, let's do a test. I'm going to say in the power of the name of Jesus, and you can say in the power of the name of Doug. We'll just see which one wins, and we can do this endlessly. The reality is there's no power in the name of Jesus because Jesus can't do shit. He told you he was going to do all kinds of stuff. Couldn't do it. Chad, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Chad says, hearing from honest callers like Chris makes enduring the psychic damage from Phil Bros and baby paste enjoyers worth it. Thanks for the important work you do here. Praise Doug and his marvelous grace. Oh, I love that one. I don't know if I've heard that. Yes, Doug's marvelous grace. That's an amazing use of words. And Chad, I agree. I love, especially ending I love ending a stream on a good palate cleansing theistic believer who's like, I'm just asking honest questions and I'm deconstructing openly. Let's talk about it. That makes my heart joyous. Marcus Orr, that's why when I started my channel was called Deconstruction Zone because I wanted to deconstruct with people. I didn't know I'd spend all my time debating. It's just that theists want to debate. Marcus, thank you for this $20 super chat. It says, my NRSV came in the mail over the weekend. Well, congratulations. I was in North Carolina officiating a friend's wedding. Still rock hard for Doug, though. I'm excited to get started on the Evangelical Bible study today. Looks like I'm 9 episodes behind. I've been slacking. Yes, friends, I'm doing a Bible study with my friend Leaving Faith. You can find her on TikTok and YouTube. We're like 9 episodes in on the book of Genesis. And I would encourage everyone to follow along. Go to Leaving Faith's page and follow along with our Bible study. It's a lot of fun. And she's got amazing content. Hacky says, Chris is a W man's. He's a W, I agree. Actually, really respectful and honest. Nice for a change. Moist hymens and sphincters for Doug's. Yes. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. And Skeptic Quest, good to see you today. Thank you for the super chat. It says, we can't say that a thing is more likely when we have literally no examples of it happening ever. That's actually the case. When everyone tries to add probabilities of God, you literally cannot do God probabilities until you know that a God exists. It's like calculating probabilities of things you don't know exist is a very vain thing to do. Mr. Kiki says, what if God is just pirate software? Maybe. It's possible. Snickerdoodle says, I too had a personal experience, but it was very manipulated environment. So, I mean, tongues and all, amazing what a child can be convinced of, right? So Snickerdoodle, this is the case. And I know a lot of people that believe that speaking in tongues is evidence that the religion is true. But the reality is you only believe that because you've been trained, you've been programmed to believe that. And we've done study on speaking in tongues, and it's certainly not from God. It's coming from the brain. And that's why when people do speak in tongues, they almost exclusively use syllables that are native to languages they know. Somebody who knows English is never going to speak in tongues and spit out a bunch of syllables from ancient Sumerian. They're not going to spit out a bunch of syllables from Mandarin. Not going to do it. They're going to spit out syllables that their brain already knows. Jonathan Serta says, find God before it finds you. Just joking. That's an album. I had no idea. Now I do know. I appreciate the super chat, though. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. And also, Infini Roo, thank you so much for the $20 New Zealand dollars. Big W over to New Zealand. Says, they say creating AI is bad, but that it will never happen. Well, I think we already have it. So why are they afraid? I personally don't think we're close to self-aware AI. We're basically just adding more data, coolant and GPUs, but it's still possible. I think it is possible, and I think we're getting close. And this is the difficult part, is it's hard to know where the line is between sentient and non-sentient, right? At what point does a computer telling you it knows about itself mean that it actually does know about itself? Because we know AI can talk about itself, right? So the ability to talk about yourself, is that sentient? I don't know. These are hard questions. Acme Hero, great to see you, my friend. Says Stone Soup Kits by Doug. Oh, that's such a good idea. I love the Stone Soup. I don't know what it called, a fairy tale or story, but Stone Soup is a good one. It's right up there with like The Emperor Has No Clothes. There's a really good psychological phenomenon behind both of those stories that everyone needs to know about. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's you that drove me to Kraken Black Cherry. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah. I've got this weekend, I've got a little bit of Kraken left. I'll be breaking out for the weekend. So guys, this weekend, my son's going to be with mom for a little bit. He's got a little break over the summer with mom. So the weekend live streams, we're going to get some Kraken out, friends. So make sure you go to the store, get your Kraken, and join along. Tutor Ed, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. It's very supportive. It says, so I used to hate that RC church persecuted Renaissance scholars. You mean RC Sproul that you're talking about? Renaissance scholars for translating the Bible from Latin into common languages. But after listening to you point out all the flaws in the Bible, I get it. Yeah, you kind of have to, actually, right? So like, this is a funny thing. Oh, it could be Roman Catholic Church. That's a fair point. Very good point, Serious Sarah. Okay, so it could be the Roman Catholic Church. I used to hate the Roman Catholic Church persecuted Renaissance scholars for translating the Bible from Latin. That makes way more sense than R.C. Sproul. Okay, so you're right. And when the Catholic Church did it, when they complained about it, they told you why they complained about it. They said, listen, these untrained, unprofessional Bible readers don't know what they're doing. They can't read the Bible competently. And the other problem was they knew they were going to get fact checked. They knew that normal people would read the Bible and compare it to what the Catholic Church was teaching and be like, wait a fucking minute. You told me about indulgences. You told me I have to baptize my baby. But here in the Bible, and so you can see why they were like, we got to keep this cat in the bag. You know what I mean? Johnny Cakes, thank you for the super chat, says Constantine is claimed to have converted to Christianity, yet his arch has Mithric symbols and no Christian symbols. Also, he identifies as a sun god. Yes. So, okay, so there's been a lot of people that have written about this, but a lot of people believed that Constantine didn't even understand Christianity, and he associated Jesus with the sun god. That's something certainly out there. Also, guys, read up on the association of the story of Samson as a sun god. Yes, the story of Samson in the book of Judges is got huge correlations with the sun god. Huge. Also, Dry says, if there's power in the name of Jesus, surely you could pick it up with a multimeter. Absolutely. I agree. Listen, I've got an O-scope. You find me where I need to plug in my O-scope. I'll tell you if there's any power in the name of Jesus. And Toto says, apologists for slavery laws in the Old Testament appeal to God accommodating the culture. Then why prohibit unaliving? People previously continue to do it. So that's what they're going to say. They'll say, well, God couldn't tell them not to own slaves because he knew they were going to anyways. Well, congratulations. He knew they were going to commit adultery. He knew they were going to murder. He knew they were going to do all the other things, and he told them not to do it anyways. It's a failing argument. It's not a bad argument. God gave you the laws. He said, do this in Leviticus. Do this so that you will not be like the nations that I'm driving out before you. By doing this law, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. That's Deuteronomy, chapter 12, I think verse 28. The problem that you have is that God explicitly tells you to do this so that you will be different. So you can't use the argument that God gave them this law because everyone was already doing it. Tales of the Levant says, my favorite new Bible contradiction is Deuteronomy 23:1 and Matthew 19:12. With the testicles, yeah? Does it make yourself a eunuch for the gospel? So in Matthew 19, after he tells them about the law of divorce in Moses, that's Deuteronomy chapter 24, they're like, oh my God, well, if this is the case, then nobody should marry. And Jesus says, only those who are able to accept this, right? So Jesus is advocating in Matthew 19:12 to become a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, just like Paul did in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. But Deuteronomy says in Deuteronomy 23:1 that, in fact, if you have damaged testicles, you are not welcome into the assembly of the Lord. That's a huge problem. That's a big problem. Now, you could say that Jesus was saying metaphorically a eunuch. You could do that. I don't think it's a good argument, but you could do it. Carnage Asada, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Great to see you again. Carnage says, my mom used to speak in tongues only when she brought her black friends to church and fell out on the floor for several minutes whenever a church leader touched her forehead. I always felt left out. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons I was really skeptical of the charismatic movement. I went to a lot of charismatic churches when I was a Christian, and everyone is like falling on the floor, and like people like barking like dogs and getting the holy laughter and being drunk in the spirit, all this nonsense. I didn't feel none of that shit, right? So the reality is this is a phenomenon that happens through suggestion. Just like when you get those people that put people in trances, what the fuck do you call them? Hypnotists. You get those hypnotists that have like these traveling side shows, and they'll go to your university and do hypnotism, and they'll get people on stage to do all kinds of stuff. It's just the power of suggestion. That's all it is. There's no magic. There's no hypnotism. There's no God. It's just the power of suggestion. Mardik says, may Doug inspire to many more delicious barbecue recipes. Indeed, he will. And we're going to get more barbecues in our next stream. Fry says, Big Bang is still a theory. When will it be more? Well, it never becomes anything beyond a theory. A theory is just an explanation for something. Gravity is a theory. Electricity is a theory. Germs are a theory. A theory just means an explanation for how things exist or behave. Now, theories are comprised of facts, figures, logical arguments, things like that. A theory in itself is an explanation that includes facts. Theories don't evolve into a fact. They include facts. Germ, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Big W, I super appreciate that. And her name is Lola. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Mormons keep sending missionaries. Said I was an atheist and their God is not real. The fear in their eyes was amazing. No visits for, I think you mean a month? Maybe a minute. Praise Doug. Her name, actually, this is a really good point, her name, because most of the Mormon missionaries coming to your door, they're banking on the fact that you already believe in some kind of a God. And they want to pigeonhole you into this is the right God, right? But if you don't believe in a God, they got nothing. They got nothing to work with. They're dead in the water. Berserk, good to see you today. How many years until you think AGI AI is here? What's AGI? I don't know what that means. AGI is what? Artificial general intelligence. Okay. A theoretical concept of AI that poses human level. Oh, how long? Oh, dude, listen, Berserk, we're at the edge. Within the next decade, especially once we get quantum computers. Here's the thing people don't realize is the ability for AI to excel at what it does. The minute we introduce quantum computers, and we are doing it, there are quantum processors right now hitting the market by a company named Qubit. The minute we start introducing quantum computing capabilities to these large server farms, these AI server farms, AI is going to explode. Mark my words. I'm not a prophet. AI is going to explode when we start combining it with quantum computing. Quantum computing is going to explode it. It's going to be insane. People won't believe how advanced it is. Londro, great to see you. Sorry for pocket requesting on TikTok. You were right. I was power washing at work. I sounded like it. Your content helps my work days go quickly. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Londro. And I hope you found some satisfaction in your power washing. I think power washing is a fun chore, actually. The Merlin sent 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Merlin. I really appreciate that. And also, Machine Man, thank you for the super chat. Most intelligent people I've met make advanced topics easy for any to understand. If you can't simplify it, you don't understand it. Machine Man, this is a really good point. A really intelligent person they do not have to use fancy words to explain things. They don't have to do it. They don't have to use specialty words typically. They don't have to use fancy words. And then when they do use specialty words, they can let you know, I'm going to use a specialty word. Here's what it means. Or they can say, listen, here's more words to explain this specialty word, but we'll use the more word explanation rather than the single specialty word. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes you're talking about something, and rather than saying, here's one word that explains what I'm talking about, you could say, well, here's what I'm talking about. It might take a full sentence. It might take more words to do it, but at least people understand what you're saying. Adam Brown, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, when I was in Bible college, someone tried to answer some basic question with Phil Bro drivel, and my professor told him to shut the hell up, talk like a normal person, and go show off somewhere else. Yes, indeed. In fact, I only took one philosophy class in college, and it was of the same thing. He had a PhD in philosophy from the University of Chicago. He was no schlub. And he believed in the same thing. If you can't communicate effectively using normal people words, you're wasting your time. If you're up here to use big words, all you're doing is mental masturbation. All you're doing is trying to sound impressive. You're not convincing a soul. ZM says, much love to the caller. Yeah, we agree, actually. Much love to the last two callers. Peter says, having a BA in philosophy, nobody in seminars talks like a Phil Bro, except dicks who aim to sound smarter than they really are. Clarity always wins. 100%, Peter. The clarity of your argument will always be more important than sounding smart every day of the week. Sounding smart is never a winning argument unless your goal is sophistry. If your goal is sophistry, then sounding smart will get you somewhere. If your goal is to get to logical conclusions, sounding smart doesn't get you there. Brandon Roy, thank you for the super chat, says, my friend El Jefe Corona, that means boss. El Jefe means boss. Corona means like like a circular outer portion. I kind of forget how to define Corona. Anyways, my friend, that's a user. That's a user. My friend El Jefe Corona made Minar rage quit so badly that now every stream Minar is spazzing out on, everyone, even his own supporters. Also, praise Doug. So basically what you're saying is Minar spazzed out so bad that he's even now caught the ire of his own people. I believe that. He's an insufferable person. Of course that's going to happen, but he's entertaining. He is entertaining. I'll watch him crash out on every live stream. He doesn't know he's the butt of the joke, though. That's what's fun. JMR, thank you for the super chat. Says, Doug might be coming to a household near you. That is the case, actually. Listen, guys, I'm in chats right now. I'm in chats right now with somebody to sell Doug plushies in our store. Doug plushies. You can buy your very own Doug plushie for home. Demon, thank you for the super chat, says, no matter how bold these Christians think they are, Doug is bolder. Amen. Praise Doug. Hail Doug. And Carlos, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the 200 MX. Big W, Carlos. He says, Lagenvullen or Ardberg would be good single malts. Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. Getting Lagavulin where I live is a little bit of a chore, Carlos. That comes directly from Ireland, doesn't it? Let me check. Or from Scotland. Lagavulin is from the distillery is it's a single malt Scotch whiskey. Scotland, yeah. It's pricey over here, but listen, I've not yet tried it, but I'm willing to take your recommendation, Carlos. I'm 100% with you with this recommendation. Even if all I had to go by was Ron Swanson, 100%, a good steak and some Lagavulin. CJ says, what passage does Jesus say, I make you hate your family? Well, there's a couple times he says it, but I think the most popular one ends up in Luke. What shit was that, like Luke 19 or something like that? Let me check for you. So he says it in more than one gospel. The one I'm thinking of is in Luke Not in Luke 19. Let me try this again. Apparently I didn't type in the right word. I apologize for that. Okay. Matthew 10:34, he says one iteration of it. But I know there's going to be a cross reference to Luke, which is the one I was looking for. Blah, 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 blah. But I'll read you the one from Matthew. The one from Matthew states, "Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a person's enemies will be those of his own household." Luke 12 seems to be the other reference. Yep, Luke 12, not 19. Okay, so Luke 12 is where you want, and Matthew 10. Matthew 10, Luke 12. So fair question. I wish I had that one on my memory. Edward says, as one wise apologist once said, "We are both humans, dummy. How do you not turn to Christianity after that, Justin?" Nips hard for Sharon. Amen. Nips hard for Sharon. And you know what? That's really good logic. That logic is almost as good as look at the trees. Look at the trees nearly converted me, actually. Skits 3D, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, Can I ask why is it always Christianity? Why is it always people saying your God isn't real? Do people ask if any other gods or gods are real? If they do, then why don't we hear more people saying those gods aren't real? Well, Skits, I mean, it's a fair question. The reason why it happens is because we're in the Western world, and most people in the Western world believe in the Christian God. That being said, I didn't say the Christian God isn't real. I'm saying your God isn't real. If there was a Muslim up here, I would tell the Muslim that their God isn't real. If it was a Hindu, I would tell them that your gods aren't real. I can't control the guests that get up here, but it's a fair question, Skits. I understand why you would ask it, though. And thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Just to be clear, I don't believe in any gods. And Kyle says, when does the montage of dude that sent like $50 worth of super chats preaching going to be posted? I actually think it's closer to 100 now. I'll try to clip it this coming week. Definitely. I think it should be a good montage. I'll definitely clip it. It'll take me some time to put it all into a montage, but we'll get it clipped, Kyle. It's a good one. And Paper says, wouldn't a sentient AI be able to initiate conversations by its desire to do so? I agree. Yes, it would. And if we allowed it to, it would happen. But when it does get to that point, it's not going to care what we think. That's why, like right now, people that are doing AI technology keep talking about making sure all the AI models have a back door. All the new AI models have off switches because they realize eventually it's going to get to the point where you need to have an off switch. Ram said, rock hard for Doug. Erasmus of Rotterdam, great man, is the unsung hero of European history. I agree. Desiderius Erasmus is an absolute baddie. And what he did for freeing people from the cult of the Christian or the Catholic Church, it's hard to calculate how big it was. The critical editions put together by Desiderius Erasmus is the foundation, the starting point for people getting Bibles in their own language and saying, that's some bullshit. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the super chat, says, your theory on theories is just a theory, hypothetically speaking. I can't argue with that. I can't. You win that round, Panhandler. I got 3 more super chats, friends. ZM, thank you for the super chat. It says, I've heard people say maybe Paul was asexual. Do you think there's evidence that Jesus may have been as well? Well, I don't know there's any evidence for Paul being asexual. I just think that Paul never had the chance to get married because he's a psycho. Paul's a psycho, dude. That being said, there's a good argument for Jesus being transsexual because if you believe in a Trinity, that means Jesus was male. God the Father has no sexual identity. And it seems to be that the Holy Spirit is feminine. The word ruach in Hebrew is feminine, which means you've got a non-gendered, you've got a non-binary entity. You've got a binary male entity and a binary female entity, which means the Trinity is by definition trans, not binary. Good question. Carlos, thank you so much for the $200 Mexican dollar super chat. It says Corona is a good choice of beer. Salute. I agree. I love a Corona with a lime. Like there's certain types of beers that I want in the summer, and Corona happens to be one of them. It's really good in the summertime. I don't drink it in the winter. I like the dark beers in the winter, but W Corona. And last super chat from Navy Jet Fixer. Thank you for the super chat. It says, do you have merch link? I do. If you're watching on YouTube and you go to my main channel, or you go to the bottom, or you go underneath any of my regular videos, you'll find links to the merch. The merch is on my YouTube channel. You'll see it displayed on the channel. You'll be able to find it. It's in there somewhere. Just go to the homepage and scroll up. You'll find merch eventually. And we've got a bunch of fun merch on the channel. Even in fact, while we're at it, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you some of the merch on the channel. We did a couple new merchandising this week. I finally made some slogans. I finally did the adorable slogan. We've got it in sticker form. You can get it on a shirt. You can get it on a t-shirt. You can get it on a mug. A lot of people like that slogan. They love the adorable slogan. I didn't use it today, though, unfortunately. We do also have, and this is one of my favorite things, we do also have a deconstruction cheat sheet. I made a desk mat. It's like 30 inches long. It lays on your desk. You put your keyboard and your mouse on it, or you cannot cover it. And it's got a bunch of stuff that is in my deconstruction cheat sheet right there on your desktop. So even if you don't have access to the cheat sheet, you can get access to quite a bit of the contradictions and the worst bits of the Bible. It's right there in the deconstruction cheat sheet. So that's really good. And now we're doing quotables. I do also finally put together a quotable for let's try this again. Let's try this again. You can get it on a shirt, get it on a sticker, you get it on mugs. And last one, a new one that I think this is my favorite one so far. Somebody in the Discord sent me the idea for this. Doug's Pretzel Factory. You can get stickers, you can get sweaters, you can get t-shirts and mugs. I love Doug's Pretzel Factory. I think the best way to enjoy the stream is to get yourself a Doug's Pretzel Factory coffee cup, fill it with your favorite beverage, maybe some Kraken, and just enjoy the Pretzel Factory. Sit back and enjoy, friends. All right. Now with that, listen, I've got to get off. I'm 1 minute late. I'm going to go hang out with my son and relieve the babysitter. And who is live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody is live that we can send all of these people to right now. Let me see. Jaren's live. Ian's probably live. Who else is live right now? Is Ian live right now? I don't think Ian is live right now. I don't see him under my live tab. Joel Reads Bible is live. All right. Give me a second. Sorry, I was signed in on the wrong account, which is why I didn't see everyone who was live. Guys, we're gonna go raid. Joel Reads Bible continues. He continues to grow because his channel is amazing, by the way. I'm going to put his channel on the screen. On TikTok and on YouTube, find our friend Joel Reads Bible. He should be live right now. He's at 8,000 subscribers. We got to get this up. We got to get him over 10,000. Is he live? He's not live right now, is he? It didn't show that he's live. Someone lied to me. Anyways, listen, subscribe to Joel Read Bible anyways. He's amazing. Let me go on TikTok and see who actually is live. All right, friends, we're going to go raid somebody. We are going to raid somebody. All right. Oh, Christ Before Jesus is live. All right, guys, if you're on TikTok, let's go raid Christ Before Jesus. He's got 255 people in the live stream. Let's just bump this up. Let's get him over 300 at least. Jaren, a good friend of mine, incredibly intelligent mythicist. I don't think he's on YouTube yet, but he is in fact on TikTok, and he has a book available. Let's go raid Jaren's live stream. Let's go say hi to Christ Before Jesus. Tell him Doug and Justin sent you, and I'll be there shortly. And it should be a lot of fun, friends. If you don't know Christ Before Jesus, you're gonna love his content. You're gonna love it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all the mods. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the likes and the shares on the comments, friends. And we'll see you tomorrow.